Blood dripped through her fingers. Shin Luo crouched behind a convenience store shelf, her nails digging deep into her palms. Outside the glass door, a swarm of zombies slammed against the blood-stained surface, growling in hoarse, guttural tones. Shin Luo was a member of the scavenger team from Hope Base. In the early days of the apocalypse, many people awakened special powers and became strong survivors. But she never did. Without any powers, and because of her looks, she had narrowly escaped danger several times. After arriving at Hope Base, Shin Luo traded a pack of instant noodles for 5 boxes of dull brown foundation. Using her excellent makeup skills, she changed her appearance and successfully joined the scavenger team. This time, she was sent out with the 3rd-ranked elite team from the base. The scavenger team's job was to clean up the battlefield and dig out crystal cores for the stronger team. Of all the people she could have met, she ran into her ex-boyfriend, Su Bingin, the same man who, just 3 months into the apocalypse, had traded her to a security guard downstairs for 2 packs of instant noodles. Shin Luo had seen Su Bingin's cruelty before. Seeing him again, she wanted nothing more than to tear him apart. But when she met his eyes, she knew she was in trouble. She cursed silently. Seriously? I changed my face this much, and you still recognize me? I haven't even had my revenge yet, and now you're after me again. Ignoring the crystal cores, Shin Luo decided to slip away quietly. If she couldn't take revenge now, she at least needed to stay alive. She counted her heartbeats, 1, 2, until the 37th, when a sharp pain shot through her wrist. Su Bingin had caught her again. He clearly had no intention of letting her go. His face moved closer, a smug smile spreading across his lips. Shin Luo, didn't expect to see me again, did you? His voice was low and dangerous, like a snake whispering in the dark. Shin Luo glared at him, her eyes full of wariness and hatred. Su, this is the girlfriend you mentioned? Asked Wu Di, the leader of the 3rd team, with a teasing grin. Then he burst out laughing. Didn't expect this, Su Bingin. You've got quite the unique taste, liking someone so plain and quiet. Su Bingin's lips curved into a cold smile. Captain Wu, you must be joking. Don't be fooled by how weak she looks now. It's all an act. Remember the girl you saw in the photo on my phone? That was her. To save herself, she once locked me outside and watched me starve. Now that we've met again, she's nothing more than a toy for us. In times like these, having something to distract us isn't so bad. Shin Luo's nails dug into her palms, but she felt no pain. Shame and anger surged through her like a rising tide. She bit her lip hard, forcing herself to stay silent, though her eyes burned with defiance. Wu Di looked at her with a mocking smile. So this is the girl, huh? I thought you were joking before. But since you say she's ours to deal with, I'll take her for a while. I've been in a bad mood lately. She might help me relax. Su Bingin waved his hand casually. If Captain Wu likes her, then go ahead. Shin Luo's heart sank. Had she escaped one danger only to fall into another? She felt helpless and furious, like a trapped bird with nowhere to fly. Outside the glass door, the zombies kept slamming against it, relentless and crazed. A look of determination flashed in Shin Luo's eyes. She couldn't just wait for her fate. She had to find a way to survive. Her eyes darted around the room, searching for anything she could use. Wu Di laughed loudly and started to drag her toward an empty room nearby. Shin Luo's heart tightened. She knew that if she entered that room, she would lose everything. Her mind raced. Then she spotted an iron rod leaning against the wall, the one she had prepared earlier for self-defense. With a sudden burst of strength, she broke free from Wu Di's grip and rushed toward the rod, gripping it tightly in her hands. Wu Di froze for a moment, clearly not expecting her to fight back. He sneered, "You dare resist? Do you even know whose place this is?" Su Bingin also paused, then smiled faintly, as if enjoying the scene. Her defiance seemed to amuse him. Shin Luo held the iron rod firmly, her eyes filled with courage and resolve. "I won't let you win." Wu Di's face darkened when he saw what was happening, and he swung his fist at Shin Luo. Shin Luo quickly dodged, knowing she had no chance of winning. The roars of the zombies echoed around her, but she couldn't think about that now. She knew that if she didn't run, she would never get another chance. Suddenly, she moved, using the shelves as cover, and rushed toward a corner. She planned to hide there for a while to escape Su Bingen's pursuit. But Su Bingen didn't give her the chance. He caught up quickly, grabbed her hair, and pulled her out roughly. Trying to run? Not that easy, he said angrily, tightening his grip until Shen Luo's face turned pale from pain. Just then, a loud noise came from outside the convenience store. Shen Luo's heart leapt. This might be her only chance. She used all her strength to break free from Su Bingen's grasp and ran toward the door. The zombies' roars grew louder, but Shen Luo no longer cared. She only wanted to escape this terrifying place and get away from Su Bingen, who was far more frightening than the zombies. Tears slid down her cheeks. When she opened her eyes again, she saw a familiar ceiling. She sat up suddenly, gasping for breath. The phone on her bedside table showed the date, April 20th, 2025. There was still 1 month before the zombie outbreak. Memories from her previous life flooded back. She had been an ordinary office worker, weak and untrained, struggling to survive in a world that had turned into a nightmare. Her life in that world had been full of suffering. Now, as she opened her eyes, she found herself lying on a soft bed, with bright sunlight streaming through the window. "Is this Rebirth?" she whispered, touching her body with trembling hands. She was still wearing the pink pajamas with little dogs she had just bought. She jumped out of bed and looked around. It was the small apartment her parents had bought for her. Instant noodles sat half-eaten on the table, and unfinished reports were still open on her computer. Everything was exactly as it had been before the world ended. "I really came back," Shen Luo murmured, pressing her fingers into her palm. This time, she would not repeat her mistakes. Those who had hurt and betrayed her would pay the price. Suddenly, a flash of light crossed her mind. A sudden mechanical sound echoed in her mind, like a switch being turned on. "System activated. Host, please confirm your identity." The voice was cold and commanding. "System?" Shen Luo froze. She reached out instinctively, and the desk lamp in front of her vanished into thin air. In the next blink, it reappeared in her palm. Storage space detected. Initial capacity, 1 cubic meter. The host can earn points by defeating zombies. Points can be used to upgrade space functions. Shen Luo stood still, stunned. Was she dreaming? She had really been reborn, and even gained a mysterious space. She looked down at her trembling hands. Rebirth had always sounded impossible, yet it was happening to her now. Countless thoughts flashed through her mind. Was this a second chance from fate, or some strange trick of the universe? Heavens, you finally took pity on me. A system? A golden cheat? Those web novels were right after all. Shen Luo's voice trembled with excitement. The despair and helplessness of her past life were still carved deep in her memory. This time, she silently vowed, those tragedies would never happen again. "What should I do now?" she murmured. "I can't die unprepared like before." Ding! The system chimed again. Identity confirmed. Host receives 100 basic points. Shen Luo took a deep breath, her heart racing. This was her golden advantage in this new life. With this space, she finally had the means to survive the apocalypse. A faint smile appeared on her lips. At last, she understood what it meant when people said, "There's always a way out." "For the next month, I'll stock up like crazy," she said firmly. The rules of the apocalypse were simple. She quickly gathered her thoughts, sat down at her computer, and began making a detailed shopping list. Food, medicine, weapons, ammunition, protective gear, everything she could think of. And those points sounded important. She needed to figure out how to use them wisely. She took a piece of chocolate and tossed it into the space in her mind. The space was completely dark, but it quietly swallowed the chocolate. Items stored. Reward, 10 points. Wow, this is amazing. Shen Luo couldn't help but whisper in surprise. In her previous life, she hadn't even eaten a single warm meal, and now she had such an incredible ability. She began testing it with different items from a keychain to socks, and easily stored them all in the space. It seemed that this space could not only store things but also earn points. But what are the points for? Shinluo frowned, thinking hard. She had a feeling that the points were related to upgrading the space. So, she decided to try using points to increase its capacity. Ding! The system sounded again. Host attempted to upgrade space. Current points are insufficient. Upgrade failed. Seriously? Only 300 points and it's not enough? Shinluo sighed in frustration. It seemed that to upgrade the space, she needed to find a way to earn more points. According to the system, points could be gained by defeating zombies or by storing items in the space. Shinluo looked at the list of supplies in her hand. For now, upgrading the space would have to rely on stored materials. But first, she needed money. She checked her bank card. 223,786 yuan. That wasn't nearly enough. I'm sorry, house, Shinluo whispered. She had decided to sell her home. The house was her parents' inheritance, located in a top school district, worth several million yuan. But with the end of the world approaching, money was no longer the most important thing. Survival supplies were. With enough resources, she could not only survive but live well. Shinluo quickly contacted a real estate agent and listed the house below market price. She knew that time meant life. Every second counted. While waiting for buyers, she didn't stay idle. She began sorting and packing everything in the house. In her previous life, her home had been safe for the first 3 months, but by the 4th month, heavy rain came, flooding most of the neighborhood. From her limited memories, she recalled that in S City, the southern area was flooded first, then the eastern part. Only the western and northern areas were spared. So, Shinluo drove her off-road vehicle straight toward the northern suburbs of S City. Shinluo remembered that in the northern suburbs of S City, there was a golf club, and behind it stood an old, abandoned villa. It was said that the club's owner, driven by jealousy, had once harmed his wife there. Because of that, the place became known as a crime scene, and people claimed to hear strange, frightening sounds at night. Over time, the luxurious villa was left deserted. Shinluo drove to the villa. The area was overgrown with weeds, giving it a lonely, eerie feeling. She carefully pushed open the front door, and a musty smell filled the air. Unbothered, Shinluo turned on her flashlight and began exploring the abandoned house. Although the villa looked worn down, its structure was still solid. The club owner had built the walls extra high, about 3 meters, because he had been afraid his wife might run away. Shinluo sighed at the man's madness, but was also glad that the building was still usable. With some repairs, it could save her a lot of money. She decided to store supplies here and make it her base in S City, her shelter for the coming apocalypse. Why did she remember this place so clearly? Because of her ex-boyfriend, Su Bingen, the man who had ruined her life in her previous existence. When they first started dating, Shinluo had been completely fooled by him. He had tricked her into using her parents' insurance money to buy this infamous house. But now, she thought, that misfortune had turned into a blessing. This time, fate had given her another chance. Su Bingen, let's see how you end up now. As she walked through the villa, Shinluo planned how to use each room. The villa had 5 levels, 3 above ground and 2 underground. The kitchen was on the first floor, and she decided to keep it as it was. The living area would be on the 2nd floor, and the rest of the rooms would be used for storage. She picked up her phone and called one of the country's top security companies. Brother Wang, this is Shinluo. I just signed a top-secret project. The location is a villa in the northern suburbs. I'm here now. Come take a look. I'll tell you the client's requirements directly. As a project manager for the nation's leading security firm, Shinluo knew all about high-level safe houses. But this time, the client was herself. The end of the world was only a month away, and she was determined to make the most of her company's resources. Thoroughly. Manager Shin, I'll bring my team over right away. When Wang Jingyu from the engineering department heard what Shinluo said, he was puzzled but didn't ask further questions. After all, Shinluo had a great reputation in the industry and never joked about work. Not long after, Wang Jingyu arrived at the villa with a professional team. Shen Luo explained the owner's requirements in detail. First, a complete security system was needed, including monitoring, alarms, and defense features. Second, both the interior and exterior of the villa had to be renovated to withstand extreme temperatures, as cold as -100 degrees and as hot as 70 degrees, and all doors and windows had to be replaced with explosion-proof ones. Third, a roof had to be added, making the villa the center of a fortress. And all of this had to be completed in the shortest possible time, 10 days, as stated in the contract. When Wang Jingyu heard 10 days, he was stunned. Manager Shen, I'm afraid I can't finish it in 10 days. If we miss the deadline, the penalty is 100 times the contract amount. Even if I gave everything I have, I couldn't pay that. Can we talk to the client and ask for 5 more days, 15 in total? He said carefully. Shen Luo, however, remained calm and replied coldly, Old Wang, everyone knows your skills. 10 days shouldn't be a problem for you. If the client weren't in such a hurry, they wouldn't have come to us. Wang Jingyu's expression changed slightly. Though he was upset, he didn't show it. After all, the engineering department still depended on the project. Old Wang, Shen Luo lowered her voice. I'll tell you something, but don't say it came from me. The client is someone close to the boss. If you finish early, they'll pay an extra 1 million yuan for each day ahead of schedule. And that money won't go into the project account. It's a bonus for the team. Hearing this, Wang Jingyu's eyes lit up and most of his anger disappeared. He swallowed and asked cautiously, Manager Shen, is that true? 1 million for each day early? Shen Luo nodded firmly. Of course it's true. When have I ever lied to you? If I didn't trust your ability, I wouldn't have called you. Wang Jingyu patted his chest as he promised. Seeing this, Shen Luo nodded with satisfaction. Good. I'm relieved to hear that. But, Old Wang, remember, quality must come first. Don't cut corners just to save time. Wang Jingyu nodded quickly. Manager Shen, don't worry. I'll make sure the quality is perfect. There won't be any problems. After that, Wang Jingyu led his team to get busy. Everyone had their own tasks, and the villa renovation went on smoothly and in order. Shen Luo planned to check in from time to time to make sure everything stayed under control. Just then, she received a call from the real estate agent. The agent worked efficiently. Since the price was set 200,000 lower than the market rate, someone came to see the house within a day. Shen Luo showed the buyer around. The buyer was very satisfied and signed the contract on the spot, buying it for 6.7 million. After receiving the payment, Shen Luo generously gave an extra 100,000 yuan to Xiao Lu, the agent. Xiao Lu looked at the money nervously. Miss Shen, I already earned my commission from your house. I can't take this. He tried to hand the money back, but Shen Luo smiled and waved her hand. Xiao Lu, you deserve it. I trust your work, and I have something else I need your help with. Hearing this, Xiao Lu felt excited and nodded quickly. Miss Shen, just tell me. As long as I can do it, I'll give it my all. He patted his chest, speaking with confidence. Shen Luo looked at him with a satisfied expression. I'd like you to help me find a suitable warehouse. I only need to rent it for 1 month. The price doesn't matter, but it should meet the same conditions as before. The sooner, the better. Shen Luo said calmly. Xiao Lu felt even happier. He knew that Shen Luo was an important client. If he could serve her well, his performance this month would definitely improve. Sister Shen, don't worry. I'll contact you right away. As soon as I find a suitable place, I'll let you know immediately, Xiao Lu promised confidently. Shen Luo nodded, pleased with his attitude. She knew that although Xiao Lu was young, he was reliable and trustworthy. Thank you, Xiao Lu. I'll wait for your good news. After sending the agent off, Shen Luo looked at the payment in her hand, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Not only had she successfully sold her apartment, but she had also gained a dependable helper. She packed a hiking bag with a few changes of clothes, while everything else was stored in her system space. Ding! The system chimed again. Host has stored 109 items. 109 points added. Seeing her points increase on the system interface, Shenluo's mood improved a little. After all, these points were her key to survival in the coming apocalypse. She closed the system interface and left the apartment her parents had given her as a coming-of-age gift. There was no point in feeling attached. Once the apocalypse arrived, this place would be swallowed by the sea. Looking at the balance in her bank account, she knew it wasn't nearly enough to buy the supplies she needed to survive. How could she get more money? Without realizing it, Shenluo had driven to the most luxurious hotel in the southern district of S City. She decided to stay there for a few days. After the apocalypse, this place would also be gone, and sleeping on a bed worth tens of thousands would no longer be possible. After checking in, she entered the presidential suite. The environment was elegant and quiet, perfect for thinking. She sat on the sofa, closed her eyes, and began planning her next steps. Money, she still didn't have enough. She knew that selling her apartment alone wouldn't bring in the amount she needed in such a short time. Just then, her phone rang. When she saw the caller ID, a wave of disgust rose in her chest. It was none other than Su Bingen, the man who had caused her downfall in her previous life. Shenluo frowned, hesitated for a moment, and finally answered the call. Hello. Her voice was cold and distant. Su Bingen chuckled over the phone, his voice greasy and insincere. Luo, your dearest boyfriend is back from his business trip. Oh. Shenluo replied flatly. My sweet Luo, what's wrong? You don't sound happy at all. Yurinen will be so sad, you know. Su Bingen continued with his usual fake charm. He was determined to keep Shenluo under his control. After all, her apartment was worth 8 million. Listening to his disgusting tone, Shenluo felt a wave of strong disgust rise in her heart. Forcing herself to stay calm, she said coldly, Maybe I caught a cold. You just got back, so take a good rest. Let's not meet for now. I don't want to pass it to you. Hearing that, Su Bingen's voice turned anxious. Luo, you're sick? It's my fault for not being there to take care of you. But I brought you a gift. You won't even see me? That really hurts. And I don't mind catching your cold. Shenluo sneered silently. She had seen this act too many times in her previous life. Impatiently, she said, just rest. I still have a project to finish today. We'll talk in a few days. Then she hung up without hesitation. Almost immediately, her phone rang again. It was still Su Bingen. He called more than 10 times, but Shenluo didn't answer. A cold glint flashed in her eyes. Su Bingen, this time, I won't let you get your way. She knew the real reason he rushed back was because of her expensive apartment. In her previous life, Su Bingen had lied about owning a place in S City to impress his boss's daughter, and he had tricked her into transferring her apartment to his name. But this time, Shenluo would not be fooled again. Since Su Bingen was so eager to come to her, she decided to use that to her advantage, to get back everything she had lost to him. She would make him repay every cent. Looking at the phone screen, Shenluo's eyes grew calm and sharp. She had already made up her mind. She would give Su Bingen a surprise. Shenluo picked up her phone and typed a message. I was busy with a project just now and saw your missed call. I'm really touched. I know you were worried about me. How about this? I'll treat you to dinner tonight, and I'll show you a surprise I've prepared for you. After sending the message, a cold smile appeared on Shenluo's lips. She knew Su Bingen would take the bait. Sure enough, not long after, Su Bingen replied, Luo, you're so kind. I'll come pick you up tonight, and we'll have a big dinner together. Shenluo looked at the message, her smile turning colder. She replied, All right, I'll wait for you. But, I'd like to have seafood tonight. Is that okay? Seeing the message, Su Bingen felt excited. He thought Shenluo truly missed him and didn't notice the trap hidden in her words. He quickly replied, Of course. I'll go wherever you want, Luo. A sly glint flashed in Shenluo's eyes as she read his reply. That evening, She dressed carefully, putting on her favorite dress and delicate makeup. Looking at herself in the mirror, she smiled coldly. This time, she would not let Su Bingin get his way. When Su Bingin arrived as promised and saw her, he was momentarily stunned by her beauty. He stepped forward and said with a greasy smile, "Luo Luo, you look amazing tonight." Shin Luo forced a polite smile. "And you look nice too. Let's go have our seafood dinner." They went to an upscale seafood restaurant and ordered a table full of dishes. "And there's something I want to tell you," Shin Luo said, looking a bit hesitant. "What is it? Is it about the surprise?" Su Bingin asked eagerly, clearly expecting something good. Shin Luo smiled slightly, her eyes glinting with cunning. "Actually, Anan, I wanted to tell you that I recently invested in a project that's doing quite well. I even made a small profit." Hearing this, a greedy look flashed in Su Bingin's eyes. He knew Shin Luo's investments were usually profitable. After all, she owned a valuable apartment. He quickly began to calculate in his mind. If he could join her project, he could easily make a lot of money. Thinking of this, he nodded eagerly. "Oh, Luo Luo, is that really true?" Seeing the situation, Shin Luo wanted to make Su Bingin believe that the project could really make money. She opened her bank account and showed him the 6.07 million yuan that had just been deposited that morning. When Su Bingin saw the balance, a flash of shock and greed appeared in his eyes. He hadn't expected Shin Luo to have so much money and to have earned it in such a short time. He swallowed hard and asked eagerly, "Luo Luo, what kind of project did you invest in? How can it make so much money? Can I really join?" Looking at his impatient expression, Shin Luo knew he had taken the bait. Pretending to hesitate, she said, "Actually, this project is something I'm doing with a friend. It's a bit risky, but the profit is very good. I'm telling you because you're the person closest to me, the one I care about most. I want us to live a happy life together, so I don't want you to miss this chance." Hearing this, Su Bingin felt deeply moved. He thought Shin Luo truly wanted to help him and didn't notice the trap behind her words. He quickly said, "Luo Luo, don't worry. I'll do my best and won't let you down." Shin Luo nodded, a hint of cunning in her eyes. "But to join this project, you need to invest 5 million yuan. I was able to earn this much before because someone invested and let me join for a round. If we want to keep making money, we have to keep investing." When Su Bingin heard that he needed to put in money, he hesitated. 5 million was a lot, and although he had it, he knew investments carried risks. He was afraid of losing everything. But greed soon took over. He nodded repeatedly. "All right, Luo Luo, I'll do whatever you say. As long as we can make money, I'm not afraid of anything." Seeing the greed in Su Bingin's eyes, Shin Luo became even more determined to take everything from him. Smiling, she said, "All right, and this is a long-term project that takes 3 months. The return rate is 160%. The investment must be made tonight, before midnight." Hearing this, Su Bingin became excited again. Okay, Luo Luo, I'll transfer the money to you right now. Wait for me." After speaking, Su Bingin quickly took out his phone and transferred money to Shin Luo. When Shin Luo saw the message showing that 5 million had been received, a faint smile appeared on her lips. After finishing the transfer, Su Bingin looked at Shin Luo with eager eyes. "Luo Luo, the money has been sent. What should we do next?" Shin Luo smiled and patted his shoulder. "Don't worry, Anin. As long as we follow the big boss, even a small share from them will be enough for us to live comfortably. You'll definitely make a lot of money. But remember, don't tell anyone about this project. It's our secret." Su Bingin nodded quickly. "Don't worry, Luo Luo. I won't say a word." Since the money was already in hand, there was no reason to stay longer. Shin Luo nodded with satisfaction and said, "All right, Anin. I'll go meet Assistant Lee now. You go home and wait for my good news." Although Su Bingin wanted to go along, he had no choice but to agree. "Okay then, Luo Luo. I'll wait for your good news." Shin Luo waved with a smile. "Don't worry, Anin. I'll take care of everything soon." Su Bingin walked her to the parking lot and watched as she got into a bright red SUV and drove away without hesitation. Looking at Su Bingin fading in the rearview mirror, A trace of coldness flashed in Shinluo's eyes. Today, she was just collecting a small bit of interest from him. When Shinluo returned to the hotel, she realized she hadn't eaten much earlier while talking to Su Bingen. Her stomach started to growl. She opened a food delivery app and ordered her favorite dishes, soup dumplings, small wontons, and a family meal from K-Grandpa's. Tonight, she planned to enjoy a good dinner. While waiting for the food, she opened her laptop to check the market prices of various supplies. Shinluo wanted to stock up on goods, but she didn't want to be overcharged. She needed to do her research first to buy the best quality items at the right price. When the food finally arrived, Shinluo looked at the steaming dishes and felt cheerful. She took big bites of the soup dumplings, sipped the delicious wonton soup, and enjoyed a bite of the burger from the family meal, feeling completely satisfied. Before the end of the world, she had to eat as much as she wanted. After all, once it came, there would be no more soup dumplings, especially the ones from Ufuji. Every time Shinluo thought about them after the world ended, her mouth would water uncontrollably. Looking at the remaining soup dumplings and hamburgers on the table, she wondered if food could be stored in her system. Even if it turned cold, she could always heat it up later. That would still be better than going years without tasting such food. So, Shinluo carefully tried putting a soup dumpling into the system space. Ding! The system chimed again. Host has stored 2 items. 2 points added. Shinluo hadn't expected that food could be stored in the system and that it would even earn points. Being able to keep food fresh was a pleasant surprise. She then placed the rest of the dumplings and hamburgers into the system space, planning to take them out the next morning to see if they would stay warm. After finishing her meal, Shinluo leaned back on the sofa, feeling satisfied. She rubbed her full stomach and let out a small burp. She picked up a bottle of water, took a sip, then opened her laptop to continue checking market prices for supplies. Before she knew it, it was already late at night. When she looked at the time, it was past 1 in the morning. Stretching and yawning, she decided to go to bed. Lying on the soft bed, she quickly drifted into sleep. In her dream, she saw scenes from the end of the world. Zombies were everywhere. People were running and screaming in panic. Shinluo saw herself hiding in a corner, trembling. Suddenly, a zombie spotted her and rushed toward her. She woke up in fright, covered in cold sweat. Looking around, she realized she was still in the hotel bed. It had only been a dream. Patting her chest, she comforted herself and lay back down to sleep again. That night, her rest was uneasy. She kept dreaming about the chaos of the world after the disaster. The next morning, Shinluo woke up early. She planned to visit the wholesale market. Before leaving, she took out the food from her system space. To her surprise, it was still warm, just like when she had stored it. It was perfect for breakfast. This was definitely a surprise. Shinluo called Ufuji to order steamed soup dumplings for 30 days, 200 baskets of dumplings, and 200 bowls of wontons each day. She would pick them up at 4 in the afternoon. After agreeing on the price, Shinluo quickly paid the deposit. In the post-apocalyptic world, Shinluo could finally enjoy all the dumplings she wanted. Thinking about it made her smile. If she could make reservations like this, then food wouldn't be a problem after the world changed. No more eating hard, dry compressed biscuits. So, Shinluo decided to visit a few more of her favorite restaurants to see if she could make long-term orders, especially for the dishes she loved most. She drove to her favorite beef noodle shop and talked with the owner about ordering noodles for a month. When the owner heard that she wanted to order beef noodles for a whole month, he was pleasantly surprised. 200 bowls of beef noodles, 100 bowls of noodles with soybean paste, 100 portions of fried noodles. Shinluo ordered almost everything on the menu. She told the owner that she worked in construction and that people from the north weren't used to southern food, so she needed to order noodles for everyone. The owner was a bit surprised but quickly agreed. After all, it was a big order. Next, Shinluo went to her usual barbecue place and ordered a month's worth of grilled food, 200 skewers of each kind and 50 grilled fish. The owner was happy to hear that and agreed right away, even offering her a discount. Satisfied, Shinluo left the barbecue shop, thinking about which places to visit next. She went from one restaurant to another, ordering a month's supply of all her favorite dishes: cakes, spicy boiled meat, braised shrimp, braised pork ribs, spicy hot pot, sweet and sour pork, steamed base, and more. Just as Shenluo was enjoying the excitement of ordering all her favorite foods, her phone suddenly rang. The caller ID showed it was Xiao Lu, the real estate agent. "Ms. Shun, this is Xiao Lu. I've found the short-term factory rental you wanted. It's located between the south and west districts, with an area of about 500 square meters. Very spacious." Hearing that, Shenluo immediately perked up and asked, "Is the transportation convenient? And how much is the rent?" Xiao Lu replied over the phone, "Don't worry, Miss Shen. The location is excellent. There's a highway entrance nearby, so transportation is very convenient. As for the rent, I've already helped you get the lowest price, 5,000 yuan a month, including water and electricity. What do you think?" Shenluo was overjoyed when she heard this. The price was much lower than she had expected, and she was very satisfied with the location and transportation. She quickly said, "Xiao Lu, you did a great job. I'll take this factory. Let's sign the contract right away." Xiao Lu was also very happy. He said, "Sure, Miss Shun. Are you available to come over now? I'll wait for you here, so we can sign the contract in person." Shenluo checked the time. It was only 3 in the afternoon, still early. She said, "All right, I'll come now. Wait for me." After hanging up, Shenluo hurriedly left the food street, got into her SUV, and drove to the factory address Xiao Lu had mentioned. She was in a great mood all the way there. About half an hour later, she arrived at the factory located between the southern and western districts. The surroundings were even better than she had imagined. The area was full of green trees, the air was fresh, and the factory building looked new and well-maintained. Shenluo parked her car and walked inside. Xiao Lu was already waiting for her. He greeted her with a smile and handed her the contract and related documents. Shenluo carefully read through the contract, and after confirming everything was fine, she signed her name. After signing, Xiao Lu showed her around the entire factory. The interior was spacious and bright, with complete equipment, exactly what Shenluo needed. Xiao Lu was pleased too. He felt proud to have helped her. After saying goodbye to Xiao Lu, Shenluo walked around the factory alone, imagining it filled with supplies. Thinking about how she would have everything she needed in a future crisis made her feel very content. However, her initial system space was only 1 cubic meter. How much could that really hold? And when would it upgrade? As she thought about it, she remembered the survival novels she had read. Many of them described storage spaces as having floor areas, but they never said the upper space couldn't be used. If she could stack things, she could build more metal shelves and arrange everything neatly. That would work. Once she had the idea, she decided to act immediately. After making a few phone calls, it was time to pick up the pre-ordered meals from various shops. Even if she went to each one, she wouldn't finish collecting everything before midnight. So, Shenluo picked up her phone again. "Xiao Lu, this is Shenluo. I'd like to ask you for a favor." Agent Xiao Lu didn't expect that less than half an hour after parting with Shenluo, he would receive another call from her. "Miss Shen, just tell me what you need. Even if it's not 1 favor but 10, it's no problem," he said. Shenluo smiled and replied, "Actually, I'd like to ask you to help look after the warehouse. You know, I just rented it to store supplies for delivery to northern Shaanxi. But my company doesn't have enough people, so I need someone to help temporarily." Before she could finish, Xiao Lu had already made up his mind. Among all his clients, Shenluo was the only one who treated him with respect, and she had even given him a generous payment of 100,000 yuan. It would only be for about a month, so he decided to take it as a short break from his company job. He interrupted her gently, saying, "Miss Shen, I'm willing to help." Seeing how quickly he agreed, Shenluo felt genuinely happy. Thinking that she had once left some supplies for Xiao Lu before the world changed, she said, "Thank you, Xiao Lu. First, please find a few hardware stores that can make 200 iron shelves, each 5 meters long, 1 meter wide, and 10 meters high. The faster they can finish, the better. Tell them money isn't a problem. Speed is what matters. Second, every day from 8 in the morning to 5 in the afternoon, People will deliver supplies. You just need to sign for them and make sure everything is neatly arranged. These are all for the poor mountain areas in northern Shaanxi. The trucks will load the goods between 8 at night and 7 the next morning. You only need to handle the daytime work. Third, form a small meal delivery team. I'll send you the restaurant addresses later. After picking up the meals, bring them straight to the warehouse. The trucks will take them to the temporary construction teams at night. Xiao Lu let out a sigh of relief and said, "Don't worry, Miss Shen. I'll take care of everything. I'll start contacting people right away and make sure everything's ready by tonight." Hearing that, Shen Luo was delighted. "Thank you for your hard work," she said. After hanging up, Shen Luo took the supply list back to her SUV, thinking about her next steps. It was already 6 in the evening, and the city lights were glowing. She decided to stop by the supermarket to buy some food, since many wholesale markets didn't sell certain items. Pushing her gold-rimmed glasses up, Shen Luo grabbed a large shopping cart and walked into the brightly lit supermarket. Various snacks were tossed into the cart: potato chips, chocolate, biscuits, jelly, nuts, and juice. Anything Shen Luo saw, she put straight into the shopping cart. She even went to the fresh food section to buy lobsters, prawns, yellow croaker, and ribbonfish, foods that would be hard to find after the world changed. Pushing the full cart toward the checkout, Shen Luo drew many curious looks, but she didn't care. "Young lady, are you opening a shop?" an older woman asked. "No, ma'am," Shen Luo replied calmly. "Our boss is hosting a banquet tomorrow, so I'm here to buy food for it." The woman clicked her tongue. Rich people sure live differently. The cost of one family banquet could feed us ordinary folks for a year. Shen Luo just smiled and kept shopping. Whenever someone else asked, she gave the same answer: her boss's banquet. Soon, even she almost believed her own story. The cashier stared at the mountain of goods in surprise. It took nearly half an hour to finish checking everything out. Shen Luo smiled, handed over her bank card, and waited patiently. When the payment was done, the supermarket staff kindly helped carry the heavy bags to her SUV. After driving away, Shen Luo waved her hand, and most of the items disappeared from the car. She left a few things behind to make it look natural. She couldn't make it too obvious. The next day, Shen Luo sent the list of store names she had organized the night before to Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu was stunned. He hadn't expected her to order supplies from so many places. But he also understood Shen Luo trusted him enough to give him such an important task. He immediately got to work, contacting each store on the list, arranging teams to pick up the food, and sending everything to the warehouse. Throughout the process, Xiao Lu handled everything personally, making sure nothing went wrong. He knew this was a test. If he did well, Shen Luo would surely think of him first for future tasks. Sure enough, with Xiao Lu's hard work, all the supplies were delivered to the warehouse on time and neatly arranged. After making all the arrangements, Shen Luo started her car, left the hotel, and headed to her next destination, the wholesale market. At the wholesale market, Shen Luo felt completely in her element. She moved quickly between the stalls: 5,000 pounds of rice, 10,000 pounds of flour, 5,000 pounds each of cooking oil, peanut oil, and rapeseed oil. Anything she recognized or didn't recognize among the grains and oils, she bought without hesitation. After finishing in the grain and oil section, Shen Luo went to the food section. 10,000 pounds of pork, 10,000 pounds of beef, 10,000 pounds of lamb, and 5,000 pounds each of chicken, duck, and fish. In the vegetable section, she bought 10,000 pounds each of cucumbers, beans, cabbage, radishes, potatoes, tomatoes, and many others. Then she moved to the seasoning section, buying hundreds of pounds of various sauces and spices: cinnamon, star anise, Sichuan pepper, cloves, bay leaves, everything she could think of. She also ordered 100 boxes each of soy sauce, vinegar, cooking wine, and sauces. Instant noodles, compressed biscuits, sausages, and canned meat, 1,000 boxes of each. Next came the dried fruit section: red dates, walnuts, almonds, raisins, several thousand pounds of each. These would be rare treats and good sources of nutrition after the world changed. As she walked ahead, the market owners followed behind, eagerly promoting their products. Some even tried to sell her clothes and shoes from their relative shops. Seeing this, Shen Luo decided to buy some summer clothes, winter clothes, and warm wear. In times like these, fancy clothes didn't matter anymore. Practical ones like combat and sportswear were enough. The market owners were delighted by her generous purchases and offered her discounts with big smiles. Her buying spree caught the attention of a nearby cashier, who stared at her long receipt in shock, her mouth wide open. "Miss, with all these goods, are you opening a store?" The cashier couldn't help asking. Shen Luo's heart tightened, but she kept a calm expression and gave a polite smile. "Oh, I'm preparing for a company outdoor training event. You know how stressful work can be these days. The company wants everyone to relax and build some team spirit. Well, I'm in charge of purchasing now." As she spoke, she shook the work ID in her hand. Of course, it was fake. She had paid 500 yuan to have it made on the black market. In the photo, she wore a suit and looked serious, just like a real office worker. The shopkeeper's frown eased a little, and he nodded. "Oh, I see. No wonder you're buying so much. But these items aren't cheap. Your company must be spending quite a bit, right?" Shen Luo chuckled. "Oh, the company's rich. This is nothing. Besides, it's all for the employees' well-being. Totally worth it." With that clever excuse, Shen Luo managed to ease the shopkeeper's doubts. She gave her delivery address and agreed on a delivery time. Before leaving the wholesale market, she made a stop at a hardware store to buy some wire mesh, plastic sheets, and especially a nail gun with nails. In the early days of the apocalypse, these were the best tools for self-defense for people without special powers. Back in her car, Shen Luo started the engine and headed to her next destination. She casually placed the nail gun and nails into her storage space. Along with them, a coin also went in and instantly disappeared. What kind of amazing ability was this? The system could even absorb money? She tested it by tossing a 10 yuan bill into the space. The bill stayed there, perfectly fine. Then she tried another coin. It vanished again. Curious, Shen Luo examined the last coin in her hand and realized it was coated with silver. That's when she understood. The system liked gold and silver, but it swallowed them without giving any points. The discovery made her both excited and puzzled. Ding! A mechanical voice suddenly sounded in her mind, like a system notification. Host has added system energy, silver 0.005 grams. The host can upgrade space functions by adding more energy. What? This system is basically a money-eating beast, Shen Luo muttered. Still, despite her complaint, she couldn't help feeling thrilled. If the system could really upgrade by absorbing gold and silver, it would be a huge advantage for her. Determined to test it further, Shen Luo took out a silver necklace she rarely wore and carefully placed it into the system space. The silver necklace disappeared the moment it entered the space, as if it had been swallowed by the system. A mechanical voice sounded in her mind again. Ding! Host has successfully added 15 grams of energy silver. The host can use energy to upgrade the space functions. This time, the system not only gave a message but also clearly told Shen Luo the exact weight of the silver she had added. Shen Luo's heart stirred. She realized that this system space might be even more mysterious and complex than she had imagined. She decided to stop exploring it for now and focus on the task in front of her. Starting her car, she had just driven about 500 meters when she saw a large outdoor survival goods store by the roadside with a banner that read "Big Clearance Sale." Shen Luo parked her car and planned to buy some tents, sleeping bags, kayaks, inflatable boats, waterproof tarps, and other supplies. The shop owner was delighted to see a customer arrive just after he had put up the banner. He hurried forward and said, "Miss, we have great products here. Please take a look. What do you need?" As Shen Luo walked around, she noticed 2 outdoor tents displayed inside. She stopped and examined them carefully. The tents looked very sturdy, well-designed, and spacious, large enough for several people to rest inside. Shen Luo nodded with satisfaction and said to the shop owner, "I'll take both of these tents, and also give me 10 of your warmest and most durable sleeping bags." The shop owner's eyes lit up. He quickly nodded and said eagerly, "Of course. Please wait a moment, I'll get them for you right away." Shinluo continued browsing and saw some kayaks and inflatable boats. These would be very useful after the world changed, so she bought them all without hesitation. The shop owner couldn't stop smiling at her generous purchases, praising her for her good taste. He had been forced to hold this clearance sale because he urgently needed money for his mother's medical treatment. But as he watched Shinluo buy more and more, he began to feel uneasy. "Miss, honestly, camping gear doesn't need to be bought in such large quantities," he said hesitantly, still deciding to remind her. Shinluo smiled slightly and looked at the man in front of her. Because of his kind reminder, she felt a bit more goodwill toward him. He looked to be in his 30s, strong and well-built, with eyes that showed determination and courage. She said softly, "It's all right, boss. This is for our company's team event. After it's over, the items will be given to our employees as benefits." The shop owner, hearing that, didn't say much more and quickly helped Shinluo pack everything. After buying all the supplies, the owner personally helped her carry them to the car and even gave her some waterproof cloth made by the shop. Shinluo thanked him, started the car, and headed to her next stop. She knew there was still a lot to buy, so she had to hurry. On the way, Shinluo thought about what to get next. She decided to go to a pharmacy to buy common medicines and medical tools, things that would be very important after the world changed. With that in mind, she sped up toward the pharmacy. It was impossible to buy everything from just one store, so she had to visit several. In the following days, Shinluo spent her mornings buying medicine, her afternoons training in self-defense, and her evenings organizing supplies in the warehouse. She was so busy that every night she fell asleep the moment she returned to the hotel, but that's another story. By 7 in the evening, Shinluo hurried to the warehouse. Looking at the piles of goods, she felt a bit troubled. There was simply too much. How could a small 1 cubic meter storage space hold it all? She wondered if filling the space would earn her enough points to upgrade the system. Ding! A mechanical voice suddenly sounded in her mind, like a system notification. Item storage successful. 3,600 points added. Current total, 5,000 points. You may now upgrade to level 2 space. Shinluo's heart leapt. She hadn't expected her guess to be right, and to gain so many points at once. Even better, she now had enough to upgrade the storage space. Without hesitation, she chose to upgrade. The scene before her blurred, and the system space instantly expanded several times over, looking more stable and solid than before. Shinluo couldn't help but smile with joy. Ding! The mechanical voice sounded again in her mind. Host has successfully added energy to the construction system. The space function has been upgraded. It can now store more items, with a total capacity of 10 cubic meters. Item sorting and search functions have also been added. Shinluo's heart stirred. She imagined the items she wanted to find, and instantly, everything in the system space was neatly sorted and arranged. She could clearly see the name and quantity of each item. This discovery made Shinluo both excited and delighted. She knew that with this system space, her chances of survival in the apocalypse had greatly increased. Looking at the expanded space, Shinluo quickly stored everything from the warehouse inside, curious to see how many points she would earn this time. As expected, the mechanical voice sounded again. Host has successfully stored items. 5,600 points added. Current total, 6,200 points. Shinluo frowned slightly. Why didn't it say how many points I need for the next upgrade? This system is really not user-friendly, and it even takes my hard-earned points. What a greedy system. Please do not underestimate the system. The system is, of course, the most powerful one, came a proud mechanical voice. Shinluo froze. She hadn't expected the system to actually talk, and in such a proud tone. She couldn't help but complain in her mind, "Hey, you're way too full of yourself. Anyway, can you tell me how many points I need for the next upgrade?" The system was silent for a moment before replying, "Host, the next upgrade requires 10,000 points. Please keep working hard." Shinluo rolled her eyes. This system was really tricky. If it could talk, why hadn't it done so earlier? "Host, are you thinking that I'm mysterious? Actually, I've always been very modest. You just didn't notice, the system said proudly, as if reading her thoughts. Shin Luo sighed helplessly. All right then, proud system, I can see the sorted items and their quantities, but where's the search function? The system seemed to pause, as if thinking about how to explain. Then it said, host, you just need to think the word system store, and the search function will appear. It will automatically help you find the item you're looking for. Following the system's instructions, Shin Luo called out to the system store with her mind and, as expected, saw a search function appear. She tried typing in what she wanted, and the items in the system space instantly filtered themselves, placing the most relevant ones at the top. This discovery made Shin Luo even more excited. She actually had access to a system store of her own. Inside the store, 2 sections were lit up, one for survival exchanges and one for skill exchanges. Curious, Shin Luo opened the survival exchange section and saw a small thatched hut displayed there. Next to each item was a label showing how many points were needed to exchange for it. She was shocked to see that even a small thatched hut cost 10,000 points. Feeling a bit disheartened, Shin Luo closed the survival section and opened the skill exchange section instead. There were all kinds of skills: combat, survival, crafting, and even mysterious supernatural abilities. Each skill also had its required points listed beside it. Shin Luo's eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked through them, but her enthusiasm faded when she saw how many points were needed. A single fire-type ability cost 500,000 points, and a dual-type ability was an astonishing 1.5 million. Crafting skills were even more expensive, reaching up to 1 million points. After looking through everything, she found that the cheapest option was a combat skill, which still cost 100,000 points. Shin Luo quietly did the math. She only had a little over 6,000 points, far from enough to exchange for even one combat skill. With a sigh, she closed the system store. You really are a gold-eating beast, she muttered in her mind. With prices this high, when will I ever be able to afford anything? Although she complained, she knew that despite its flaws, the system was her greatest support right now. Host, don't be discouraged, the system said. There are 3 ways to upgrade the system space, and you've already discovered them. As long as you keep earning points, you'll soon be able to exchange for what you want. The road to earning points is long and quiet, Shin Luo sighed helplessly. As she drove toward the city, she kept thinking about what supplies she still needed to stock up on. Shin Luo glanced at the fuel gauge and saw that there wasn't much gasoline left, so she drove straight to the gas station. Luckily, she noticed it before running out completely. If she had waited a few more days, she would have realized too late that she had no gasoline stored, and finding more by then would have been nearly impossible. Excuse me, I'd like to buy some extra gasoline. Is there a limit here? She asked. The gas station attendant looked surprised, then shook his head. Miss, you must be joking. Of course there's a limit. Each car can only be filled once, and a person can buy up to 100 liters a day. Shin Luo frowned. 100 liters clearly wasn't enough for her needs. In a world on the edge of collapse, gasoline would become a rare resource. Without it, cars would be nothing but scrap metal. She had to find a way to store more. After thinking for a moment, she made a plan. Starting tomorrow, she would visit several gas stations to buy fuel little by little. It would take time, but it was better than nothing. Still, she needed a more reliable source. The attendant noticed that Shin Luo seemed serious. He walked closer and whispered, "You really want gasoline, don't you?" Shin Luo nodded, her eyes lighting up slightly. "Of course. Why would I lie? I truly need it." The attendant gave a secretive smile. "Then you've come to the right person. I might have a way for you to get some, but it'll cost more. And you'll have to buy in large amounts, at least around 100,000 yuan each time. Can you handle that?" Shin Luo's eyes flickered with thought. "Naturally. My boss wants to build a real-life go-kart track around the mountains. We need plenty of fuel to keep it running. We can handle even 1 million if needed." The attendant leaned closer and whispered a few words. After listening, Shin Luo took out a stack of cash from her bag and handed it to him. "This is the deposit. Once it's done, I'll pay the rest immediately." The attendant took the money, a greedy smile spreading across his face. Don't worry, miss. I'll take care of everything. Shen Luo nodded and turned to leave the gas station. She knew this move was risky, but in a world heading toward disaster, she had no other choice. As soon as she started the car, she felt a pair of eyes watching her from behind. Through the rearview mirror, Shen Luo glanced at the gas station but saw nothing unusual. Her heart tightened a little, and she felt uneasy. She decided not to eat outside and went straight back to the hotel, asking for room service to bring her 4 dishes and a soup. When she returned to her room, she put down her backpack and saw that the food had already arrived. She planned to take a shower before eating. But when she came out of the bathroom, she was stunned by what she saw. A completely black cat was eating her meal, enjoying it as if it were its own. When the cat noticed her, it only gave her a cold glance before continuing to eat. Shen Luo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She never thought she would meet such a bold cat. She tried to approach it and sat down on the sofa, but the cat acted as if she didn't exist, still focused on the food. Something about the cat caught her attention. Its eyes were bright and clever, almost like a little spirit. She couldn't help but say softly, "Hey, little one, that's my food. How did you even get into my room?" The black cat seemed to understand her. It looked up at her with those lively eyes, then lowered its head and kept eating. Shen Luo sighed helplessly. She didn't want to fight a cat over dinner, so she took out her phone to order more food. Just then, the cat suddenly stopped eating and stared straight at her. Then it jumped onto the sofa and stood in front of her, watching her order. Shen Luo froze for a moment, surprised by how fearless the cat was. She smiled helplessly and continued choosing her meal. When she was about to order from a Sichuan restaurant, the cat gently tapped her phone with its paw and added spicy crayfish to the order. 3 portions of it. Shen Luo couldn't help but laugh at the cat's confident actions. She never imagined a cat could be this smart, even picking its own food. "You want spicy crayfish?" she asked with a smile. The little black cat seemed to understand, and even nodded slightly, as if agreeing. "All right then," Shen Luo said with a laugh. "Since you want spicy crayfish so much, your kind big sister will treat you. Eat as much as you like." Then she placed the order for the dishes the cat had chosen. Shen Luo ordered 3 more portions, making it 6 servings of spicy crayfish in total. After placing the order, she looked at the black cat, curiosity rising in her heart. She asked carefully, "Little one, did you follow me home?" The black cat seemed amused by her words. It narrowed its eyes slightly, looked her up and down, then turned its head proudly, as if saying, "You just realized that?" Shen Luo couldn't help but laugh. She felt this cat was definitely not ordinary. Before long, the food arrived. Shen Luo opened the door to see 6 steaming boxes of spicy crayfish. She picked one up and handed it to the black cat. "Here, your crayfish is ready. Enjoy." The black cat sniffed the delicious smell, its eyes lighting up with excitement. It gracefully walked to the table, pressed a paw on the box, and began to eat. Shen Luo watched as the little black cat ate beside her. 1 person and 1 cat each devoured 3 boxes of spicy crayfish. Then they both slumped on the sofa, holding their full stomachs. Shen Luo thought that if the world really ended, having such a smart little black cat as a cooking partner wouldn't be bad at all. Thinking this, she turned to gently the cat's head and said softly, "Little black cat, would you like to stay with me? Be my family? The world will soon change, but if you're with me, I'll take good care of you." The black cat seemed to understand. It looked at her with bright eyes and meowed, as if saying, "I'd like that." Shen Luo's heart filled with warmth and joy. She truly felt that this cat understood her. "So, you'll live with me? We'll be the best partners in the new world, my family. I'm so happy. But I still don't know your name." The black cat brushed its fur with a paw, as if trying to tell her something. "Little Fur?" Shen Luo guessed. The silent black cat suddenly let out a loud meow, startling her, and gave her a look full of attitude. "Foolish woman, it's Black, Little Black, okay? What kind of name is Little Fur? Honestly." Shen Luo jumped at the sudden voice. "What? What was that? Another system? And it talks?" The voice continued, sounding exasperated. How can someone be this clueless? Always so easily scared. Little Black used his furry little paw to cover his forehead, looking both funny and adorable. Shinluo stared at the small black cat in front of her, hardly believing her ears. This cat could actually talk. And its voice sounded so proud. She asked carefully, "Was that you talking, Little Black?" Shinluo herself had been reborn and had even survived the end of the world, so a talking cat didn't seem that strange to her. The little black cat turned its head away proudly, ignoring her, as if saying, "Humph, I don't want to talk to a silly woman like you." Shinluo couldn't help but laugh at the cat's reaction. It was just too funny, calling itself the Great One. "So now you're acting all proud? Who are you calling a silly woman?" Shinluo said with a smile as she picked up Little Black and began to pet him. "You silly woman. How dare you touch me? Take your hands off." The little black cat struggled to escape from her arms. But being petted felt so comfortable that, after a bit of squirming, he simply lay down on Shinluo's lap and started to enjoy it. "You're ruining my dignity." "Ah." Little Black shut his eyes and pretended to faint, not wanting to lose his proud image in front of her. Shinluo looked at the cat pretending to be dead in her arms and burst out laughing. She hadn't expected this cat to be so amusing, clearly enjoying the attention, yet still trying to act proud. "All right, Little Black, stop fooling around," Shinluo said gently, patting his back. "I know you're a smart cat. From now on, we're family. I'll take good care of you, and you have to be good too, okay?" The little black cat seemed to understand her words. He opened his bright eyes and looked at her. "Fine, for your sake, I'll agree, just this once." Shinluo smiled, even more at his proud attitude. She knew this little black cat would become one of her most important companions in the days to come. Thinking of that, Shinluo decided to prepare a cozy little bed for him. Tonight, he could sleep on the big bed with her. After confirming the order, the store finally began shipping the goods. Once Shinluo finished the call and handled everything, he left the hotel with his black cat. On the 7th day, filled with curiosity and excitement, Shinluo drove to the villa area in the northern suburbs. He wondered if his villa had been completed according to the project plan and whether Brother Wang had finished early. Along the way, the black cat lay lazily on the passenger seat, occasionally half opening its eyes, as if enjoying the quiet and warmth. The car slowly drove up the hill behind the golf course, and from a distance, Shinluo could already see his villa. The exterior looked completely new. The once slightly old walls were now painted a deep gray, and all the windows were covered with privacy film. Even under the bright sun, the villa reflected no glare. This made Shinluo very satisfied. He parked in front of the villa, noticing the hidden security cameras and the bank-level security door that would be invisible to most people. The interior was even more impressive: solar panels, backup power generators, and hot water available all day. What surprised him most was that Brother Wang had even dug a well in the yard, a priceless resource in a post-apocalyptic world. Shinluo took the system tablet and changed the user password. Since Brother Wang had finished 3 days early, Shinluo painfully transferred 3 million yuan to him. After the transfer, he looked at his phone balance and felt a bit sad. Only 8,635 yuan remained. But when he looked at the carefully renovated villa, which would become his safe and cozy shelter in the apocalypse, money no longer seemed important. After all, when the world collapses and power fails everywhere, money will just be useless paper. Everything would have to start over. Still, he needed more funds to buy additional supplies. So Shinluo began collecting bonuses and discounts from various platforms, managing to gather over 3 million yuan. When he saw his balance grow from 4 digits to 7, he knew he had enough to buy fuel. As for the rest, he decided to handle it after gathering all the necessary materials. Shinluo wanted to see how that arrogant, gold-eating system of hers, her ultimate cheating tool, would deal with the person who had caused her death in her previous life. Carrying the little black cat, she walked into the villa and began planning her new life. She decided to plant some vegetables and fruit trees in the yard, especially apple trees, which she liked best. That way, even in the apocalypse, she would still have fresh food. The little black cat followed behind her, curiously exploring its new territory. Meanwhile, Shenluo busied herself in the garden, marking out areas for planting. The cat rolled around on the grass nearby, occasionally looking up at her with bright, curious eyes. Shenluo sipped her milk tea while crouching in the corner of the warehouse, tapping on her phone's calculator. Compressed biscuits, 1,200 boxes. Canned meat, 800 cans. Rice noodles, 500 boxes. Self-heating hot pots, 800 boxes. She looked up at the piles of supplies filling the warehouse and suddenly laughed. This isn't stockpiling. It's like I'm working for the United Nations Relief Program. Boss Shen, this is the last batch of flour, Xiao Lu said as he entered, holding a notebook. The towel around his neck was soaked with sweat. Shenluo tossed him a bottle of cold cola.
Good job.
Once we're done today, I'll give you a bonus. Xiao Lu opened the bottle and drank half of it in one go. As his throat moved, she noticed the new tan line on the back of his neck. Over the past month, he had been guarding the warehouse for her, and without him, she would have been overwhelmed. Boss Shen, what's the company doing, buying so much food and sending it out overnight? Xiao Lu wiped his mouth. His eyes showed confusion, but mostly fatigue. After all, in the world of the wealthy, a man like him, a rural worker with no degree or looks, could only rely on hard work to survive. Since working for Shenluo, earning 500 yuan a day with meals included, he wasn't foolish enough to question too much. Shenluo didn't answer. She smiled and pulled a stack of red bills from her backpack, actually taken from her system storage, and tossed them to him. Here's 100,000. Your bonus. Xiao Lu stared at the money in his hands, his throat tightening. Boss Shen, you already paid me. I can't take this. Take it, she said with a smile. You're not usually this hesitant. You've worked hard, and hard work deserves a reward. Oh, by the way, little Lu, where are you from? Little Lu smiled honestly and said, I'm from H City. It's not close here. It takes 2 days by bus to go home, and I also need half a day on the bus to reach my village. H City is quite far from S City. Besides your parents, is there anyone else in your family? Shenluo continued to ask. I have an older brother and a sister. My brother is married, and my sister-in-law is about to have a baby. She wants me to go back and see my nephew, little Lu replied. Shenluo nodded, thinking quietly. It's not easy for little Lu to come here alone to work. If he goes back now, there's still time, and he can stock up on supplies. It would also be good for the family to reunite, especially since the newborn baby is having a hard time finding formula in this tough world. S City has flights to H City. My sister will book a ticket for you soon, so you can go back and see your little nephew early. When little Lu heard this, his eyes lit up immediately, but then he looked sad again. Luo Jia, tickets are expensive. I can't afford it. Shenluo patted his shoulder and said, Don't worry, I'll pay for it. You've helped me so much. I can do this small favor. Plus, if you go back early, you can reunite with your family sooner, right? Little Lu was so touched that his eyes turned red. Luo Jia, you're so kind. I don't even know what to say. Shenluo smiled and shook her head. No need to say anything. Hurry up and pack your things. Later, I'll take you to the airport. After saying that, Shenluo started booking the flight on her phone. Little Lu busy packing his luggage nearby, feeling very grateful to Shenluo. The tickets were booked quickly. Shenluo took little Lu to the airport. She opened the trunk, which was filled with 8 boxes of formula milk, with 8 cans in each box, totaling 64 cans. Little Lu saw the full trunk of formula milk and was stunned. Little Lu, I don't have much to give my nephew, so I'm giving him some formula milk. I'll send it with you to check in, and you can take it with you after the flight. Also, when you get home, stock up on supplies, food, drinks, everything. The economy isn't good, and there are natural disasters happening around the world. It's always good to have some extra. If a disaster strikes, at least we have some stored food, right? Little Lou remembered the news he saw this morning. The Antarctic ice sheet melting at a record rate in one day, a sudden fire in the Amazon rainforest, and a rare tsunami hitting Pacific Island nations. Although confused, I still asked my question. Sister Shenluo, do you know something? Xiao Lu was worried that Shenluo might be upset, so he hurriedly said, I know I shouldn't ask, and you don't have to answer. Thank you, Sister Shenluo. Shenluo smiled and patted Xiao Lu's shoulder. As the old saying goes, wealth is not shown openly, riches are not flaunted, and words are not revealed by appearance. It's good that you understand this. Your sister can only help you so much. The rest of the road depends on you. Remember, no matter what happens, always protect yourself and your family. Xiao Lu didn't speak again, but a look of sadness was hard to hide in his eyes. Finally, it was time to board the plane. Xiao Lu carried his luggage and kept looking back as he walked into the security check. Shenluo stood outside, watching his figure disappear into the crowd. She knew that this might be the last time they saw each other. But at this moment, with the end of the world approaching, all she could do was this. Back at the warehouse, Shenluo looked at all the supplies. With a wave of her hand, she stored everything in her system space. She closed the warehouse door, planning to take Xiaohe back to the hotel. Shenluo decided to stay in the city with Xiaohe for 3 days, then return to the villa in the northern suburbs. Just as she arrived at the hotel, she saw chaos in the lobby. A man was lying on the ground, twitching constantly. People around him screamed in fear and backed away. Shenluo frowned and quickly protected Xiaohe in her arms, watching the surroundings carefully. Stupid woman, take your dirty hands away. I want to see, Xiaohe growled, blocking Shenluo's hand. A hotel staff member, dressed in uniform, stood nearby with a pale face, looking helpless. What happened? Shenluo asked calmly. The staff member trembled and answered, He stopped here, and then suddenly collapsed. I don't know what happened. Shenluo stepped forward and crouched down to check the man. The man's eyes were tightly closed, foam was coming from his mouth, and his whole body was convulsing, showing signs of poisoning. This man's death was the trigger for the end of the world. Rumor had it that hospitals were filled with casualties, many turning into zombies. Thinking of this, Shenluo decided to leave the hotel quickly. She packed her things and took the little black cat back to her villa in the northern suburbs. That was truly her safe place. Little Black, we need to pack up and go home. It's no longer safe here. Silly woman, is he just sick? It's so late. Are you sure we should walk back in the dark tonight? Little Black lazily sat on the bed, licking his paws. You silly cat, I'm worried the lobby might have bacteria too. What if I get infected? Shenluo put down her things, lay on the bed, and snuggled next to Little Black. Ugh, such a useless teammate. I really can't rely on you. Little Black rolled his eyes and kept licking his paws. You little thing, how dare you complain about me? Shenluo said, then picked up Little Black and gave him a flurry of kisses on his head. Stop it. Let me go, you silly woman. Little Black waved his paws, trying to push Shenluo away from his face. Shenluo was still happy about petting the cat when suddenly she heard a deep male voice. Let go of me, you silly woman. How dare you disrespect me? Startled, Shenluo immediately released her hold. She noticed that Little Black's head seemed to have grown larger. The small black cat in front of her disappeared. Instead, a huge, sleek black panther with muscular lines, shining green eyes that sparkled with a mysterious and commanding light, and shiny, hard fur appeared before her. Shenluo's eyes widened in shock. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. The tiny black cat she had been cuddling just moments ago had transformed into a majestic black panther, occupying half her bed. She was lying in a seductive pose in the panther's embrace. Her heart pounded faster. Nervously, she swallowed and tried to get up, but her legs felt weak and unsteady.
Who are you?
Where is Little Black? Shinluo asked, trembling, her eyes fixed tightly on the Black Panther, afraid it might suddenly pounce. I am the true form of Little Black. This is just my original shape, the Black Panther said, lifting its chin slightly, with a tone of disdain and authority. Hearing this, Shinluo was deeply shocked. She didn't expect Little Black to be so powerful. She tried to stay calm and think about how to handle the situation.
Why?
Why did you suddenly change like this? Shinluo asked cautiously, trying to learn more. It's all because of you, you foolish woman, the Black Panther snorted, with a hint of blame in its eyes. If you hadn't used your silly mouth to flirt with me, I wouldn't have shown my true form. Hearing this, Shinluo struggled to free herself from the Black Panther and rolled her eyes at Little Black. Hey, don't act innocent now. If you had told me earlier, I wouldn't have dared to kiss that ugly face of yours, full of hair. Do you think I like that? And what are you going to do now? Stay like this? Turn back or not? What should I do? Of course, I will settle accounts with you, the Black Panther said, opening its bloody mouth to reveal sharp fangs, lunging toward Shinluo. Shinluo screamed in fear, closing her eyes and waiting for her fate. But the pain she expected didn't come. Instead, she felt a strong force lift her up. Soon after, she heard Little Black's slightly teasing voice. Forget it. Since you've been feeding me so diligently, I won't argue with you, you foolish woman. But remember, without my permission, you are not allowed to flirt with me again. Are you? Really, Little Black? Shinluo asked cautiously. The Black Panther arrogantly turned its head away, ignoring her. Shinluo sighed helplessly. She knew this proud Black Panther was indeed her Little Black. Little Black, from now on, I will rely on you, Shinluo said, hugging Little Black tightly as she gently patted its head. Surprisingly, the Black Panther didn't resist. Instead, it lowered its head obediently, allowing Shinluo to pet it, looking quite content. You foolish woman, my true form can only last 4 hours. After 4 hours, I will transform into a black cat to continue my training in this world. I don't know what you're so excited about. Only able to last 4 hours? And you said you're here to train in this world. Where are you from? Why do you need to train? Are you some kind of prince from a storybook or something? Once Shinluo started talking, she couldn't stop, like a flood breaking through a dam. The Black Panther, also called Little Black, rolled its eyes helplessly. It didn't expect this woman to have so many questions. Stop, you silly woman. Why are there so many questions? You've asked so many. Which one do you want me to answer first? Little Black interrupted Shinluo, sounding a bit serious and proud. Shinluo was amused by Little Black's words. She didn't expect this Black Panther to be so funny. She patted Little Black's head and said, Okay, I won't ask anymore. Just tell me your story. Little Black nodded happily and began to explain where it came from. I am a spiritual beast from another world. When we turn 14, we go out to train for 4 years to complete our tasks in this different world. We can only return to our world after we are adults. Shinluo listened, wide-eyed. She didn't expect Little Black to have such a mysterious background. What is your training task? Shinluo asked curiously. It's to help those with fate overcome difficulties and gather good deeds, Little Black said. And you are the chosen person with fate for me. Shinluo's heart moved. She remembered her rebirth and the appearance of the system. Could all of this be because of Little Black's existence? Why did you hide your identity before and not tell me? Shinluo asked again. Isn't it because you're too stupid? If you knew my true identity, you'd probably be scared to death, Little Black said with a dismissive look. Shinluo was so angry, she clenched her teeth. Now you're telling me all this. Aren't you afraid you'll scare me to death? Shinluo retorted. It's different now. You already know the secrets of the end times, and this system has recognized you as its master. So, there's no problem showing you my true form, Little Black replied. Hearing this, Shinluo's heart moved slightly. She didn't expect Little Black to say that. What about the system you mentioned before? What's your relationship with it? Shinluo asked cautiously, wanting to learn more about Little Black and the system. Actually, Shinluo wanted to ask why a system would be designed so complicatedly, requiring so many points. Clearly, it was given to her as a cheat device, so why not make it more user-friendly? And what about fate? It should be called being chosen by heaven, not just destined workers. Little Black squinted slightly, looked Shinluo up and down, then slowly spoke. This system was created by the spiritual beast clan from another world to help those with fate get through tough times. I, myself, am the system's guardian, responsible for staying close to the chosen person and keeping them safe. Shinluo was stunned. She didn't expect Little Black and the system to have such a deep connection. She also realized that her rebirth and gaining the system were all because of Little Black's existence. Why didn't you tell me before? Shinluo asked, with a hint of blame in her eyes. Little Black chuckled, with a hint of cleverness. It's different now. You know the secrets of the end times and have gained the system's approval. So, there's no big deal in letting you know these things now. Why did you choose me? Shinluo was very curious. She thought maybe it was because heaven saw her suffering and kindly let her be reborn. But it turned out to be related to Little Black. Silly woman. Why are there so many reasons? Little Black, proud, lay on the bed, squinting at Shinluo. Forget it. I'm not that useful to you anyway. After all, your system is a money-eating beast, and I'm just a worker. I have to work hard to get what I want. And I have to painfully support you, feeding you well every day. It's actually you who's making the profit, understand? Shinluo also lazily lay on the bed beside Little Black. Humph, silly woman. With your mediocre skills, I'll have to protect you in the future, Little Black said disdainfully, turning up her nose. Hearing this, Shinluo felt a little touched but also stubborn. Humph, you better protect me well, or I might just hand my life over to you. Little Black turned her head proudly, ignoring Shinluo's teasing. Shinluo looked at her and couldn't help but smile. She found that this proud Black Panther, though mouthy, was actually very kind-hearted deep down. At that moment, Shinluo's phone suddenly rang. She picked it up and saw it was a message from the system. Ding! A system notification suddenly sounded in her mind. The host currently has 258,677 points. The current space capacity is 100 cubic meters with a level 3 space. To upgrade to a level 4 system space, do you want to upgrade? Shinluo put away her smile and looked serious. Relying on supplies, the system was barely upgraded to level 3 because the points needed for exchange items were too many. Since upgrading to level 3, she hadn't opened the system shop again. She glanced at the lazy, proud big cat lying beside her. Despite being stubborn, it was soft-hearted and constantly reminded her that there was a system mall. Shinluo opened the system mall and clicked on the skill exchange area. There were 4 options: fighting, survival, crafting, and supernatural abilities. Currently, she could only exchange for fighting skills. The apocalypse is coming, just like Xiaohei said. Her basic fighting skills were just learned recently. In the apocalypse, she wouldn't survive more than 3 days if she went out. To enjoy a zero-cost shopping experience early in the apocalypse, she decisively chose fighting skills. Ding, the system sounded again. The system said, "Host, do you want exchange for fighting skills? It costs 100,000 points. Do you want to buy it?" Yes. To survive, she had to buy it even if it hurt. If someone came to rob her, her basic skills wouldn't be enough to fight back. Congratulations! You have successfully exchanged for level 1 fighting skills. Upgrading to level 2 requires 200,000 points. Please keep earning points. The system sounded again.
What?
This is only level 1 fighting skills. Shinluo couldn't believe her ears. What kind of nonsense was this? It felt like they wanted to drain every point she had. Yes, fighting skills are divided into 3 levels. You currently have level 1, which is basic fighting skills, including martial arts like military boxing, fighting, sparring, and Wing Chun. So, host, exchanging for fighting skills is the most cost-effective. The system is honest. Listening to the system's explanation, Shinluo's mouth twitched slightly. Alright, you win. She didn't expect that exchanging for fighting skills had so many details. But since she had already exchanged, she decided to make good use of it. Do you want to learn fighting skills immediately? Of course I want to learn since I bought it. How else can I protect my guardian, Xiaohei? The system replied. The host has not purchased territory and cannot learn fighting skills. A mechanical voice system sounded. Shenluo almost spat out her old blood. She didn't expect that unlocking a fighting skill would have so many restrictions. What? Do I have to buy a territory to learn? Little Black, can you make the system more user-friendly? Shenluo muttered in dissatisfaction. Foolish woman, these are all necessary purchases. Stop fussing and making noise. Little Black sneered, still speaking harshly. At this moment, Shenluo really wanted to go up and slap this Little Black. Yes, host. The fighting skill must be learned within the territory to ensure your safety, the system explained. Shenluo sighed helplessly. It seems she has to buy it, whether she wants to or not. Buy, I must buy. I'll get that thatched hut. It's only 10,000 points. I can afford it. Shenluo clenched her teeth and exchanged for a territory, a simple thatched hut. Ding, the system chimed again. Congratulations. The host has successfully exchanged for a thatched hut in the territory. It has been automatically placed in the system space. Would you like to enter the territory now to learn fighting skills? What? A thatched hut in the space? Yes, host. This thatched hut is a product of the space, so it can only be used within the space. The daily usage time is 1 hour. Hearing the system's explanation, Shenluo couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. She originally thought that once she exchanged for the fighting skill, she could learn it immediately. She didn't expect so many restrictions. But since she had already come this far, she could only grit her teeth and continue. Alright, I will immediately enter the territory to learn the fighting skill, Shenluo said helplessly. As soon as she finished speaking, Shenluo felt a sudden darkness before her eyes. When she opened them again, she was inside a simple thatched hut. The interior was plain, with only a wooden bed and a wooden table. A faint grassy scent filled the air, making her feel calm. Shenluo walked to the bed, sat cross-legged, and began to learn the fighting skill according to the system's instructions. She saw her hands moving quickly in the air, fists whistling as if they could tear the air apart. Time passed second by second. Shenluo was immersed in learning the fighting skill, completely forgetting the passage of time. It wasn't until the system's notification sounded again that she snapped out of her training. Congratulations, the host has successfully learned level 1 fighting skills. Current fighting skill level, beginner. Shenluo stood up, stretched her muscles, and felt her whole body filled with strength. She began silently recalling the fighting techniques taught by the system: powerful military boxing, flexible martial arts, practical sanda, quick and precise Wing Chun. Various fighting styles blended into vivid images in her mind. She couldn't help but throw a punch, which cut through the air with a whistling sound. Hee, this fighting skill is really good, Shenluo nodded with satisfaction. At this moment, Xiaohei came in from outside. Seeing Shenluo's expression, he couldn't help but sneer. So? Am I impressive? This fighting skill was carefully selected by my system, Xiaohei said proudly. Shenluo rolled her eyes at Xiaohei and said irritably, Impressive? Not really. I had to spend points to buy it. But honestly, this fighting skill is quite useful. But with your small frame, you're still pretty weak. Xiaohei circled around Shenluo, examining her from top to bottom, with a hint of criticism in his eyes. Shenluo felt a bit uncomfortable under Xiaohei's gaze. She dusted herself off and said, Hey, who are you calling weak? I just finished learning the fighting skill. Don't look down on me. Hearing this, Xiaohei scoffed disdainfully. With your small body, if you really face danger, you'll still need me to protect you. The host can upgrade the thatched cottage to get spiritual spring water. Drinking the spring water can strengthen the body. Then you won't be a weakling anymore. The system's voice echoed in Shenluo's mind. Hearing the system, Shenluo clenched her teeth. If she could see and touch the system, she probably would have already beaten it into submission. Gold-eating beast, you just said the house can be upgraded? Why didn't you mention this when I bought it? Are you trying to make me spend more points? Well, host, our system has principles. We can only say what we should and can't say what we shouldn't. Do you want to upgrade the thatched cottage? It costs 50,000 points. Shenluo was so angry she clenched her fists. She waved her fists and said, "Yes, yes, yes. For that spiritual spring water, I accept it. I must upgrade. Congratulations, host. You have successfully paid 50,000 points to upgrade the thatched cottage to level 2. A small courtyard and a room have been added. You can access the space cottage for 2 hours each day." Shenluo listened to the system's notification and saw that there was now an extra room in the space. When she opened the door, she found it was a bathroom, thoughtfully equipped with a shower. It was very simple and minimalistic. Eagerly, she stepped out of the thatched cottage and saw a small yard with a tiny pond. Seeing this scene, Shenluo frowned and pointed at the small pond on the ground. "You call this a spiritual spring? Toad, you're fooling me again." Black, the little black creature, also came out of the small house and gently pawed at the water in the pond. "Foolish woman, you don't understand. The mystery of the spiritual spring water can only be known if you drink it," Black explained. "Just a little bit, and you're using your broken claws to mess around." Shenluo pushed Black aside, squatted down carefully, and took a small handful of water to drink. Suddenly, a cool feeling spread through her body, as if all her fatigue was swept away. Shenluo was surprised and widened her eyes. She didn't expect this spiritual spring water to have such magical effects. This spiritual spring water is so amazing," Shenluo exclaimed in surprise. Black looked at Shenluo's amazed expression and proudly lifted his chin. "See? I wasn't wrong. This spring water is good stuff. You should cherish it." "I want to cherish it, but look, there's no water left." Shenluo pointed at the empty stone basin that used to be the spring. "Host, don't worry. The spiritual spring produces a cup of water automatically every day, enough for use." The system's voice echoed in Shenluo's mind. "All right, what can I do? I want a little more now, but there's none. By the way, Toad, when I enter the space, is it my consciousness that enters, or does my body go into?" Shenluo suddenly thought of this question. If only her consciousness entered the space, she would need to be extra careful in the apocalypse, or she might get eaten by zombies without even knowing. "Host, it's your consciousness that enters the space. When you have your own territory, you can enter the space anytime and the worries will be gone." "What is my own territory?" Shenluo quickly caught the word territory mentioned by the system. The system stopped speaking, as if deliberately teasing her. Feeling helpless, Shenluo looked at Little Black, hoping for some answers. Little Black looked at Shenluo's eager eyes and slightly smiled, seeming to enjoy being needed. It cleared its throat and slowly said, "The so-called territory is you." "Ha ha ha, silly woman. Of course, I can't tell you now. The time isn't right." Shenluo was so angry she stomped her feet. She didn't expect the system and Little Black to be such a strange team, deliberately trying to make her anxious. Seeing Shenluo's reaction, Little Black couldn't help but laugh a little. "Actually, you don't need to rush. When the time is right, you will naturally know about the territory," Little Black said. Okay, the time isn't right, the time isn't right." Shenluo hadn't finished speaking when her eyes brightened. She looked up at the hotel ceiling, while Little Black still lay beside her. "Is it already 2 hours? Beast of Gold, can we discuss this? When the time comes, can you remind me? Why did you just throw me out of the space? Don't I have any dignity?" Shenluo complained as she sat up from the bed. Little Black lazily yawned, seeming not to care about her complaints. Forget it. Since you performed well today, I won't argue with you." Shenluo comforted herself, while also thinking about what to do next. She looked at her phone and saw it was already 2 a.m. outside the hotel. Neon lights flickered, and cars moved in a busy flow. There are 6 days left before the end of the world. She wondered if, after 6 days, the city's noise and prosperity would disappear forever. The order of survival would collapse, human nature would struggle in despair, everything would become cruel and cold, and humans would enter a new way of life. The next day, Shenluo woke up holding Little Black, looking at the sunlight outside. A strange feeling welled up in her heart. The apocalypse was coming, and she wanted to enjoy the rare peace and warmth in these last moments. Little Black, do you think we can really survive? Shinluo stroked Little Black's soft fur, her eyes filled with a hint of confusion. Black seems to sense Shinluo's emotions. It lifts its head and looks at her with deep eyes, as if comforting her. Silly woman, I am here. What are you afraid of? Shinluo laughs at Black's words. She gently pats its head and says, All right, you're the best. With Black here, we will live a long life. Silly woman, I want to take a bath now. I got your spit all over me. It's so dirty, Black says dismissively, then struggles free from Shinluo's arms and jumps onto the floor. Black walks proudly and gracefully jumps into the bathtub. Seeing Black, Shinluo can't help but smile. Humph, you're complaining about me now. Who was hiding in bed this morning and refusing to get up. Enough, you silly woman.
How dare you judge me?
Do you believe I could slap you to death and send you to the afterlife? Before Black finishes speaking, it suddenly trembles all over, closes its eyes tightly, as if struck by a huge force. Shinluo is startled and quickly runs to the bathtub, asking with concern, Black, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? But Black doesn't answer. It just stays in that position, motionless. Shinluo feels very anxious. She doesn't know what happened to Black or how to help it. At that moment, a system voice sounds in Shinluo's mind. Host, don't worry. Black is receiving a transfer of power from another world. This is a necessary step for it as a spiritual pet. Once the transfer is complete, its strength will greatly increase. Hearing the system, Shinluo's anxiety eases a little. She stands by the bathtub, quietly watching Black, waiting for it to wake up. Time passes slowly. After a while, Black finally opens its eyes. Its eyes become brighter, and it radiates a strong aura. Shinluo can feel that Black's current strength has far surpassed before. Black, you're awake, Shinluo exclaims excitedly. Black stands up from the bathtub, shakes off the water, and looks at Shinluo proudly. Silly woman, I didn't die. Why are you shouting? Shinluo is momentarily speechless. She says irritably, I was just worried about you. You ungrateful thing. When Xiaohei heard this, a slight smile appeared at the corner of its mouth, seeming proud of Shinluo's concern. But have you thought about this? If bad people find out who has stored supplies, won't that make them even more dangerous? Shinluo sighed and said, Many people are selfish, but there are also kind ones. If I can help them prepare a little more, maybe more people will survive. Xiaohei was silent for a moment before speaking again. All right, if that's what you want, then go ahead. But be careful, don't put yourself in danger. Shinluo nodded, already having a plan in mind. She decided to post some vague messages online to warn people to prepare, but she wouldn't say too much to avoid causing panic. Without delay, Shinluo turned on her computer and started editing the message. She carefully chose each word, worried about causing unnecessary trouble. Meanwhile, Xiaohei sat on the windowsill, looking out at the city outside with a complex expression. Shinluo worked for several hours until she finished the message. She checked it carefully, making sure there were no mistakes, then posted it online. The message quickly caught people's attention. Many left comments and discussions, some confused, others started taking action and gathering supplies. Watching the comments, Shinluo felt a mix of emotions. She wasn't sure if her approach was right, but she knew she had to do her best to help those who might need it. As night fell, Shinluo lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. She thought about all the possible scenarios after the end of the world, feeling anxious inside. Shinluo gently patted the little black cat's head and said, The news says that the man has been infected with the virus. Maybe the hotel will be closed tomorrow. Let's go back to the villa now. This place is too unsafe. If we can't get out, we'll be trapped here, and that would be a problem. The black cat heard this, jumped down from the windowsill, and walked over to Shinluo. It gently pawed her leg, as if comforting her. Silly woman, don't be afraid. With me here, nothing will happen to you, the black cat said confidently, but a hint of worry flickered in its eyes. Shinluo looked at the black cat and felt a warm feeling inside. She knew that although the black cat was usually stubborn, it always stood by her when it mattered most. Yes, let's go back now, Shinluo said, beginning to pack her things. The black cat helped by using its quick paws to put small items into her bag. Soon, they finished packing. Shinluo hugged the black cat and left the hotel room. The corridor was quiet, only their footsteps echoed. Shinluo carried the black cat and hurried toward the elevator. At the elevator, she pressed the button to go down. Soon, the elevator doors opened slowly. Inside, there were 2 men and 2 women. Suddenly, one man collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth, convulsing as if he was about to turn into a zombie. The other 3 inside the elevator were shocked and panicked, quickly stepping back. Shinluo was startled. She didn't expect the second person to show symptoms so quickly. She hurriedly protected the black cat in her arms and looked cautiously at the man on the floor. The man struggled for a few moments and then stopped moving. One of the people inside the elevator quickly called the hotel front desk for help. We should go back to our room, the black cat whispered in Shinluo's ear. Shinluo nodded. Before anyone noticed her, she quietly retreated and quickly returned to her room. Once inside, she immediately locked the door and leaned against it, gasping for breath. Black cat, do you think that person just now has already turned into a zombie? Shinluo asked, still trembling. Black jumped out of Shinluo's arms and walked to the window. He looked outside and then said, "It seems I was right. He's worse than the previous man. In 24 hours, he will turn into a zombie. I wonder how many people he's come into contact with on the road." Those feelings. He walked over to her, gently patted her leg with his paw, as if trying to comfort her. "Foolish woman, don't be afraid. I'm here. We will wait until everyone is asleep before we leave," Shinluo said, holding Black in her arms and curling up on the sofa. Time passed second by second. The noise outside gradually faded. She went to the window and looked at the city outside. The neon lights still flickered, but Shinluo felt that everything seemed less real. "Black, let's go," Shinluo whispered. Black jumped out of Shinluo's arms and walked to the door. He gently pushed it open with his paw. Shinluo held Black carefully and tiptoed out of the room, walking down the corridor toward the elevator. The corridor was very quiet, only their footsteps echoing. When they reached the elevator, Shinluo pressed the button to go down. Soon, a person and a cat arrived at the parking lot. Shinluo quickly found her car, opened the trunk, and put her luggage inside. Then she held Black and got into the driver's seat, starting the car. The car drove out of the parking lot and into the night. Shinluo held the steering wheel tightly, her eyes fixed ahead with determination. She drove carefully all the way, afraid of any accidents. Black curled up in her arms, closing his eyes as if he didn't care about the coming disaster. After more than an hour of driving, Shinluo finally returned to the villa. She parked the car, carried Black inside. The villa was very quiet, only their footsteps echoing. "Black, we're home," Shinluo said, placing Black on the sofa. She collapsed beside him. Lying on the sofa, Shinluo looked at the ceiling, feeling a mix of emotions. "Black, I'm so tired. I don't want to move. Just let me stay on the sofa forever." "You foolish woman, what will you do without me?" Little Black said, then jumped onto the coffee table, opened the tablet, and activated the villa's system. "See, I told you Little Black is the best. If only you could cook, then I could just lie around and wait for you to feed me." She shook off her bad mood and cheered up again. Hearing this, Little Black's mouth curled into a slight smile, showing a proud look. "Huh, you want me to cook for you? Dream on. In dreams, everything you want is there." I can satisfy you. Tisich, I knew I couldn't rely on you. It's too late today, so we'll just eat something simple. But tomorrow, I promise to make you delicious food. After saying that, Shenluo took out 2 boxes of instant noodles from the system space and placed them on the coffee table. Just a quick snack, huh? Do you have to be so mean to the cat? Not even a piece of meat for me? The system has so many things prepared. Is it planning to grow fur? Little Black bared its teeth in dissatisfaction. You greedy cat. Fine. This fairy will be merciful and add some ham sausage for you. Shenluo looked at Little Black's funny expression and couldn't help but laugh. She opened the instant noodles, poured in hot water, then picked up her phone to check the latest news. After Shenluo left the hotel, chaos broke out again in the lobby. At the same time, several people with symptoms appeared, all from the same travel group that the man was in. Some netizens, eager for views, even followed all the way to the hospital. Seeing this, Shenluo turned off her phone, thinking that tomorrow morning's news would probably cover this incident. She wondered how Huaguo would respond to this virus event. After dinner, Shenluo was very tired and didn't want to take a shower. She decided to rest on the sofa in the living room. Little Black helplessly patted Shenluo, muttering in his mind that she was not only foolish but also lazy. Little Black didn't want to bother with Shenluo anymore. Just as he was about to leave and return to his cozy little nest, Shenluo suddenly grabbed him, held him in her arms, and fell into a deep sleep on the sofa. The next morning, the news reported that the hospital where the man was staying had begun to enforce quarantine. The hotel, shopping malls, tourist spots, and other public places he rented had all been closed. Everyone who had direct or indirect contact with the travel group was ordered to stay at home and not go out. Seeing these reports, Shenluo's mood grew even heavier. Unbeknownst to her, the southern district of S City was already in chaos. People rushed into the supermarket to buy goods, fearing they might be quarantined at home next. The shelves were emptied quickly, and even usually ignored items like instant noodles and bottled water became hot commodities. Shenluo watched the chaotic scenes on TV and felt uneasy. She realized that this sudden crisis might be more serious than she had thought. Little Black moved in Shenluo's arms, seeming to sense her tension. At that moment, Shenluo's phone suddenly rang. She glanced at the screen. It's Su Binghan. After a moment of hesitation, she answered the call. Hello, Shenluo said nervously. Baby Luo, it's me, Anen, came Su Binghan's voice from the phone. Hearing Su Binghan's voice, Shenluo almost felt sick. She wondered how she ever liked him and how they could have such unpleasant conversations. And why are you calling me? Shenluo asked, surprised. Luo, I heard about the situation in City S. I was so worried. I saw the news and called you right away. How are you now? Su Binghan asked with concern. Shenluo thought to herself. She didn't expect Su Binghan to still be acting so sentimental at this time. She took a deep breath, sighed, and said, I'm fine, but there's no food at home. No one is delivering takeout now. I really don't know what to do next. And then, what do you think I should do? Su Binghan saw this as a perfect opportunity and thought maybe he could stay at Su Luo's house. Luo, you're the bravest baby I know. I won't be back in City S for 3 days. I'll send you a big red envelope. How about we buy some food at the supermarket downstairs? You shouldn't go hungry, right? Su Binghan felt a bit distressed just thinking about sending money to Su Luo. A red envelope? Shenluo's eyes lit up. No, Anen, I'm scared, she replied. Little Black listened to Shenluo's disgusting words and almost vomited. Go Luo, look, it's just a partial lockdown. The supermarket still has supplies. If you don't go now, everything might run out later. Su Binghan coaxed, while transferring 100,000 yuan to Shenluo. Shenluo looked at the transfer notification on her phone and nodded happily, saying, All right, and I'm heading to the supermarket now. She saw another 10,000 yuan deposit and smiled with her eyes squinting. Little Black, what do you think? We're in the northern suburbs now. How about we buy some food at the supermarket? Big lobsters, crab buns, salmon, and so on. If we don't get something good, I feel a bit guilty about this red envelope. Foolish woman, you're finally being smart. But next time, Don't make that cute little voice. It almost scared me to death. Little Black jumped onto Shen Luo's lap. Shen Luo gently patted Little Black's head and said, "Got it, Lord Little Black. Next time, I'll be more careful." After that, Shen Luo and Little Black went to the nearby supermarket for a big shopping trip. As soon as they entered, they saw the store was already crowded with people rushing to buy food and daily necessities. The shelves had just been restocked, but they were quickly emptied again. The store staff were exhausted, unable to lift their arms. Some customers even tried to take entire boxes of goods directly from the shelves. Seeing this scene, Shen Luo frowned but still pulled Little Black into the crowd, heading straight to the seafood section. Because of the high prices, many people prefer to spend their money on essentials rather than expensive seafood like lobsters or salmon. So, naturally, they didn't buy these costly items. Shen Luo thought she should stay low-key and blend in with everyone else, or she might stand out too much. Since she was here, she decided to buy instant hot pot, canned meat, instant noodles, frozen dumplings, buns, and shumai, about 10 boxes of each, buying as much as she could. After a hard fight, Shen Luo finally gathered all the things she needed. She looked at her full shopping cart, nodded with satisfaction, and took 2 hours to check out and leave the supermarket. She checked her phone and saw she still had over 200,000 yuan. But then she thought, with the apocalypse coming, all this money would eventually become worthless paper. In the early days of the disaster, people still traded with cash to exchange for supplies. Those without cash used gold and silver jewelry for barter. Shen Luo turned the steering wheel to change direction, almost throwing Little Black from the passenger seat onto the windshield. Seeing Little Black's surprised expression, Shen Luo burst into laughter. Shen Luo was driving while putting the freshly bought seafood into his face. Since it was seafood, it would spoil quickly if left out without water for a long time. After withdrawing all the money from 5 different bank ATMs, Shen Luo returned to his villa in the northern suburbs. He then placed the ingredients he had bought over the past few days into the fridge. If someone visited, the food in the fridge could be considered his stockpiled supplies, which would help him handle visitors without attracting too much attention. Shen Luo organized the groceries and started preparing to cook. He arranged salmon, crab, and lobster. While humming a tune, Shen Luo skillfully handled the seafood. The kitchen was filled with a tempting aroma, causing Xiaohei to circle around Shen Luo repeatedly, occasionally reaching out a paw to try to steal some food. "Xiaohei, you're an adult now. Can you be a bit more reserved? I haven't even washed my hands. Once I finish, you'll have plenty to eat," Shen Luo said with a smile, patting Xiaohei's head before continuing his work. Soon, a delicious seafood feast was ready. Shen Luo opened his phone to check the latest updates about the man and to see how the hotel was doing. He and Xiaohei ate while browsing the latest news. Online, people were talking anxiously and with concern. "Did you hear? The biggest hotel in the southern district had an incident. They say a virus was involved." "Yes, my dear works there. Luckily, she's on vacation now. Otherwise, she'd be quarantined inside." "Yeah, I saw it too. The police have set up a perimeter around the hotel." "Wow, I hope it's not like in the movies, turning into zombies or something. No idea how they're going to handle this. I'm quarantined in the hotel, not allowed to go online or outside. They only give us a set amount of water and boxed meals each day. I've been sneaking online. Oh my god, I already miss my fried chicken, grilled skewers, and snail noodles. You're quarantined but can go online? Tell the person upstairs to give us a live stream. Why should I? It's safer in my room. Yeah, upstairs, do a live stream so we can see what's really going on." "What? I won't do it. My room is much safer. What if I also get infected with the virus? You should go yourself. Upstairs, are you a troll? Spreading false rumors online just to get attention. Yeah, if you go, my brother will give you a big gift. I'll also give you a gift, but you have to let us see the real situation. You're too much. Sniffle, sniffle. Haha, I knew she was a troll, and you still didn't believe me. If I go, what will you do if you don't give me a gift? If you call me a troll, what about you? Come on, start a live stream. If your scene is really a hotel, and there's a hotel sign inside, I'll give you a gift."
How about that?
Finally, encouraged by everyone, someone actually started a live stream. When viewers saw the real scene, They flooded the chat with comments. Wow, it's really a hotel. There are warning lines outside and medical staff in protective suits. Yeah, those medical workers are even holding guns. What's going on? Why are they holding guns? Upstairs, you haven't watched zombie movies, right? At times like this, how can you not have guns? Hey, upstairs, don't talk nonsense. Our city is a law-abiding society. It's not as exaggerated as you say. Exactly. Don't spread panic. In the live chat, viewers argued loudly. The person who started the stream saw all the comments and felt a bit nervous. He just wanted to get some views but didn't expect things to get so big. Everyone, stop arguing. I just started a casual live stream to show the real situation. If you want to know more, follow the official website. Yes, everyone stop fighting. Let's wait for official news. Under everyone's persuasion, the atmosphere in the live stream gradually calmed down. Shinluo exited the stream, feeling uneasy for a long time. Although she had experienced the apocalypse in her previous life, waiting for it in this life still made her nervous and uneasy. She didn't know if this world's end would be as cruel as before, or if she and Xiaohei could survive safely. Foolish woman, your current task is to improve your skills. Don't be weak like a fragile chicken. After eating, go to the system space to enhance yourself. Xiaohei looked at Shinluo with a bit of distraction. He gently patted her hand with his paw, trying to bring her back to reality. Got it, you're so nagging, Shinluo replied, snapping out of her thoughts and looking into Xiaohei's bright eyes. After finishing her meal, she tidied up the dishes and took Xiaohei into the system space. As soon as she entered, Shinluo saw that a small puddle of water was about to overflow. She quickly took out a cup and collected all the water into it. The sweet taste of spring water made Shinluo feel her fatigue disappear, and she even felt quite comfortable. 2 hours later, Shinluo felt sticky all over. She took Xiaohei and left the space straight for the bathroom. Shinluo noticed that although she wasn't exactly a beauty before, she wasn't ugly either. She was quite decent looking, so her skin wasn't very smooth. But during the bath, she found her skin seemed to have become a bit whiter, and her small freckles on her face disappeared. Even her eyesight seemed to have improved a little. These changes made Shinluo feel pleasantly surprised. Looking at herself in the mirror, she couldn't help but marvel at how magical the spring water in the system space was. Not only did it make her feel refreshed, but it also improved her appearance. After putting on her clothes, Shinluo walked out of the bathroom, somewhat absent-minded, since her previous life had ended tragically because of her appearance. As night fell, Shinluo sat on the villa's balcony, gazing at the distant city lights. She silently prayed that the apocalypse would come later, giving more people time to prepare. Next, Shinluo began to prepare for the final days before the end. She decided to set up some traps and obstacles around the villa to prevent surprises. She gathered some discarded wooden planks, wire mesh, and sharp objects, and started working. Using her knowledge of the terrain, she cleverly arranged traps around the villa. Although simple, these traps would be deadly to enemies in the apocalypse. Besides the traps, Shinluo also piled up a large number of sandbags and stones around the villa to form a strong defense line. She knew very well that in the end-of-the-world scenario, humanity's greatest enemies were not only zombies but also people who would do anything to survive. Therefore, she had to be fully prepared. After working all night, Shinluo finally finished all her arrangements. She looked at her work with a sense of achievement. It was getting light outside, and there were 3 days left before the zombie outbreak. Shinluo returned to her villa to rest. However, not long after lying down, her phone rang. Shinluo looked at the caller ID, sneered, and answered. On the other end, Su Binghan's voice came through. Luo Bao, open the door quickly. I'm downstairs and brought your favorite steamed buns. What did you say? Shinluo's voice was full of disbelief. She didn't expect Su Binghan to come looking for her at this time. Luo Bao, you heard me right.
I'm downstairs.
I know you're probably scared right now, so I came to keep you company. Su Binghan's voice was gentle and caring, as if he was a hero coming to save her from danger. Shinluo sneered inwardly. She knew Su Binghan's intentions. This man was always quick to act when there was profit involved. His sudden visit must be for some purpose. And why are you here now? Didn't you say you'd be back in 3 days? Shen Luo pretended not to know his plan, testing his words. Luo Bao, I'm worried about you, so I came back early. Look, I even brought your favorite steamed buns, Su Binghan said, holding up the bag as if he was just here to see Shen Luo. Seeing his attitude, Shen Luo was even more sure of her guess. She decided to keep Su Binghan calm. Only when the end of the world truly arrived could she deal with him. Right now, killing Su Binghan would cause Uncle Mao to come after her, so she had to hold back. And you're so thoughtful. But I'm not at home. There's a big project at work, and the boss needs me to handle it personally. I just arrived in Sioux City yesterday. Shen Luo lied.
What?
You're not at home? Luo Bao, don't lie to me. Su Binghan's voice sounded a bit anxious. Shen Luo sneered inwardly. This man really couldn't stay calm. She deliberately delayed, saying, don't worry. I'm really in Sioux City. If you don't believe me, you can call our company to ask. When Su Binghan heard this, he really picked up his phone to call Shen Luo's company. Seeing this, Shen Luo secretly felt pleased. She had already expected Su Binghan to do this, so she prepared her excuse in advance. Sure enough, after Su Binghan dialed the company number, her colleague, following her instructions, told him that Shen Luo had just gone to Sioux City yesterday and would return to S City in a few days. Although Su Binghan still had doubts, he had no choice but to accept it. He said, "All right, Luo baby, you go ahead and do your work. When you return, remember to call me. Got it, Nen? Don't worry, as soon as I get back to S City, I'll call you right away," Shen Luo replied before hanging up. As the screen darkened, a cold smile appeared on Shen Luo's face. She knew that Su Binghan's visit was probably an attempt to take advantage of her. But she wouldn't let him succeed. Shen Luo returned to her bedroom, lay on the bed, and started planning her next move. And Su Binghan was just a variable in her plan. Shen Luo closed her eyes and began to think of a strategy. She had to find a way to keep this variable under control to ensure her safety in the end times. She knew this was a silent war, and she had to be the winner. Meanwhile, downstairs at the villa, Su Binghan stood by his car, watching the floor where Shen Luo was. His heart was full of frustration and anger. He didn't expect that his carefully planned scheme would be so easily resolved by Shen Luo. Grinding his teeth, he silently vowed he wouldn't let Shen Luo go. However, Su Binghan didn't realize that Shen Luo had already seen through his plans this lifetime. After all, before the end times arrived, she didn't want to alert her enemies. She decided to give Su Binghan a little sweetness, first making him think he still had a chance. So, Shen Luo picked up her phone and sent Su Binghan a message. "Nen, I just finished my work. Seeing how concerned you are about me, I really appreciate it. Once I finish here, I'll come back and make it up to you." After sending the message, Shen Luo tossed her phone aside, feeling secretly pleased. She knew that after Su Binghan saw this message, he would be even more convinced that she was still in Sioux City and would not suspect her. Sure enough, soon after, Su Binghan replied, "Luo baby, you are so thoughtful. I'll wait for you to come back. When you do, you must show your best." Shen Luo looked at the message, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes. "Of course I will show my best." Unaware to Su Binghan, Shen Luo's idea of showing her best had another meaning. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Shen Luo's mouth. She had already started planning, aiming to lead Su Binghan step by step into her trap. She knew well that Su Binghan was selfish and would do anything to achieve his goals. Shen Luo recalled that in her previous life, Su Binghan only awakened his special ability a month after the apocalypse began, and he was among the first to do so. She remembered that Su Binghan's ability was water-based. Because of this, the outside rescue teams treated him especially well. In the post-apocalyptic world, water was scarce, so having a water ability meant he could drink healthy water instead of untreated water. Shen Luo returned to her space, drank the water there, and closed her eyes to improve her fighting skills. Suddenly, she sensed a fluctuation inside her body, as if something was stirring. She opened her eyes quickly, a wave of surprise rising in her heart. Could it be her ability? She felt the faint but real wave of her special power inside her. Xiaohei, I think I have a special ability now, Shenluo said excitedly. Xiaohei jumped over from beside her, pawing her shoulder. Silly woman, just a special ability. Shenluo took a deep breath, trying to calm her nerves. She closed her eyes again and felt the wave of her ability inside her once more. This time, she sensed the power more clearly, flowing slowly within her. It seems I really have awakened a special ability. Although this power is weak now, I didn't have any abilities in my previous life, Shenluo muttered to herself. If she had abilities then, she wouldn't have died so tragically. Silly woman, your faint ability wave is because you drank the space spiritual spring. This spring water has a marrow cleansing and bone strengthening effect, which not only improved your body but also stimulated your potential for abilities. Although this power is still very weak, as long as you keep practicing, you will become stronger and stronger, Xiaohei explained. Shenluo heard this and felt even more excited. She didn't expect that the spring water in the system space had such effects. In this life, I not only have a space, but I also awaken special abilities. More importantly, I have you, Xiaohei, as my partner. I will never be lonely again. I will definitely survive, Shenluo said. Xiaohei nodded and said, Silly woman, you really only have this one goal. That's how it is for now. After all, this life is different from the last. Only by becoming stronger can I avenge the humiliation from my previous life. Besides, isn't it better to just get by? Shenluo picked up Xiaohei and held him in her arms, beginning to his chin. Silly woman, let go, Xiaohei said unwillingly, but his body was honest, and allowed Shenluo to massage him, purring happily. Seeing Xiaohei like this, Shenluo couldn't help but want to go over and hug him tightly. Xiaohei saw this and shouted, Silly woman, don't come over. Before he finished, Xiaohei transformed back into his original form, a black panther, causing the sofa to sink again. Shenluo suddenly sensed something and burst out laughing. No wonder you didn't want me to kiss or hug you or lift you up. Were you afraid I would see your true form? Shut up, you silly and clumsy little woman, Xiaohei roared. The room seemed to feel his anger and shook slightly in response. Shenluo looked at Xiaohei, feeling both shy and annoyed. She also remembered what caused his transformation and held her stomach, laughing so hard she almost couldn't breathe. You're still laughing? You're going to make this kitty mad. No, I mean you're going to make me angry, she said. After laughing enough, Shenluo looked at Xiaohei with a sly smile. All right, I won't tease you anymore. But I need to think carefully about your transformation pattern. It might come in handy someday. Xiaohei's eyes widened as if to say, you dare, but Shenluo just giggled and didn't mind his threat. Over the next 2 days, Shenluo entered her space regularly to improve her abilities. The energy she felt seemed even stronger than before. Suddenly, Shenluo felt her whole body heat up, her head dizzy, and she fainted onto the grass. In her dreams, Shenluo returned to her past life and saw herself dying painfully beneath Wu Di and others. Even though she was already dead, these people still did not leave her body alone, venting their anger on her. In the end, they dismembered her completely, cooking her flesh into soup, using every part. A tear slipped down Shenluo's cheek. She hated, no, she resented. She blamed the unfair world, questioning why some people awaken special abilities while others suffer inhumane humiliation without them. Shenluo slowly opened her eyes and saw Xiaohei guarding her nearby. Foolish woman, you're awake now. You've been unconscious for 2.5 days.
I was so worried about you, Xiaohei said.
Shenluo sat up, stroked Xiaohei's soft fur, and felt a warm feeling inside. She took a deep breath, trying to push away the fear and anger from her dream. Xiaohei, thank you for always being by my side. I'm fine now. But why did I faint? And before I fainted, I felt hot all over, like I was about to die, Shenluo said softly. Xiaohei heard her and patted Shenluo's hand with his paw, explaining, because you successfully completed the marrow cleansing and bone refining. Your ability was fully awakened this time. Before, you could only sense the fluctuations of your power. Hearing this, a hint of surprise appeared in Shinluo's eyes. She hadn't expected to truly awaken her ability. Really? Shinluo was overjoyed at the unexpected news. Close your eyes and try to feel the power inside you. Try to use it, Xiaohei continued to guide her. Shinluo closed her eyes and focused completely on sensing the fluctuations of her ability inside. That power slowly flowed within her, like a small stream nourishing her body. As time passed, Shinluo felt her ability growing stronger. She could clearly sense that the power was surging inside her, ready to burst out at any moment. Suddenly, Shinluo felt a stream of water burst from her palm. The water gathered into a column in the air and then slowly fell back to the ground, splashing water everywhere. I've really awakened my water element ability, Shinluo shouted excitedly. Xiaohei looked at her excited expression and also showed a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. It seems your talent for abilities is quite good. You've already grasped the basic use of water powers so quickly. Xiaohei, water-based powers can only provide water. They can't be used for fighting. Do you think water powers might become very strong in the future? Maybe someday, if someone is annoying, you could make them feel completely cold inside. Hearing this, Xiaohei shook his head seriously and said, water powers may seem gentle, but they can also be very powerful in battle. You can control the shape of water to attack enemies. The key is how you use and develop this ability. Shinluo nodded. In the end-of-the-world scenario, water powers have no fighting ability. When facing mutated zombies, she has no self-defense skills. Maybe Xiaohei is right. If she masters the forms of water, it could truly become a silent weapon for killing. Shinluo got out of bed and looked at the clock on the bedside table. It was 9:45 p.m. on May 19, 2025. Xiaohei, in 2 hours it will be May 20th, the day the zombie outbreak happened in my past life. During these days I was sleeping. Did you watch the news? Xiaohei looked at Shinluo and sighed helplessly. I just checked briefly. The internet is already buzzing. There are many predictions about the end of the world. Some say a planet will hit Earth, others say a virus leak, and some say aliens are invading. But no matter the cause, people are panicking. Shinluo frowned. She knew these predictions weren't baseless. The end of the world might really be coming. She wondered if everyone was prepared. She took a deep breath to calm herself. Then she looked at Xiaohei and said, Xiaohei, let's stay awake together. The end is coming. Xiaohei nodded, a serious look in his eyes. Shinluo put on her sports clothes and sat with Xiaohei on the third-floor balcony of the villa. Time passed second by second, and soon it was midnight on May 20th. Both Shinluo and Xiaohei stared nervously at the neon lights in the city far away. But as the seconds ticked by, the city remained brightly lit, with no signs of anything unusual. A strange doubt arose in Shinluo's mind. Could it be that the end of the world isn't coming as expected? Or is there some other change happening? Just then, the neon lights in the distance suddenly flickered, as if disturbed by some mysterious force. Next, deep rumbling sounds echoed through the night sky, as if something was falling from the sky. Shinluo and Xiaohei widened their eyes, staring intently into the distance. Bright screams cut through the night sky, accompanied by deafening explosions, turning the city into a scene of chaos. Is the end of the world really here? Shinluo whispered to himself. In the distant city, loud shouts and explosions continued, as if the whole world was in turmoil. Shinluo and Little Black sat quietly on the balcony, watching everything unfold. The smoke cleared, and a streak of morning glow rose, lighting up the third-floor balcony where Shinluo and Little Black were. In the distance, the elderly began their morning exercises, young people went out for a run, and street vendors started setting up their stalls. It seemed everyone had forgotten the loud noises from last night. What's going on? Didn't anyone hear the noises last night? Shinluo wondered, feeling confused. Little Black shook his head, looking serious. Maybe the news hasn't spread yet, or maybe many neighborhoods don't have any infected people. Most people probably didn't feel the danger, so they went outside. Hearing this, Shin Luo felt a strange worry rising inside him. Humans are still too careless. Maybe, like you said, they don't sense the danger, or they think the authorities are overreacting. Or maybe everyone needs to go to work to survive. Without money, you can't buy a house, send your kids to school, live peacefully, or take care of the elderly. Unless the authorities tell us otherwise, people won't stay home to avoid danger, Little Black added. Right now, there's nothing we can do. We can only wait and see what happens. Let's eat first and check the news to see what they're saying, Shin Luo said lazily, grabbing 2 small steamed buns and some wontons. Shin Luo had a small appetite. 1 basket of buns and a bowl of wontons were enough to fill him, but Little Black was a big eater. Shin Luo then brought out 4 large chicken legs to satisfy him. Hey, did everyone hear? Last night the Southern District was chaos, and there were occasional loud shouts. I heard too. My friend went to the Southern District for drinks, but he left halfway. He said the bar was crazy, people were shouting and vomiting everywhere, and some were even trying to bite others. Hey, was that you? Did you get scared and run back? Yeah, do you think he really bit someone? Did you see it happen? Why are you joking around? You're so scary. Luckily, my friend ran away quickly. I just escaped, and the hack guy had already surrounded the bar. What happened next? Keep telling us. I don't know. I didn't dare look much, so I just went straight home. Yeah, that's true. Nothing has happened these days. I wonder how the hotel is doing. Are the little beauties still live streaming? Maybe I should show everyone the hotel now and then. Shut up. They don't know I still have my phone. If I go live, Uncle Hat might take me away. Is it that serious? Shin Luo read this and thought for a moment. She then sent a message. Everyone, there is no reliable information right now. Based on what everyone has seen, I suggest you all lock your doors and windows. Don't trust anyone easily, and don't open the door. Just wait for official updates. Is it really that serious? No one is opening the door. Little beauty, turn on your live stream, so we can see the hotel. Official news is too slow, said a netizen. Yes, turn on the stream. Let us see what's happening. We're also worried about your safety. Later, my big brother will send you a big gift, said the top supporter. Shin Luo looked at the comments and felt a bit helpless. She knew her warning might not make everyone take it seriously, but in this end-of-the-world situation, she could only do so much. She took a deep breath, about to turn off her phone, when suddenly, the comments on the screen started scrolling again. Little beauty, do you know something? Tell us. We're all worried. Yeah, little beauty, do you have any inside info? Please tell us. We'll be very grateful. I really don't know, replied the trapped hotel influencer. Why are you hesitating? Do you have a secret?
Tell us.
We'll help you, the netizens guessed eagerly. Shin Luo looked at the comments and felt a strange irritation rising inside her. She knew that her warning might just be ignored by those addicted to the internet. They preferred to believe stories that sparked their curiosity and fear. She took a deep breath, about to send another message, when suddenly a news alert flashed on her phone screen. Large-scale riot in the South District, suspected virus outbreak. Citizens are advised to lock doors and windows and wait for official updates. A knot tightened in Shin Luo's stomach. It seemed the end of the world had truly arrived. Little beauty, is the hotel really as the news reports say? Can we get first-hand information? Shin Luo frowned at this. These people only wanted to see what they hoped for, not caring about her current situation or whether she was in danger. She quickly took a screenshot of the news and posted online. Everyone look. The news reports that there's a riot in the South District and a suspected virus outbreak. Please take this seriously, lock doors and windows, and don't trust anyone easily. The news is out, so the hotel must be chaotic. Otherwise, why isn't the little beauty live streaming the latest updates? Seeing this message, the online users finally started to panic. Everyone saw the news. I don't dare leave my room either. There are always strange noises outside, so scary. The little influencer still turned on her live stream, showing tears in her red eyes. Don't cry, little beauty. It's okay. We're all here with you. Yeah. If you're scared, just lock everything up and wait for help. Everyone stop scaring her. Look how frightened she is. The viewers in the live chat comforted her, trying to ease her anxiety. But I'm still scared. Since last night, no one has brought us water or food. I only have 2 bottles of water now and nothing else. If they don't bring food, will I starve? The little influencer suddenly burst into tears, her voice trembling. The viewers fell silent. At that moment, there was a knocking sound at the door. Knock, knock. The noise made her step back repeatedly, as if a monster outside was about to break in. Trembling, she shouted, "What should I do? What should I do? Are they going to come in?" The viewers in the live chat also grew tense, offering suggestions. "Quick, find something to block the door. Call the police. Call the police now. Don't panic, stay calm." Suddenly, a large hole was punched in the door above the small internet celebrity's room, and a pair of dark, blurry eyes appeared in the live stream. The viewers in the live chat immediately exploded with excitement. "What is that? How can the eyes be so big? That looks just like a zombie from a horror movie. It's a zombie. A zombie. They're really here." The small internet celebrity screamed in fear and backed away repeatedly until she reached the corner of the room with nowhere to go. The dark, blurry eyes stared through the hole, fixed on her as if evaluating her as prey. The viewers also felt an unprecedented fear. They saw the end of the world unfold and witnessed how terrifying zombies could be. "Little beauty, are you okay? You must hold on. The emergency call isn't going through." "Don't worry, I'll keep trying." In the live chat, the viewers' voices rose and fell, but all the small internet celebrity could see were those terrifying eyes. She trembled, almost crying, but her strong will to survive kept her trying to stay calm. Suddenly, the eyes disappeared, and a heavy banging sound followed, as if something was trying to push open the door. Her heart jumped into her throat. She hugged her knees tightly, curled up in the corner, and stared fixedly at the door. The viewers also held their breath, feeling her fear and despair. Someone kept trying to call the police, but their voices sounded weak and helpless against the fear. The banging grew more frequent and intense, making a loud, rhythmic noise. In the live stream, the comments scrolled rapidly. The viewers were anxious but helpless. "Little beauty, you must hold on. Can anyone save her? What should we do? The zombies are about to get in." Just as everyone was overwhelmed with worry, a clear sound suddenly came from the live stream. The banging stopped abruptly, and the dark, blurry eyes disappeared. The viewers were stunned at first, then burst into cheers. "Someone saved her. Someone saved her. Great. The little beauty is safe." The young internet celebrity was also stunned. She slowly looked up, her eyes blank as she gazed toward the door. The viewers in the live stream could see the real situation. The door was broken, and the doorway was empty, as if nothing had happened, leaving only wood chips and dust on the floor. The atmosphere inside the room became very tense. The young influencer's heart raced, and she felt an unprecedented fear spreading through her. She covered her mouth in horror, trying to control her emotions and make as little noise as possible. She was afraid that any sound might attract unknown danger. Her hands trembled as she picked up her phone again. The comments on the screen kept scrolling, with viewers guessing what had just happened. It seemed like they sensed something unusual. Did someone break in and scare the zombies away? Or is there some other trap that saved the young lady? No matter what, the young lady is safe now. That's great. Suddenly, a sound came from the live stream, breaking the silence. The young influencer's voice trembled slightly. She tried to stay calm and said to the camera, I don't know what happened, but it seems like something has left. Everyone, what should I do now?" The viewers in the chat fell silent for a moment, then started giving suggestions. "Don't move yet, young lady. Look around to see if there are any tools you can use for self-defense. Yeah, first make sure you're safe, then think about how to leave this room. Try contacting the hotel staff and see if they can help you." The young influencer nodded and looked around. Her eyes landed on a bedside lamp. She hesitated for a moment but finally decided to pick it up as a makeshift weapon. I'll try to contact the hotel," she said, trembling, picking up her phone to call the hotel's customer service. But all she heard was busy signals, indicating the line was unreachable. Her heart sank again. She looked helplessly at the camera, tears welling up in her eyes. What should I do? I'm all alone here. I'm so scared. The viewers in the live stream also felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness. They could only keep comforting the young internet star, trying to give her some warmth and courage. Little beauty, don't be afraid. We're all here with you. You must stay strong. Believe that someone will come to save you. Yes, hang in there. We're cheering for you. Suddenly, there was a burst of hurried footsteps in the live chat. The young internet star's face turned pale instantly. She tightly held the desk lamp, trembling slightly, her eyes fixed on the door. The footsteps grew louder, accompanied by heavy breathing, as if something was lurking outside. Her heart raced. She almost cried out, but her strong will to survive kept her calm. Suddenly, a figure appeared at the door. She stared in horror, ready for the worst. But then, the dark, shadowy eyes reappeared in front of everyone, followed by a companion. In the next moment, they lunged at her, shouting loudly. Her arm was torn off in an instant. The young internet star's screams filled the live stream. Viewers watched in horror as the scene unfolded. The chat comments suddenly stopped scrolling, and the entire stream fell silent. Her screams gradually weakened until they disappeared, along with the dark, shadowy eyes and their companion. Only then did the viewers realize what had happened and started to flood the chat. Is this real? Little beauty, zombies, it's really zombies. They really came. Did the young internet star die? The live stream exploded with panic. Viewers were terrified. They had seen everything with their own eyes. The young internet star's ordeal and the brutality of the zombies. Some people frantically called the police, but all they heard on the other end was busy signals. Shinluo watched the replay on her phone, feeling a strong sense of helplessness. She knew she couldn't change what was happening, but she still wanted to do something. Just as Shinluo was about to share the young internet star's experience online, she saw the news section being rapidly flooded with posts. She quickly refreshed the page, but saw a shocking message. What is happening in this world? A mother pulled her baby out of the stroller and ate him. Downstairs in my neighborhood, the old man is no longer just an old man. He's so crazy. He bites anyone he sees. I saw a man across from my building tear off his wife's thigh. Shinluo looked at these disturbing messages, her hands unconsciously tightening around her phone. These messages were like sharp knives, cutting deep into her heart. In her past life, these events still came true. She took a deep breath, trying to stay calm. Shinluo quickly browsed the news section, hoping to find some useful information. Most reports were about riots and virus outbreaks in different places. The authorities hadn't given clear plans yet. They only advised people to stay at home, keep windows and doors closed, and avoid going outside. Loud noises could attract infected people. If family members showed symptoms like foaming at the mouth or convulsions, they should be isolated and not touched, waiting for a vaccine. Xiaohei, the end of the world is really here. I actually hope everything I did was useless, that it was all just a dream, and everyone still lives on Blue Star, on this rich land. Xiaohei didn't speak, just quietly lay beside Shinluo. Xiaohei, today is the first day of the end. Should we go out for a walk? Shinluo's eyes flashed with a mischievous glint. Sure, silly woman. Even with combat skills, real fighting experience still isn't enough, Xiaohei lazily replied. What weapon should I use? Shinluo remembered that before the end, she had stockpiled supplies and asked Xiao Lu to buy her a few watermelon's knives. These knives were made from paper factory blades, so they were very sharp. Shinluo picked up a watermelon knife, tested its feel, and thought, not bad, it's easy to handle. Holding the watermelon knife, she played around in the living room on the first floor. Suddenly, the sound of a wooden board falling made her jump. She had accidentally cut off half the backrest of a chair near the dining table. Ha ha ha, you silly woman. If you keep playing, you'll tear apart the whole first floor. Ha ha, Xiaohei found Shinluo's stunned expression so funny that he kept laughing non-stop. Shinluo looked at the chair back she had just cut off, feeling both amused and helpless. She didn't expect the watermelon knife to be so sharp. Looks like I chose a good weapon. Shenluo comforted herself. Xiaohei curled his lip and said, "Only a silly woman like you would use a watermelon knife as a weapon. It's barely usable." Shenluo ignored Xiaohei's teasing. She was 1.68 meters tall, and that big knife was only 1.2 meters long. Only a fool would pick such a long knife. She thought an 85-centimeter watermelon knife suited her best. She stopped paying attention to Xiaohei and took her watermelon knife to the yard to practice more. Until night fell, Shenluo returned to the living room, took a quick shower, changed into a black sports outfit, put on a mask, and prepared to go out with Xiaohei to train. After all, it was only the first day of the zombie outbreak. The zombies weren't very fast, and there weren't many of them, so it was easier to fight them. Although her fighting skills were already quite good, her real combat experience was almost zero, just like before the apocalypse. She knew that in this world, only those with enough strength and wisdom could protect themselves and others. This was her first real outing since Rebirth, and it was the best chance to test her abilities and her space power. Xiaohei sat in the front passenger seat, his tail tapping rhythmically on the leather seat, and his green eyes glowed faintly. "Let's go. Fairy sister will take you out for a walk. We'll do some zero-cost shopping and then have a good meal," she said, patting the steering wheel and pressing the remote. The villa's iron gate slowly opened. At this moment, the car radio was looping an emergency notice. "Citizens, please do not go outside. Stay at home and wait for rescue." Shenluo sneered and suddenly stepped on the gas. Rescue? In her previous life, she waited until her body rotted away and still saw no sign of anyone. Zero-cost shopping was something Shenluo had been looking forward to for a long time. It gave her a feeling of helping the less fortunate. The streets at night were very quiet. Occasionally, a few streetlights were on, but most had already gone out. She saw some faint fires in the distance, people fighting zombies. Her heart was complicated, feeling both sympathy and caution. These people probably had to risk going out because supplies were running low. She continued walking forward and found that many residential buildings in the North District had zombies lurking outside. The number wasn't very large, with about a few dozen in each community. Although these zombies looked unremarkable, together they added up to over 1,000. Without hesitation, Shenluo quickly drove to the city center of the North District. She arrived at the largest supply supermarket in the area, which had the most concentrated and abundant stock of supplies. Her heart was full of hope. However, as soon as she parked the car, she sensed an uneasy feeling. Shenluo took a deep breath and slowly opened the car door. She carefully approached the supermarket and found a broken window. Inside, the number of zombies was even more than she had expected. But she didn't panic because these zombies were not grouped together, they were scattered in small groups. Shenluo quickly looked for a relatively safe corner to observe the situation around her. She noticed that the security cameras inside the supermarket were still blinking with red lights, which caught her attention. "These cameras are still working. Little Black, it's your time to shine. Please go and disable all the cameras here." "Since you're begging me so sincerely, I'll go myself," Little Black said, then disappeared in front of Shenluo. She tiptoed closer to the camera, hiding behind a shelf with her small figure, only peeking out one eye to watch. "Foolish woman, the surveillance system is already taken care of. You can act now." Shenluo didn't expect that even when separated from Little Black, they could communicate through their minds. "Little Black, you're amazing. Let's meet at the warehouse door later. I'm going to gather the supplies inside the supermarket now." Without hesitation, Shenluo quickly moved into action. Using her space ability, she collected the items from the shelves one by one. As she gathered supplies, she marveled that, unlike her last shopping trip where she had to consider prices, now she didn't need to think about that at all. All the items went directly into her space. She looked into her space with her mind and saw the items she had just stored, piled up higher and higher on the ground. Thinking about having to organize everything when she returned, she decided to store all the shelves' contents into her space as well, keeping everything neat without the hassle of sorting. While gathering supplies, she secretly felt grateful that she had gone out early to collect everything for free. Otherwise, in a few days, others might have taken everything. Shenluo thought for a moment and decided not to take everything into her space. Instead, she left 1/3 of the supplies behind for others who might come later. The zombies inside the supermarket didn't seem to notice Shenluo. They wandered around in small groups, occasionally making some growling sounds. While avoiding the zombies, Shenluo continued collecting supplies. Soon, she reached the door of the supermarket storage room. "Little Black, I'm ready. Let's go to the storage room and see how much the boss left for us," Shenluo thought to herself. Little Black quickly appeared beside her, its green eyes shining with excitement. "Let's open a surprise box and see how much the boss left for us. Let's go." Shenluo patted Little Black's head and turned toward the storage room door. Just as she was about to open the door, a zombie suddenly lunged at her. Shenluo reacted quickly and dodged aside. She grabbed her watermelon knife and slashed at the zombie's head. The zombie's head was instantly split open, and black blood splattered everywhere. Shenluo didn't stop. She quickly opened the storage room door and ran inside. She closed the door behind her while glancing back into the supermarket. It seemed the zombies were attracted by the noise and were rushing toward the storage room. Inside, there were many supplies, from food to daily necessities, everything you could imagine. Shenluo and Little Black looked at the piles of supplies, feeling very happy. "We're rich. We're rich. Little Black, these supplies should last us 3 years. We can stay at home and hide," Shenluo said happily, nodding at the mountain of goods. Little Black excitedly ran around the supplies, saying, "Silly woman, hurry up and put all this stuff away." Soon, Shenluo stored the supplies into her space. Looking at the now mostly empty storage room, she felt a mix of emotions. Just as she was about to put the last of the vegetarian supplies into her space, hurried footsteps sounded nearby. Shenluo was startled. She immediately stopped what she was doing and used the front area as cover. She looked alertly through at the door. She saw the side door leading outside open, and 3 men walking in from outside. "Little Black, it seems they are here to collect supplies too," Shenluo whispered. Shenluo and Little Black hid inside the warehouse, not daring to make a sound. She tightly held her watermelon knife, ready to face any danger that might appear. At this moment, she must not be discovered by these people. Otherwise, with so many supplies missing, it would be hard not to suspect her. The 3 men entered the warehouse and stood still. "Brother Wu, didn't you say this place was full of supplies?" "There's nothing here," said a short man. "Yeah, Wu, besides some instant noodles in the corner. There's nothing else," added a slightly overweight man. "No way. These goods were delivered yesterday, and I signed for them. The items here are enough for us 3 to eat and drink for a whole year," Wu replied. He walked to the instant noodles, touched them, and opened a few boxes to check. "How is this possible?
It was full yesterday."
"How did everything disappear overnight?" Wu said, looking surprised. Shenluo hid in the shadows, quietly feeling relieved. Fortunately, she had been cautious and didn't take everything. Otherwise, the warehouse would be empty and open to discovery. These 3 men would definitely catch her on the spot. "Brother Wu, do you think someone else got here first?" the short man guessed. "No way. The doors and windows are all tightly closed. If someone entered, we would know. Besides, only I have the key to the side door of the warehouse. Others can only get in through the main door from the supermarket." The slightly overweight man shook his head. "Then where did all the stuff go? Did it run away on its own?" The short man wondered. Wu was silent for a moment, then said, "No matter what, we can't go back empty-handed. There might still be supplies in other supermarkets. Let's split up. You go east, you go west, and I'll go south. We meet here in an hour. Okay?" The other 2 men nodded and headed in different directions. Shenluo watched their backs as they left, feeling relieved. She knew she couldn't stay here long. If they came back and found her, it would be trouble. Shenluo looked at the resting room behind her. She planned to climb to the top of the room to hide for a while, waiting for them to leave before coming out. Since the use of space was limited in time, she was worried that if she hid in the resting room and the time ran out, her hiding spot might be exposed, making it hard to explain. Carefully, Shenluo moved toward the resting room, trying not to make any noise. She reached the door gently pushed it open, and found it was empty inside. Quickly, she slipped inside and quietly closed the door. She went to a corner of the room, found a table, and climbed onto it. Then, she carefully stepped onto the table, grabbed the ventilation pipe above her, and with a little effort, she squeezed herself inside. Shinluo crawled through the ventilation duct for a while until she reached a relatively spacious area, then stopped. She lay close to the opening of the duct, carefully looked down, and saw no one below. She let out a small breath of relief and waited quietly. Time passed slowly. Lying inside the duct, Shinluo felt a bit uncomfortable, but she knew she couldn't move or make any noise. If she did, or if someone below discovered her, it would be trouble. Every now and then, she could hear the voices of 3 people talking. She listened as the sounds outside grew closer. Soon, footsteps came from below, and she saw 3 people walking in from different directions. "Good thing we came. The items in the cold storage are still there," said the little guy. "Yeah, and they're still fresh. Our truck can't carry all this." "What should we do, Brother Wu?" asked the slightly overweight man. "Let's first put the instant noodles in the truck, then go to the cold storage to load the frozen meat. We only have 1 fridge at home, and we can't store so much." "Instant noodles are more practical," said the man called Brother Wu. The 3 of them carried boxes of instant noodles to the truck, then went to the cold storage to load pork, lamb, beef, and other supplies, filling the truck completely. Shinluo lay inside the ventilation duct, slowly approaching the cold storage nearby. Watching their busy figures, she felt secretly relieved. Fortunately, she had been cautious and didn't leave immediately. Otherwise, the items in the cold storage might have been forgotten and lost in the space. In 3 months, the city's power would completely collapse. Without electricity, the refrigerated storage of meat would go to waste, so it's better to move everything into their own space. Just as the 3 of them finished loading the car and were about to leave, there was a disturbance at the warehouse door leading to the supermarket. Shinluo was startled and quickly held her breath, pressing tightly against the ventilation pipe, afraid of being seen by the people below. She carefully looked down and saw a figure quickly pushing open the warehouse door and rushing inside. "Dad, big brother, the door is open. Come quickly," a young, nervous voice called out. "Shao Jie, run fast, start the car." "Dad, and I will hold them off," another boy said, handing Shao Jie a large package. "Run fast, there are more and more zombies." "Shao Jie, go." Before he finished, his voice was drowned out by growling sounds. The noise at the warehouse door also alerted the 3 people loading the car. They exchanged a quick look, hurriedly closed the car door, and started the engine to leave. The sound of the car engine attracted zombies inside the supermarket, which swarmed after the father and sons. The warehouse door was battered by the force and shattered. The father and sons desperately ran toward the warehouse door. Meanwhile, the 3 people who had just entered saw the zombie horde about to catch them. Shinluo was stunned inside the ventilation pipe. She didn't expect that human nature in the apocalypse could be so cold and indifferent. The 3 of them actually closed the warehouse door, cutting off the father and sons from the zombies, and drove away quickly. Seeing the warehouse door locked, the father and sons were alarmed. Shinluo saw the father and older brother stop and fight the zombies. She looked at the situation outside, feeling very conflicted. Should she save them? If she did, she might reveal herself. If she didn't, her conscience wouldn't let her rest. While Shinluo was torn, she shouted, "Run east to that rest area." Her voice echoed above the father and sons. Without hesitation, they started to retreat toward the east. Seeing the father and sons about to be caught by the zombies again, Shinluo made a bold decision. She no longer hid and jumped down from the ventilation pipe. She whistled to attract the zombies' attention. "Why are you just standing there? Run now," Shinluo said to Shao Jie, who was staring blankly. Shinluo lightly touched the ground with her feet. The hidden wheels in her shoes popped out instantly, turning her ordinary sneakers into roller shoes. She quickly rushed forward, successfully drawing the zombies' attention. Then she threw a children's singing toy into the cold storage. She leapt up, gripping the edge of the ventilation pipe with both hands, and skillfully climbed inside. The zombies followed the sound, rushing into the cold storage. Seeing that most of them had entered, Shinluo quickly jumped down and closed the door. Fortunately, after the 3 people called Wu Ge drove away, Shinluo entered the cold storage first and collected all the supplies inside. Otherwise, the fresh meat would have gone to waste. Shinluo brushed the dust off her hands and felt secretly proud. She glanced toward the rest area. The 3 father and sons seemed to have caught their breath. Seeing the zombies outside being trapped in the cold storage by Shinluo, they also came over. "Miss, my name is Wang Gang. Thank you just now. Otherwise, my father and sons would have been done for here," Wang Gang said, about to bow to Shinluo. Shinluo quickly helped Wang Gang up and said, "Uncle, don't be so polite. I didn't help just to save you. I also want to save myself. With so many zombies, I can't escape alone." Wang Gang looked a bit moved. He understood that Shinluo was saying this because she didn't want them to owe her a favor. "Meeting is fate. These are my 2 sons. The older one is Wang Hao, and the younger one is Wang Jia. I've taken note of your kindness in helping us just now. May I ask your name?" "Uncle Wang. I'm Shinluo," she replied, seeing that the father and sons seemed to value loyalty and friendship, and told them her name. If it had been the 3 people from earlier, Shinluo definitely wouldn't have helped. "I'll continue now, Miss Shinluo," Wang Gang said. "Oh, Uncle Wang. Why are you here?" Shinluo didn't ask directly, as she couldn't just say they were here for free supplies. Wang Gang looked a bit embarrassed. He glanced at his 2 sons and then whispered, "To be honest, Miss Shinluo, we heard that the supermarket here has plenty of goods. We came to get some daily necessities." Shinluo smiled awkwardly. "I came here to get some supplies too. There's nothing at home to eat. This morning, I just arrived at the supermarket and happened to meet those 3 people. I quickly hid in the break room, afraid of going into the ventilation duct. Our family is not from S City. This isn't about Wang Andy being sick. We came here to seek medical help. Just last night, after arriving in S City, we heard cries everywhere. Before we could go to the hospital, the news told everyone to stay home and not go outside. We only have a truck, and now we can't even get into the hospitals." Wang Gang said helplessly. "Did you drive a big truck?" Shinluo asked, a little surprised. "Yes, I am a truck driver. We delivered goods to the East District port last night. We planned to go to the hospital this morning, so our family of 4 didn't have much to eat. We just wanted to come to the supermarket to look around." Wang Gang nodded, looking tired and helpless. "All the items in the warehouse were taken by those 3 people just now. You can only find supplies in the supermarket," Shinluo suggested. "Uncle Wang, is your big truck parked outside?" she asked cautiously. Wang Gang nodded in response. "It's at the supermarket entrance." "Shinluo, do you want us to help you carry some things back? My car is also in front. Let's quickly grab some supplies and leave. I don't know if anyone else will come later, and I'm not sure if the zombies in the cold storage will break out," Shinluo said. "Oh, so that off-road vehicle at the door is yours," Wang Gang said with a smile. "All right, Uncle Wang, let's act quickly. I'll write zombies inside on the cold storage door so that anyone who sees it won't accidentally open it, which will be safer," Shinluo said. Wang Gang nodded and took his 2 sons back to the supermarket. Shinluo then took some spray paint and wrote zombies inside on the cold storage door. After finishing, Shinluo returned to the supermarket. Since she was acting, she thought it was best not to take anything and just leave, to avoid suspicion. She planned to symbolically grab some items and then leave. When Shinluo returned, she saw that the father and sons had already moved the supplies to her car. She looked inside and saw instant noodles, sausages, bread, milk, and other practical items, everything simple and useful. Shinluo felt a warm feeling inside. She didn't expect Wang Gang and his sons to be so honest and kind, helping her carry things first. "Uncle Wang, you're too polite. I can manage on my own," Shinluo said with a smile. After hearing this, Wang Gang smiled kindly and said, "Miss Shinluo, there are 3 of us, and you're just 1 person. You should move your things now. When do you plan to move? We can do it faster." Also, you mentioned that this place isn't very safe, so it's better to leave early. Shinluo felt even more emotional. She didn't expect to meet such loyal and caring people in this difficult time. Alright, Uncle Wang, let's not be too polite. Quickly load the things onto the car, and then leave, Shinluo said. Wang Gang nodded and, along with his two sons, started loading the items onto the vehicle. Soon everything was packed. Shinluo and the three Wang family members got into the car. Uncle Wang, where do you plan to go next? Shinluo asked. Wang Gang was silent for a moment and then said, I want to take advantage of this world not being too chaotic yet. I plan to go back to my hometown in H province. I still have 4 elderly family members there. After I pick them up, we'll go to the countryside. My village house is behind the mountain, and no one knows there's a hidden cave in the mountains. I plan to hide there until things settle down. Uncle Wang, you shouldn't tell me this. The world is starting to fall into chaos, and people's hearts are hard to read, Shinluo said with a bitter smile. Uncle understands. I tell you this so you know if you can't stay in S City anymore, remember to come find me, Wang Gang said gratefully. If it weren't for Shinluo saving him, his wife and the 4 elderly family members might not have survived. Shinluo felt a warm feeling inside. She didn't expect that the 3 people she casually helped would be so honest and trusting. Uncle Wang, don't worry. If I really can't stay in S City, I will come find you, Shinluo said seriously. Then she added, Uncle Wang, pay more attention to the news. If there's no official rescue in 3 months, remember to head toward B City. Unable to hold back, Shinluo shared her knowledge from her past life. She told Wang Gang and his family that a survivor shelter would be established in B City, and it would be the safest refuge. Wang Gang's expression grew serious. He nodded carefully and said, Miss Shinluo, I've taken your words to heart. If that day really comes, we will head to B City. He then added, if you don't come to find me in 3 months, then we'll meet in B City. Shinluo nodded and parted ways with Wang Gang and his family. At this moment, the sky was gradually brightening. Shinluo drove away from the supermarket, eager to get home quickly. At night, there are fewer people on the streets. During the day, everyone would see a black SUV moving back and forth through the city. This was too flashy. If someone was watching her, it wasn't because they were interested in Shinluo, it was just that her phone was always turned off. As Shinluo drove, she kept an eye on the roadside. The street was empty, with only occasional zombie roars, making the city seem even more lonely and scary. When she got home, Shinluo used the remote to park her car inside the villa's yard and skillfully got out. She also casually stored the supplies from the car into her space. Foolish woman, I didn't expect you to be so clever. I'm impressed. Little Black jumped out of the car and followed Shinluo into the living room. Hearing Little Black's words, Shinluo rolled her eyes. If I weren't smart, how could I have noticed you? Besides, I'm always disliked by you. No one else dislikes me. Little Black didn't get upset. He chuckled. That's true. But honestly, after you saved those 3 people, aren't you worried they might turn against you? Shinluo shook her head. I don't know. When I saw them being chased by zombies, I couldn't help but act. Maybe I'm too kind-hearted. Little Black pouted. Kind-hearted is fine. But luckily, those 3 are grateful and didn't betray you. Shinluo nodded. Yes, I didn't expect to meet such loyal people in this end of the world. She then walked to the fridge, opened it, took out a bottle of soda, and drank it quickly. The cold, refreshing taste made her feel much more energized. Foolish woman, you only think about drinking. I want some too. Little Black ran over to Shinluo. Little Black, how do you look? You eat everything, even soda. Online, they say cats shouldn't drink soda. Will it hurt you? Shinluo grabbed another soda can and sat on the sofa. Little Black paused, tilted his head and thought, because I am the master. The master can eat anything. Shinluo chuckled. All right, you're the master. You're amazing. Here, have some soda. She handed the soda to Little Black. Black reached out with his paw, took the happy drink, and drank it properly, not forgetting to make a satisfied purring sound. Shinluo watched Black and felt a strange warmth in her heart. In this end-of-the-world situation, having a companion is truly a lucky thing. Black, what do you think we should do tonight? Shinluo asked casually while drinking her drink. Black paused his action and looked deep into the distance. No need to ask. Of course, we keep scavenging for supplies and fight zombies. You're still a bit inexperienced. You need more practice. Shinluo nodded and said, Okay, I trust you. Let's sleep first. When we wake up, we can go out and hunt for food. Shinluo went back to her bedroom, lay on the bed, and soon fell asleep. After some time, Black woke Shinluo up. Lazy girl, get up. Your phone is about to explode. If you don't wake up, I'll throw it in the trash. Black jumped onto Shinluo's bed and tapped her face with his paw. Shinluo rubbed her eyes, sat up, and stretched. Black, what time is it? Black jumped down and looked out the window. It's noon. If you don't get up now, the zombies will come out to sunbathe and your boyfriend's calls will be piling up. Hearing this, Shinluo was startled. She quickly picked up her phone and saw many missed calls, all from Su Bingen. Her heart tightened. Just as she was about to curse, her phone rang again. It only rang once before being answered. Su Bingen's anxious voice came through. Luo, you finally answered. Are you okay? I was worried sick. Hearing his voice, Shinluo kept her emotions in check and said, I'm fine. The phone ran out of power yesterday and my phone shut down. Su Bingen sighed in relief. Good. Where are you now? I'm coming to find you. Shinluo looked around and said, No need. The news said everyone should stay at home and wait for rescue. After a moment of silence, Su Bingen replied, Luo, I'm worried about you. Stay at home and don't move. I'll be there soon. Shinluo wanted to say more, but Su Bingen had already hung up. Shinluo helplessly shook her head. She knew Su Bingen's temper. Once he made a decision, nothing could change his mind. However, this time, Su Bingen's plan was about to fail. Shinluo put down her phone and turned to Hey. Hey, do you think Su Bingen will come to the apartment looking for me? What do you think he'll do if he can't find me there? Hey shrugged and pawed his head. Who knows? But if he can't find you at the apartment, maybe he'll come here. If he does, what will you do? Shinluo's eyes grew firm. If he really comes here, I won't hide from him. After all, it's time to settle the debts from the past. Hey looked a little excited. Silly woman, are you planning to get rid of him? Shinluo rolled her eyes at Hei's words. What do you think? I'm not going to kill him right away. That would be boring. At least, I want him to feel despair. After saying that, Shinluo walked to the window and looked out at the street with a cold expression. Hey jumped onto Shinluo's shoulder and gently tapped her face with his paw. Silly woman, what are you thinking? You're so lost in thought. Shinluo snapped back to herself and looked at Hey. I'm thinking about how to make Su Bingen pay for what he's done. Hei's eyes lit up. Good. I want to see how you plan to defeat him. Shinluo smirked coldly. Don't worry. I won't let him die too quickly. I want to slowly torment him so he understands what it feels like to wish for death. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Shinluo and Hey both froze. Shinluo frowned. Who could that be at this time? Hey looked cautiously at the door. Maybe Su Bingen already found out you're here and came to look for you. Shinluo shook her head.
Impossible.
He doesn't know I'm here. I'll go see who it is. Shinluo walked to the door, looked through the peephole, and saw a person in protective clothing standing outside, holding a box. Her heart moved. Could it be the government sending relief supplies? Shinluo opened the door. The person outside saw her and showed a surprised expression. Miss Shun, it's you. That's wonderful. Shinluo looked at the person outside, feeling a bit confused. How did he know my surname is Shun? Seeing this, the man quickly introduced himself. Miss Shun, you might not know me. I am the neighborhood clerk, here to register each household. I thought the villas behind were empty, but it turns out the neighbors are here too. The neighborhood clerk pointed toward the back of Shinluo's villa. Hearing this, Shinluo felt the wave of caution. She didn't expect anyone to be living in the villas behind. She hadn't noticed before. How many people live in your house? The clerk asked, taking out a notebook to record. Just me. I live alone, Shin Luo replied coldly. Since it was a registration, hiding the truth would only put her in a worse position. As she answered, she quietly observed the clerk. He was writing in his notebook while glancing at her house with a sideways look. Miss Shin, do you live here alone? This is a villa area. Aren't you worried living alone? The clerk asked casually. Shin Luo's caution grew. She didn't expect the clerk to ask such detailed questions. Worried? There's nothing to worry about. I'm used to it, she replied calmly. She didn't want the clerk to notice anything unusual about her. The clerk nodded, then chatted with Shin Luo for a few more moments before leaving with his notebook. Shin Luo watched his back until he disappeared from sight, then closed the door. Xiaohei, it looks like we need to be more careful. I didn't expect anyone to be living in this villa area, Shin Luo said to Xiaohei. Xiaohei nodded in agreement. Yes, we should keep a low profile and not let others find out our secret, Shin Luo agreed with a nod. She didn't want to reveal her secret because of this neighborhood clerk. Let's go inside to eat, then think about our plans. Tonight, we'll continue shopping at 0 yuan. Silly woman, I want to drink happy water. Woohoo. Xiaohei ran straight to the dining table and sat down, waiting for Shin Luo to feed him. Okay, happy water. What else do you want to eat? Shin Luo looked at Xiaohei affectionately, then began preparing his food. Shin Luo took out the crab buns he bought last time, giving one to Xiaohei. Xiaohei saw the food and his eyes lit up, immediately starting to eat happily. Watching Xiaohei enjoy the meal, Shin Luo thought that in the afternoon, he might as well prepare all the seafood. Otherwise, when he gets busy later, he won't have time to cook, and the food they ordered would be gone in less than 3 months if they ate it all by themselves. At that time, he would start cooking, but the water, electricity, and gas might be cut off. Eating instant noodles every day would be him. So after dinner, Shin Luo took out all the seafood. It was simple, just steam it in a pot. The space also had a preservation function, so the food stayed warm. By the time Shin Luo finished cooking all the seafood, it was already 9 p.m. Since receiving Su Binghen's call, Shin Luo had muted his phone. When he finally picked it up, he found that all the calls had run out of battery. He felt both angry and annoyed about muting his phone, but luckily, it was only about 9 o'clock and 2 hours of charging should be enough to fully power it. Then, he called Xiaohei over to help him study the map and plan their route for the night. Xiaohei heard Shin Luo call and slowly walked over, jumping onto the table to look at the map with him. Xiaohei, what do you think about going to this place tonight? Shin Luo pointed to a shopping mall on the map. Xiaohei looked at the map, then at Shin Luo, and nodded. Is this a shopping mall? Shin Luo nodded and smiled. Yes, from the second basement level up to the 5th floor, there's a food street and a large supermarket. The 1st to the 27th floors are all shopping areas. And then, Xiaohei asked curiously. Next, from the 1st to the 27th floor, the building is filled with various offices, training centers, gyms, and other facilities, Shin Luo explained as he started organizing his gear, preparing for the night's plan. You're really detailed about this place. Is there some hidden secret here? Xiaohei asked with curiosity, a hint of wonder in his eyes. Shin Luo smiled mysteriously and nodded. There is indeed a secret. You know what I do? I have a project here to build a safe house. It hasn't been handed over to the owner yet. This place could be our second base. Even if we can't fully explore the building today, there's no need to rush back. We can stay here instead. Hearing this, Little Black's eyes lit up, and it excitedly said, That's great. Now we don't have to keep running back and forth. Staying outside for a few days is fine. To attract attention, Shin Luo packed 2 bottles of water, 2 sausages, and 2 bread rolls in his backpack. He couldn't let others ask what he had, so he made sure to carry some supplies. As night fell, Shin Luo and Little Black drove to near the shopping center. To avoid being noticed, Shin Luo stored his off-road vehicle in his space. They quietly approached the back door of the shopping center. Shin Luo took out a small electromagnetic jammer and placed it at the door. With a click, the door opened. Shin Luo and Little Black slipped inside the shopping center. At this moment, the first floor was empty except for occasional zombie growls. The first floor was the beauty section, filled with various cosmetics. Shin Luo and Little Black didn't like these items, especially since in the end times, even a set of makeup required many points to exchange. Shin Luo became more excited as he looked around, moving faster. To speed up, he put on his roller shoes and quickly moved back and forth on the first floor. Little Black looked around and suddenly pointed in a direction. "Stupid woman, look over there." Shin Luo followed Little Black's finger and saw two zombies slowly approaching her. His heart tightened, and he quickly drew his watermelon knife, ready to fight. Just then, Little Black suddenly jumped out and rushed toward the two zombies, moving as fast as lightning. It used its sharp claws to crush the head of one zombie instantly. The other zombie hadn't reacted yet, and Shin Luo chopped off its head with his watermelon knife, killing it instantly. Shin Luo looked closely and saw that these two zombies were women dressed in car show outfits. Little Black, look at their clothes. These are the outfits only car show models wear. Could it be a car show? Let's go check out the back. While speaking, Shin Luo pulled Xiaohei towards the back door. They didn't encounter any zombies along the way, until Shin Luo opened the curtain and was shocked by what she saw. There were luxury cars parked neatly, shining brightly. Shin Luo excitedly moved among the cars, touching their bodies as if she was already driving them through the end of the world. Xiaohei watched carefully from the side, making sure no danger was nearby. Suddenly, it pointed at a car and shouted, "Foolish woman, don't just be happy. Look at that car." Shin Luo looked in the direction Xiaohei pointed and saw a luxury SUV with a zombie sitting inside. The zombie stared blankly at them, drooling from the mouth, clearly losing its mind. Shin Luo frowned and quietly felt grateful that Xiaohei was sharp-eyed. If she had approached blindly, she might have been attacked by the zombie. This SUV was Shin Luo's favorite. Seeing the zombie inside, she quickly opened the door, stabbed it to end its life, and then quickly stored the car in her space. Among these luxury cars, there were some limited editions, each worth a lot. Before the apocalypse, these cars might have been a symbol of status, but in the end times, Shin Luo found them quite affordable. Soon, all the cars at the exhibition were stored in her space. There was also a luxury RV inside, with water and electricity, solar panels on the roof, and enough space to hold 10 people for rest. As Shin Luo collected the cars, she was thinking about how these luxury RVs could be useful in the end times. With these RVs, they could serve as mobile shelters and, if needed, temporary bases to store supplies and equipment. Such RVs are like moving fortresses in the apocalypse. Shin Luo felt proud inside. Today's harvest was truly impressive. Not only did she get so many luxury cars, but she also unexpectedly found this RV. Just as Shin Luo was about to leave, Xiaohei suddenly stopped her. "Foolish woman, look over there." Shin Luo looked in the direction Xiaohei pointed and saw a corner with some items that looked like display props. Curious, she went over and found that these props were actually some high-quality outdoor survival gear, including tents, sleeping bags, and stoves. Shin Luo had a thought. These items were probably part of the display at the car show. She quickly stored the equipment in her space. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in her mind. "Alert! Your space is full. Would you like to upgrade to a level 6 space system? The upgrade requires 1 million points. Yes, upgrade." Shin Luo said immediately, not wanting to waste time. "The host's points are insufficient for the upgrade. Please work harder to earn more points." "What? Not enough points? I collected so many items, but still not enough," Shin Luo muttered, feeling a bit annoyed as she patted her head. She didn't expect her space to fill up so quickly. Looking at the remaining supplies, she sighed helplessly. She decided to temporarily place these items in her small yard of the thatched cottage. "Host, please do not scatter or leave things lying around." The system's annoyed voice echoed in her mind. "There's no other way. No space left. I can't just leave them," Shin Luo grumbled. "Then you should quickly earn points to upgrade. And there's no limit on height," the system said impatiently. Hearing this, Shin Luo smiled helplessly. She knew the system was right, but earning points was not easy. All right, I get it. Don't get upset, don't be like Xiaohei. I'll go train, practice, and hunt zombies." But thinking about the luxury cars and houses she had just collected, these items were priceless in the apocalypse. She felt excited again. She really had made a big profit this time. It's so hard to carry everything, Xiaohei said, rubbing his forehead. Shenluo was unfazed. Greedy beast, how many more zombies do I need to kill to level up? I should plan my route. The lower 2 floors are the food street and supermarket. Killing a level 1 zombie gives 100 points. You need to kill 100 level 1 zombies to upgrade. When you reach level 5, you can't enter the space during the upgrade, the system explained. Shenluo nodded silently, calculating in her mind. 100 level 1 zombies sounded like a lot, but considering the food street and supermarket on the lower floors, the number of zombies there probably wouldn't be small. Plus, with her and Xiaohei's strength, dealing with these level 1 zombies should be easy. Yes, it is just the strength of myself and Little Black. The gold-eating beast didn't say that the zombies killed by Little Black didn't count for points. Alright, Little Black, let's go. Let's check out the food street and the supermarket, Shenluo said as she pulled Little Black toward the stairs leading to the food street and supermarket. Although Little Black was a bit reluctant, it still followed her. They arrived at the food street, where they saw many food stalls on both sides of the street. Although now empty, the smell of food still seemed to fill the air. Shenluo looked at the food stalls and felt a strong hunger. Little Black, look over there. There are skewers, fried chicken, and hot pot. Shenluo excitedly pointed at the stalls. Little Black looked at the food and couldn't help but swallow. Still, it kept a cautious eye on the surroundings to make sure no danger was nearby. Shenluo went to a skewer stall, looked at the steaming skewers, and couldn't resist grabbing one. Little Black, do you want to eat? Shenluo asked, also grabbing a skewer for it. Little Black's eyes lit up when it saw the skewer in Shenluo's hand, and it quickly nodded. Yes, yes, yes. Give me one. Shenluo smiled and handed the skewer to Little Black, then started eating herself. They ate skewers as they headed toward the supermarket. Stupid woman, it's been 2 days since the apocalypse, and there are still freshly made foods here? Little Black asked in confusion. Could there be survivors here? Shenluo thought for a moment, then put away some ingredients, pots, and stove equipment. If there were survivors hiding in that place, her space would be exposed. They reached the supermarket entrance, and both Shenluo and Little Black froze. At the entrance, a large group of zombies had gathered. They sat or stood, with blank eyes staring ahead, drooling at the corners of their mouths, clearly having lost their minds. After hearing this, Xiaohei immediately entered a fighting stance. Its eyes sparkled with cold light, and its body slightly leaned forward, ready to rush at the zombie at any moment. Shenluo took a deep breath, then led Xiaohei to charge into the zombie horde. She swung her watermelon knife, striking one zombie after another, causing their heads to burst like flowers under her blade. Xiaohei was not willing to fall behind. It extended its sharp claws and quickly tore several zombies into pieces. The two worked together smoothly and soon cleared out most of the zombies. However, at that moment, Shenluo suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. She quickly turned her head and saw a large zombie slowly approaching her. This zombie had glowing red eyes and emitted a strong smell of decay. It seemed to be the leader of the zombie group. Shenluo's heart tightened. Xiaohei, retreat quickly, she shouted, pulling Xiaohei back. But the large zombie seemed to have locked onto Shenluo. No matter how she dodged, it could accurately find her position. She felt very anxious. She didn't want to die here. Just then, Xiaohei suddenly stepped in front of Shenluo. Its eyes shone with determination, clearly ready to fight. Xiaohei, be careful, Shenluo called out worriedly. The big zombie roared loudly and lunged at Xiaohei. Xiaohei swiftly dodged the attack, then seized the opportunity to extend its sharp claws and fiercely scratch the zombie's body. Deep wounds appeared on the zombie, and green, foul-smelling pus splattered everywhere. But the zombie didn't seem to feel pain. It roared again and lunged at Xiaohei. Xiaohei dodged the zombie's attacks nimbly while continuously fighting back. However, the zombie's large size and great strength made it harder for Xiaohei to keep up. Seeing Xiaohei struggling, Shinluo felt very anxious. She knew she couldn't just watch. Taking a deep breath, she grabbed her watermelon knife and charged at the zombie. She swung her knife, hacking at the zombie's body one strike after another. Although the zombie was huge, it moved very quickly, and most of Shinluo's attacks missed. But Shinluo did not give up. She kept adjusting her attack angles and strength until she finally found an opportunity. She slashed her sword at the zombie's neck. A deep wound appeared instantly, and green blood gushed out. The zombie roared loudly, shook a few times, then collapsed to the ground. Shinluo looked at the fallen zombie and felt relieved. Then she turned to the remaining zombies at the supermarket entrance, ready to continue fighting. Shinluo also picked up a watermelon knife and rushed with Xiaohei toward the remaining zombies. After a fierce fight, they finally cleared all the zombies gathered at the entrance of the underground supermarket. Shinluo looked at the bodies of the zombies on the ground and let out a sigh of relief. When she turned to look at Xiaohei, she saw Xiaohei using its paw to dig at a zombie's head. "Xiaohei, what are you doing? Are you looking for a crystal core?" Shinluo asked worriedly. Xiaohei raised its head, holding a crystal core in its paw, and said proudly, "Of course I am looking for a crystal core. These zombies all have crystal cores in their heads. No waste." Shinluo looked at the crystal core in Xiaohei's paw. A thought crossed her mind. She remembered the system saying that killing zombies could earn points, which could be used to upgrade the space system. So, what is the role of the crystal core? Could it be to improve the level of supernatural powers? "Xiaohei, do you think these crystal cores can be used to upgrade supernatural powers?" Shinluo asked. Xiaohei nodded after hearing her. "Silly woman, finally thinking. You're so quick to figure out what the crystal cores are for." It then started to seriously collect the crystal cores. Don't underestimate the fairy sister. Haven't you seen meat before? Or pigs running? You've read so many online stories, haven't you? Shinluo no longer delayed and also began collecting the crystal cores. Each crystal core inside the zombies had shimmered with a faint white light, looking very tempting. Suddenly, a system prompt sounded in her mind, as if urging her to upgrade the space system quickly. "Host, you currently have 1,025,692 points. Would you like to upgrade? Confirm upgrade." Shinluo did not hesitate. Then she asked, "Tunneling Gold Beast, can I continue collecting items during the upgrade? In principle, it's not allowed. However, since the host is about to upgrade to level 5 space system, I will reluctantly open a temporary space for you so you can continue using the storage function. You will need to pay 100 level 1 crystal cores as a fee for upgrading the space." After hearing this, Shinluo almost wanted to tear apart the greedy beast. "Don't you have any sense of integrity? And you want to charge a rental fee?" "Yes, host. This rental fee can be paid again next time you want to use it, just 100 crystal cores." Shameless merchant. It's only 100 level 1 crystal cores, a small amount. Soon, Shinluo gathered 100 level 1 crystal cores and handed them to the system. Once the system received the cores, it activated the temporary space usage feature for Shinluo. Shinluo pushed open the supermarket door and saw a mess inside. The shelves were ransacked, with goods scattered everywhere, and the floor was covered with torn packaging and debris. Shinluo muttered to herself, unsure whether the chaos was caused before the apocalypse, or if there were still people inside. She and Xiaohei carefully entered the supermarket, alert and watching their surroundings. Although they had cleared out the zombies at the entrance, they didn't know if there were other dangers hidden inside. Shinluo started searching inside the supermarket. She didn't store all the supplies in her space but took only a small amount, just in case there were survivors in the building. At least there was enough food here for everyone to survive. Suddenly, Shinluo heard a faint sound. She quickly followed the sound and saw a girl curled up in a corner, about 10 years old. The girl looked very weak, covered in scars that seemed to be caused by humans. Shinluo hurried over and helped the girl up. "Are you okay?" Shinluo asked with concern. Please, sister, save me. Save me," the girl weakly begged. Shinluo felt confused. The girl was guarding the supermarket, yet she looked so thirsty. "What's your name?" "Why?" Shinluo pointed to the food on the shelves and asked, "My name is Xiaoya. It's not that I don't want to eat, but I dare not," the girl said with a trembling voice, clearly still scared from earlier. Dare not to eat. Shinluo was even more confused. Guarding such a big supermarket and not daring to eat? "Please help me help my mom," Xiaoya said nervously, looking around cautiously. "Is your mom here too?" Shinluo asked as he helped Xiaoya to stand. Xiaoya nodded and whispered, "My mom and I came shopping. When we went to pay, the power suddenly went out, and we got trapped here. Not long after, monsters appeared. They are so scary, they eat people. My mom took me to hide in the staff break room. Is your mom in the staff break room now?" Shinluo asked. "Yes, there are many people there, including some very fierce uncles. They took all the food from us. If we didn't give it, they would hit us." Xiaoya sniffled. "Tell me, why is your mom still in the break room and you're outside?" Shinluo asked. "There are monsters that eat people in the supermarket. Those bad uncles made the staff go out to get food and drinks. If they didn't go, they would hurt their family members. They forced my mom to go out to get food. When she brought back little, they hit me and threw me out to feed the monsters. I was so scared in the supermarket that I hid inside a box. Then, an ant came and took my box away," Xiaoyu explained. Hearing this, Shinluo's anger grew stronger. She didn't expect that at the start of the end times, some people would take advantage of the chaos to rob others and even hurt them. "Xiaoya, did you see the monsters that eat people?" Xiaoya nodded and pointed to the electronics section. "Xiaoya is telling me how many people are in the break room and how many bad people are inside. There are 6 bad people. They all have sticks and knives. When I was pushed out, only 6 women and a little brother were left inside." Shinluo stayed silent. Since most of them were women, what they might do was obvious. "Xiaoya, don't be afraid. Follow me," Shinluo said as she gently patted Xiaoya's head. She then protected her behind her and headed toward the staff break room. The two carefully walked through the supermarket, watching their surroundings carefully. On the way, Shinluo did not encounter any zombies. It's likely that most of the zombies inside the supermarket are gone, and those remaining are mostly in the electronics section. Finally, they reached near the staff break room. Shinluo found a large box and told Xiaoya to hide inside. He didn't want her to see any inappropriate images inside. Shinluo went to the door, pressed his ear against it, and listened carefully for any sounds inside. He heard screams and angry shouts coming from inside. His heart tightened, knowing the situation was not good. He wasn't sure if his fighting skills could handle the 6 bad guys inside, but he didn't hesitate. He took a deep breath, then suddenly pushed open the door and rushed in. Inside, the break room was messy. 2 men held sticks and knives, forcing the women inside to obey and not make any moves. The women were trembling in fear, too scared to fight back, crouching in the corners. For men were hitting 2 women with whips, shouting, "You little women, how dare you bite me?" Everyone was stunned by Shinluo's appearance. The men were first surprised, then burst into loud laughter. "Brother Wang, here's another pretty girl. She looks so lively," said a man in a supermarket uniform. "Yeah, looks like today's luck is on our side," another man said with a smile, his eyes glinting as he looked at Shinluo. Seeing this scene, Shinluo felt a surge of anger and disgust. He tightly gripped his watermelon knife, his eyes cold as he looked at everyone inside. "You animals!" Shinluo shouted angrily. "Brother Wang, this girl is pretty sharp-tongued," said a chubby man, waving a dagger in his hand. "Humph, still daring to curse us animals? I'll show her what real animals are in a moment," said Brother Wang, pulling out his weapon. "Third, you lost," said a tall man to the chubby man. "I thought a man was coming in, but it turns out to be a pretty little girl." "I lost, it's all because of this girl," the chubby man joked with the tall man. The 6 men didn't take Shinluo seriously. Listening to their rude words, Shinluo thought about her past life, where she was also humiliated and died. This made her very angry. She waved her watermelon knife and cut the fat man coming toward her in half with one strike. The men didn't expect Shinluo to be so fierce. They stared in shock at their fallen friend and forgot to fight back. Inside, the women watched in amazement. They didn't think this small girl could fight so well. "Brother Wang, she killed the fat man," said a man in a supermarket uniform. "Old third. You dared to kill my brother." "I'll kill you," said the man called Brother Wang, grabbing a kitchen knife and walking toward Shinluo. "Guys, get your weapons. What's the point of being afraid now?" "Even Uncle Hat would say this woman killed Old Third first," said a tall man with a knife, following Brother Wang. The other three men also picked up their weapons and surrounded Shinluo. Shinluo looked at the men approaching her, with no fear in her eyes. She tightly held her watermelon knife, ready to fight. "All you animals go to," Shinluo shouted angrily, then rushed at the men with her knife. Her movements were quick and sharp. She struck down 2 men instantly. The remaining men stared in shock. They didn't expect this small girl to be so strong. "Guys, don't be afraid. Let's attack together," shouted Brother Wang, swinging his knife at Shinluo. Shinluo dodged cleverly and then took the chance to slash a shoulder. Brother Wang screamed and dropped his knife. He clutched his bleeding shoulder, full of fear and despair. At this moment, a tall man attacked Shinluo from behind, swinging his knife to cut her back. But Xiaohei suddenly rushed out. It used its sharp claws to tear the tall man's throat. The tall man widened his eyes, clutching his neck tightly, then slowly fell to the ground. The man wearing a supermarket uniform saw what was happening and was so scared he kept stepping back. He knelt on the ground and begged, "Miss, I was wrong. Please spare my life." "Spare you? That wouldn't be fair to your brothers. Brothers should stick together, don't you think?" As soon as Shinluo finished speaking, she swung a watermelon knife at the man. Blood splattered everywhere, and his head was cut off, rolling into the corner. Shinluo looked at the men lying on the ground and felt a sense of satisfaction. These animals finally received the punishment they deserved. She turned to look at the women inside the house. They were watching her with feelings of respect and gratitude. "Thank you. Thank you for saving us," said one older woman gratefully. Shinluo smiled and shook her head. "No need to thank me." "Who is Xiaoya's mother?" A middle-aged woman stepped forward trembling. Her face was streaked with tears, and her eyes were full of gratitude and happiness. "I am Xiaoya's mother." Seeing this mother, Shinluo felt a twinge of sadness. Reuniting with her daughter in this end-of-the-world situation was truly rare. "Don't worry, Xiaoya is fine. She's safe." Shinluo comforted her and then brought Xiaoya inside from outside. Xiaoya saw her mother and immediately threw herself into her arms. The mother and daughter hugged tightly, tears soaking their clothes. Watching this, Shinluo hoped that these two could survive in this harsh world. She looked at the women inside and asked, "What do you plan to do next?" "I want to go home," said a young girl. "I want to go home too, but my home is in City B. I don't know if there's still a train," another woman added. Several women expressed their desire to go home, looking at Shinluo with hope, hoping she could help them leave and return home. "Won't you take us back?" a girl asked sweetly. "Yeah, you're so capable. We might not survive if we go out alone," said another girl. "Yes, sister. We're all women and can't defend ourselves. We need your help. Our homes aren't far, so please, just help us get there," they pleaded. Shinluo frowned. She didn't expect these girls to ask her like that, and she wasn't their maid. Did they really think she would just help them without question? Shinluo looked at these women with some helplessness. He sighed and said, "I've already killed the zombies at the food street and outside the supermarket. Later, I will go and kill the zombies in the electronics area. This place is safe now. There is food and backpacks in the supermarket. You can take some food, then leave from here to the underground parking lot where you can find vehicles. Big sister, do you want us to leave on our own?" A girl, dressed poorly, asked. "Yes, sister. We are both college students with little life experience. We're afraid we might die if we leave here," another girl whispered, sniffling. She understood that in this end-of-the-world situation, everyone wants to survive and find someone they can rely on. But she also had her own plans and goals and couldn't keep carrying these people. Besides, it's the end of the world. These people still rely on others, but she feared that what they experienced today might lead them down the same old path in the future. Everyone, sisters, I understand you want to go home, but I have other things to do now and can't take you with me. Let's part ways here, Shenluo said sincerely. The women looked disappointed after hearing this. Are you trying to stop us from dying? What's the difference between you and those people on the ground? Don't forget, you're still a murderer. You killed them. One woman, who had been standing behind everyone, shouted angrily as she stepped forward. Shenluo looked at this angry woman and felt a wave of helplessness and sadness. She didn't expect that after saving these people, she would still face such accusations and insults. Miss, you need to understand. It was them who attacked first. And why did I have to fight them? Shenluo said calmly, without any emotion. Killing. Killing is killing. If you did it, then you're no different from those beasts, the woman continued to shout. Shenluo frowned. She didn't want to argue with her anymore. All right, I don't want to waste time with you. If you want to survive, leave here on your own, she said. After saying this, Shenluo turned to leave. Stop right there. If you don't help us leave today, we'll tell everyone what you did and make you experience being chased and attacked too, the woman shouted quickly as Shenluo tried to walk away. Shenluo stopped and turned around, her cold eyes fixed on the woman. Do you think I would be afraid? It's the end of the world now, and you're still talking about morals? If you think I made a mistake by saving you just now, I sincerely apologize. Next time, I will just ignore you. And if you want to die, go ahead and say so. After saying this, Shenluo ignored the woman and strode out of the rest area. She went to the supermarket entrance, looked back at the once busy store, now turned into a hellish place. Taking a deep breath, she resolutely left the supermarket and headed toward the electronics section. Inside, zombies still wandered around, looking for targets to attack. Shenluo tightly held her watermelon knife, her eyes full of determination and killing intent. She knew she had to eliminate all these zombies to ensure the women inside could leave safely. Although she didn't want to admit it, she still wanted to keep some kindness. Otherwise, she wouldn't be here killing these monsters. Waving her watermelon knife, she struck one zombie after another, quickly knocking several down. Seeing this, the remaining zombies lunged at Shenluo. She skillfully dodged their attacks and took the opportunity to cut them down one by one. Finally, through Shenluo's relentless effort, all the zombies in the electronics area were wiped out. Looking at the fallen zombies, a sense of satisfaction filled her heart. She had fought to give these women a glimmer of hope for survival. Shenluo slumped on a freezer, looking at the scattered zombies, sighed, and called Xiaohei to help two of them dig for crystal cores. Xiaohei, I'm so tired. Foolish woman, drink some spirit spring water to restore your strength. How stupid can you be? Even the master has to remind you, Xiaohei said with a resigned tone. I forgot about that. Shenluo quickly took out some spirit spring water from her backpack, took a few sips, and immediately felt her strength returning. Xiaohei snorted proudly and then started helping to dig for crystal cores. She looked at Xiaohei and smiled. You're the smartest. How come I didn't think of that? Why else? Because you're just that stupid. All right, you win. For now, I won't argue with you. Shenluo was too tired to dig anymore and lay down on the ground. Suddenly, she noticed a door in the corner of the electrical area, with a sign that read, Electrical Warehouse. Shenluo had long been eager to see these appliances. If she could store them in her space, once the world recovered, she could use them again. It was better than leaving them to be ruined underwater. Acting quickly, Shenluo shook off her fatigue, grabbed Xiaohei, and rushed toward the warehouse door. She approached the door and carefully examined the lock. Fortunately, the lock had been damaged by zombies, so Shenluo easily opened it. As soon as the door opened, she was stunned by what she saw. The warehouse was filled with all kinds of appliances: refrigerators, washing machines, TVs, computers, combined steam and oven machines, and integrated stoves, everything you could imagine. Shenluo felt a surge of happiness. These appliances were rare in the end times. If she could store them in her space, once the world was back to normal, she would become very rich. She quickly called out to Xiaohei, Xiaohei, we've hit the jackpot. I want to put all these appliances into my space. Xiaohei, lying lazily on the ground, scoffed. Silly woman, what use are these appliances? They can't eat or drink. Shenluo rolled her eyes at Xiaohei. You don't understand. These appliances will be treasures in the future, even more valuable than gold. Although the space isn't very big in the end times, if we have a base, we could make a lot of money. Xiaohei snorted, but after thinking about Shenluo's words, he seemed to agree. After some busy work, Shenluo managed to store all the appliances in her space. Xiaohei, let's go, Shenluo said, brushing dust off herself. Xiaohei lazily stood up and followed Shenluo out of the warehouse. Back at the supermarket entrance, Shenluo watched the women packing up and preparing to leave. She didn't bother them, and quietly turned to leave. Inside the supermarket, Shenluo looked around again, collecting some more items. After leaving about a third of the goods behind, she returned to the first floor. After a night of work, Shenluo was already feeling tired. Xiaohei, are you still strong? We still need some time to clean up upstairs. Shenluo glanced at her watch. It was already 5 a.m. Let's go to the second floor. Since we're here, we shouldn't let others get ahead, Xiaohei said as he ran toward the second floor. Shenluo followed quickly. The second floor was the jewelry area, filled with gold, silver, and jade stones. To her surprise, there were also 2 antique shops. She waved her hand, and everything was stored in her space. Why didn't you keep some of these? Xiaohei asked curiously. After the apocalypse, only practical items are worth trading: food, water, medicine. These jewels are too heavy and can't be eaten. Carrying them is just a burden. If no one needs them, people will just leave them on the ground because they're too heavy to carry, Shenluo explained. Shenluo and Xiaohei continued searching on the second floor. In the jewelry area, gold, silver, jade, and agate sparkled under the lights, but Shenluo didn't hesitate to store all of them in her space. Next, they went to the antique shops. The shops were full of various antique ceramics, paintings, and jade carvings, each showing signs of history. Shenluo also didn't hesitate and stored all these antiques in her space. Watching Shenluo sweep through like a locust, destroying everything in her path, Xiaohei was surprised but gradually got used to her big moves. After finishing the second floor, Shenluo and Xiaohei prepared to go to the third floor. The third floor mainly had clothing and household items. Looking at the endless clothes and household goods, Shenluo felt a wave of emotion. These once ordinary items, before the end of the world, Shenluo wouldn't have bought in a mall. They were incredibly expensive, bed sheets costing thousands, silk fabrics worth millions. Shenluo didn't think she was crazy. She could afford to buy a silk quilt worth over $1 million. But today, her mouth was watering uncontrollably. A silk quilt worth over $1 million felt so tempting. She almost wanted to roll around in it right now. Seeing her blood-stained clothes, she held back her desire. There were all kinds of silk quilts, soybean-filled quilts, silk cotton quilts, summer cool quilts, many of which Shenluo didn't even recognize the materials of. But none of that mattered. Shenluo stored all of them in her space. Shenluo and Little Black continued to move through the third floor of the mall. They changed their strategy and no longer sorted items carefully. To save time, they collected everything they saw into their space. These once expensive household items Shenluo planned to enjoy during the end of the world. In the clothing area, various clothes hung on shelves, from high-end fashion to casual wear. Everything was available. Shenluo looked at the clothes and felt a strange emotion. Before the end of the world, she might not have paid much attention to these clothes, but now, each piece could be a life-saving resource. Without hesitation, she collected all these clothes into her space. After searching the third floor, Shenluo and Little Black were exhausted and gasping for breath. But they didn't stop. They continued to the higher floors. The fourth floor had electronics and books. There were many new electronic devices and a wide variety of books. Shenluo looked at the electronics and felt excited. She knew these items would also be very valuable in the end of the world. Whether it was phones, tablets, computers for communication, or TVs and game consoles for entertainment, they could all be useful later. So, she collected all these electronics into her space as well. Shinluo wanted to take them home and watch some TV shows or movies before the power disappeared. Otherwise, life in the end of the world would be very lonely without entertainment. The fifth floor was the book area. Here, books were everywhere: classics, science books, history texts, art albums, each one carrying human knowledge and wisdom. Shinluo looked at the books and felt a deep respect. She realized she had forgotten to buy something. She needed to buy books and knowledge. These books would also be important in the end of the world. They could serve as spiritual support or sources of new knowledge. Without hesitation, she collected all the books into her space. After a busy night, it was now 9 a.m. Shinluo and Little Black were so tired they collapsed on the ground, resting to regain their strength. She looked around. Since this was a bookstore, the space was quite open. The sixth floor was a cinema. During the outbreak of the virus, many people were still watching movies. For safety, Shinluo slowly stood up, brushed off the dust from her clothes, and said to Little Black, "Little Black, let's go back to the third floor. I remember there's a lounge behind the shelves, and it's hard to find if you don't look carefully. Let's rest there." Little Black lazily stood up and followed Shinluo toward the third floor. They walked through the empty corridor to the lounge hidden behind the shelves. "It seems this place is really well hidden. No one has found it," Shinluo said with a smile as she entered with Little Black. The lounge had a few sofas and a table. Shinluo and Little Black each found a seat. Shinluo took out 2 servings of fried rice noodles and some water from her space and handed one to Little Black. "We'll eat something simple here. We've been busy all night and are hungry. When we get to the safe house, we'll have some big lobsters," Shinluo said. Little Black took the food and ate eagerly. "Silly woman. Remember, I know there aren't many lobsters in the space. You have to give me all of them." Shinluo smiled affectionately. "I'll save them all for you. I know you like them." As she ate, Shinluo looked around the lounge and felt a wave of emotion. "I never thought that before the end of the world, this place was a bustling shopping mall. Now it's like this," she sighed. Little Black looked up at Shinluo with a complex expression in her eyes after hearing this. After finishing their food, Shinluo and Little Black began to rest. Shinluo leaned back on the sofa, closed her eyes, and reflected on the night's experiences. Little Black curled up beside Shinluo and also closed her eyes. The whole lounge fell into a brief silence. After a while, Shinluo suddenly opened her eyes. She sensed an uneasy presence approaching. She quickly sat up and looked toward the door. Although they had disguised the entrance to the lounge, there was only one way in or out. If zombies came in, they would have nowhere to run. Nervously, Shinluo looked at Little Black, who also opened her eyes and was alertly staring at the door. "Little Black, something's wrong," Shinluo whispered. Little Black nodded, her form instantly becoming more solid, ready for battle. "Xiaoya, quickly run and hide," Shinluo heard a voice. "Stupid woman, you want to run? Let's see where you can go. Several of them say your daughter brought someone to kill my brothers. They want your daughter to pay with her life, and you dare to refuse? I think you're tired of living," a man's voice said cruelly. Hearing the conversation outside, Shinluo's heart tightened. She realized that the people outside were likely the same group she had killed at the supermarket. She quickly grabbed Xiaohei, and both listened carefully to what was happening outside. "They deserve to die, and so do you. Bullying us orphans and widows, and those elderly in the supermarket. You all are animals," Xiaoya's mother shouted angrily. "Since that's the case, we'll catch your daughter and use her as food. Today, we'll cut off her arm. Tomorrow, we'll cut off her leg. What do you think?" the man said, followed by a sinister laugh and the terrified screams of Xiaoya's mother. Hearing this, Shinluo understood the situation. The women at the supermarket hadn't escaped, but had fallen into these people's hands. It was clear they came to trouble Xiaoya and her mother, and their methods sounded extremely cruel. Anger rose in Shinluo. These people, in the end of the world, not only lacked unity and help but also bullied the weak. They truly deserved to die. She tightly held her watermelon knife, her eyes coldly fixed on the door. She whispered to Xiaohei, "Xiaohei, are you ready? Let's go out and teach these people a lesson." Xiaohe nodded, his form instantly becoming solid, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Shen Luo and Xiaohe carefully opened the door to the rest area. Through the gap between the shelves, they saw what was happening outside. A few men were surrounding Xiaoya and her mother, one of them holding a shiny knife. Xiaoya was trembling with fear, hiding in her mother's arms. Although scared, Xiaoya's mother straightened her back and glared at the men. The only way is to exchange information about that woman for your daughter's life. Just tell me where she is, like that woman. If you tell me, you can live, the leader coldly said. Mom, I'm scared, Xiaoya softly said. Xiaoya's mother hugged her tightly and then said, I don't know, little girl, tell uncle. If you tell me, I won't hurt your mother. You will still be her child. If you don't tell me, you might be eaten by those monsters. The man leading continued to coax Xiaoya. Xiaoya hadn't finished speaking when her mother quickly said, Xiaoya, we don't know anything, so we can't tell them. They don't believe what we say. That means they want to hurt us. Xiaoya looked at her mother with tears in her eyes and nodded silently. Threatened like this, with a knife at her neck, if she didn't speak, the mother and daughter would likely have a very bad ending. Shen Luo saw this and became more determined to save Xiaoya and her mother. She and Xiaohe left the resting room quietly, sneaked close to the group, then suddenly rushed out. Shen Luo waved her watermelon knife and slashed at the man holding the knife to Xiaoya's mother's neck. That man immediately fell to the ground. Seeing this, the others stepped back. Are you looking for me? So you're the woman. You killed my brother and want to leave just like that? If I hadn't come back in time and stopped them at the garage door, I wouldn't have known you're so tough, the man said angrily. Treating animals requires the same methods as treating animals like you, Shen Luo said with a cold smile. The little girl still talks tough. I wonder if her body is tough enough to withstand my punch, the man said, waving his knife back and forth. Shen Luo moved quickly, dodging his attack, then countered with a slash, taking out another enemy. Your men aren't very strong either. Their fists are soft. Shen Luo coldly looked at the 3 remaining men. If their fists aren't strong enough, what about this? The leader pulled out a pistol, chambered it, and aimed at Shen Luo. Shen Luo looked at the gun in his hand, a serious look flashing in her eyes. Do you think having a gun means you can win? She said with a cold smile. She didn't move, but her presence was intimidating. The man was shaken by her aura, and his hand holding the gun trembled slightly. His 2 companions saw this and tried to step forward to help, but Shen Luo's sharp gaze stopped them. Since you're not afraid, I'll let you taste what a bullet feels like, the man shouted bravely, but with a trembling voice. Shen Luo ignored his threat and continued slowly moving forward. Her eyes showed determination and resolve, as if she was ready to face anything. At that moment, Xiaohe suddenly rushed out like a black lightning bolt, heading straight for the man. The man was startled by Xiaohe's sudden attack, trembling as he fired his gun, but the shot missed. Seizing the chance, Shen Luo swung her sword at the man's wrist. He cried out in pain, dropping his gun. Quickly, Shen Luo caught the gun and aimed it at the man. Now it's your turn, Shen Luo said coldly, her tone firm and commanding. The man looked at the gun in Shen Luo's hand, his face pale and legs weak, losing the arrogance he had before. His 2 accomplices saw this and backed away in fear, not daring to move forward. Shen Luo didn't give the leader a chance to speak. She shot him dead. The other 2 men fell to their knees with a thud. Heroine, please spare us. We were forced into this. If we don't join them, we will die too, one man begged. Yes, heroine, let us go. I have a crying baby at home. Another man sobbed. One of the men saw Shen Luo aiming her gun at them and tried to run away. But Shen Luo didn't give them a chance. She quickly pulled the trigger. After 2 gunshots, both men collapsed to the ground. Xiaoya and her mother watched in horror. They didn't expect Shen Luo to still come forward to help them at this moment. Shen Luo put away her gun and looked back at Xiaoya and her mother.
Aunt.
Miss, thank you, Xiaoya's mother said gratefully. Shen Luo softly comforted her. It's okay now. It's all over. Xiaoya was still hiding in her mother's arms, trembling. Shen Luo walked over, knelt down and whispered, "Don't be afraid. Those people have all been taken care of. No one will bother you or your mother anymore." Lilia's mother looked at Shinluo with gratitude and said, "Miss, thank you for saving us a second time." "My daughter, and I really don't know how to thank you." Shinluo smiled slightly and said, "You're welcome. I just can't stand those who bully the weak." After speaking, Shinluo stood up and looked around. The place was a mess now, with shelves knocked over and goods scattered everywhere. Shinluo knew she couldn't stay here any longer and needed to leave quickly. She then told Lilia and her mother, "This place isn't safe anymore. You should leave as soon as possible." Lilia's mother didn't speak after hearing this. She looked at Shinluo and said, "Miss, I think I can't get out." Shinluo looked at the mother and daughter with curiosity, but didn't say anything. "Miss, please don't misunderstand. My family values boys over girls. My husband won't support me, and my daughter. Even if we go back now, they will dislike us for taking too much food. If things don't change, we will be sold by our family someday. So, I have nowhere to go. Also, don't worry, we won't stay here. There's a supermarket downstairs. We plan to go there to find something to eat." "Oh? Then why did you leave with those women just now?" Shinluo sensed a hint of dishonesty from the woman. "No, sister. My mother and I didn't leave with them. We hid in the break room you used earlier. Those aunties said we didn't leave, and then they looked for us in the supermarket. My mother and I were afraid of being caught, so we planned to leave quietly. But at the supermarket entrance, we were still caught." Lilia tugged at Shinluo's sleeve and said. Lilia's mother patted her daughter's head and said, "Sorry, miss. We caused you trouble. My daughter and I will leave now and won't bother you anymore." Her eyes looked empty as she turned to leave with Lilia, but Shinluo could feel her strength and resolve to protect her daughter. "Miss, is there something you need?" Lilia's mother asked timidly. Shinluo looked at the mother and daughter, feeling a complex emotion in her heart. She knew that in this difficult world, everyone's survival was full of hardship. Although Lilia and her mother had faced many misfortunes, the love between them was especially precious. Shinluo knew that taking in the mother and daughter might bring a lot of trouble, but she didn't care. Without help, they probably wouldn't survive long enough to reach the official base. "Don't rush to leave yet," Shinluo said. "I have a safe place where you can stay for now. It'll also be easier for me to move around if you come with me." Xiaoya's mother looked surprised and hesitant. She hadn't expected Shinluo to offer help, but she was worried about becoming a burden. She looked at Shinluo, then at her daughter, clearly struggling to decide. Xiaoya held Shinluo's hand, her eyes full of hope. "Mom, can we go with her, please?" Seeing her daughter's pleading eyes, Xiaoya's mother finally nodded. "All right, we'll go with you. I can cook, clean, and do chores.
I won't just sit around."
"Let's go," Shinluo said, leading them to the small rest area behind the shelves. She took some bread and water from a corner and handed them over. "Eat something first, then rest." Xiaoya's mother accepted the food gratefully. "Thank you, miss." Shinluo smiled gently. "You're welcome."
"Eat."
"Xiaoya, here, have some bread." Her mother's eyes showed new determination. She handed the bread to her daughter, took a sip of water, and looked at Shinluo. "Miss, will we cause you trouble by following you?" Shinluo shook her head. "Trouble? If you don't want to be a burden, you need to learn to protect yourself." "I understand," Xiaoya's mother said firmly. "There's no turning back now. I just want my daughter and me to survive in this cruel world." Her eyes shone with resolve, as if she had found new strength. Shinluo looked at her with respect.
"Here, take this."
Shinluo tossed a dagger she had taken earlier to Xiaoya's mother. "For me?" the woman asked, her eyes filled with gratitude. "Yes," Shinluo said. "If anyone tries to hurt you, use it to protect yourself. If you encounter a zombie that wants to eat you, use it to stab its head. It will then bite and attack you." Shinluo remained expressionless, seeming distant and unkind. "Thank you, young lady. I understand. My name is Li Ping and my daughter is Wang Xiaoya," Li Ping said. "Big sisterly, I need to go upstairs soon to look for supplies. You and Xiaoya stay here." Outside, there are shelves, and the people working here know about this rest area. So you can stay here safely and wait for me to return. I brought 2 boxes of supplies from the supermarket. They have food and water. You can take them to eat. Shenluo finished quickly, needing to rest and prepare for what's next. No, these are your supplies. We can't eat them, and we already ate earlier. We won't touch them, Li Ping hurriedly assured Shenluo. Stay here with Xiaoya and wait for me. Don't go outside, and don't let anyone see you. The food here is enough for you both to last a week. My name is Shenluo, she said with a gentle smile. Silly woman, what about me? Xiaohei jumped out of Shenluo's backpack and stood beside her. And him, my partner. His name is Xiaohei, Shenluo said, picking up Xiaohei and holding him in her arms. Wow, Mom is a cat, Xiaoya exclaimed happily when she saw Xiaohei. Was it this little cat that saved me earlier? Li Ping looked at Xiaohei gratefully. Yes, Xiaohei bit the weapon that threatened you and the man, Shenluo explained while massaging Xiaohei. Xiaoya's eyes widened with admiration. She looked at Xiaohei and said, Xiaohei, you're so amazing. Xiaohei meowed proudly twice and rubbed against Shenluo's chest. After that, Shenluo checked her watch. It was getting late. She knew she had to go upstairs quickly to find supplies and prepare for survival. Big sisterly, I'm going now. Stay here and wait for me. If anything happens, hide with Xiaoya. Don't confront anyone directly. Or take them upstairs to find me and I will handle it, Shenluo advised. Li Ping nodded, full of gratitude and trust. Don't worry, Miss Shin. We'll wait here for you. Shenluo nodded at them and then turned to walk toward the stairs. The path to the 7th floor was very quiet. Shenluo didn't think much of it until she reached a level she had never been to before. She felt something strange. This place was very different from the floors she had passed before. The air was thick with a heavy, strange feeling. The corridor lights flickered on and off, as if they could go out at any moment, plunging the area into darkness. Shenluo carefully stepped onto the 7th floor. Each step felt very heavy, as if she was walking over an unknown abyss. This was a cinema. She could smell human scent, which would make the zombies uneasy. But the cinema was too quiet. Shenluo felt uneasy. She realized the situation here was more complicated than she had thought. She kept walking down the corridor, moving more carefully with each step. Suddenly, a deep growl came from ahead, making Shenluo's heart jump to her throat. She tightly held her knife and tiptoed closer to the sound. She saw a large figure curled up in the corner of the corridor. It was a zombie, but it gave off an unusual aura. Shenluo held her breath and quietly watched the zombie. It seemed to sense her presence. It slowly lifted its head and stared at her with dull, cloudy eyes. Shenluo's heart tightened, but she didn't back away. She took a deep breath and suddenly rushed at the zombie, swinging her knife accurately and chopping off its head. The zombie's head split open, and black blood splattered everywhere. But to Shenluo's surprise, the zombie didn't fall down like others. It just stood there, moving more slowly. She understood that this zombie had mutated and become harder to fight. She couldn't afford to be careless. She kept swinging her knife, fighting fiercely with the zombie. After a tough battle, Shenluo finally knocked the mutated zombie down. She was exhausted and panting, covered in sweat. Shenluo leaned against the wall, catching her breath. She realized that the zombies here might have mutated. She had to be even more careful. After a short rest, she went to the zombie and pulled out the crystal core from its brain. The core's eyes were milky white, so she was sure it was a first-level mutated zombie. She didn't expect that on the 4th day after the apocalypse began, a first-level mutated zombie had already appeared. You should know that the appearance of a first-level mutated zombie in the previous life was 2 months later. Thinking of this, Shenluo shook her head. How much earlier was this? She no longer hesitated and continued exploring each screening room. In the first screening room, it was completely dark. Shenluo could only rely on the faint light of her flashlight to quickly check the space. Fortunately, there were only 3 zombies in the first screening room. Looking at their clothes, they seemed to be staff members from the screening hall. It's likely that these 3 tried to hide here, but unexpectedly, they were infected and turned into zombies. Shinluo quickly dealt with them and moved on to the second screening room. The situation in the second screening room was better than the first. There were no zombies. But Shinluo remained alert and carefully checked every corner. The third screening room was the same, nothing inside. A sense of unease grew in Shinluo's heart. She kept moving forward through the fourth, fifth, and all the way to the last screening room. Apart from one first-level mutated zombie and 3 first-level zombies, there was nothing else. What puzzled Shinluo even more was that, in such a large screening hall, there wasn't even a bag of popcorn. Xiaohei, it seems our luck is pretty good. About a 70% chance that there's nothing here, too, Shinluo said with a slight sigh of relief. Stupid woman, if the people who are alive here were killed or taken away, that's not certain. You should be more careful, Xiaohei said with a hint of disdain. Shinluo really wanted to cry. Since she met this little black cat, he had been constantly criticizing her. But she knew that although Xiaohei complained a lot, he was reliable when it mattered most. She nodded and said, "Yes, I understand. I'll be careful." After that, Shinluo started walking up the stairs to the 8th floor. Floors 8 to 12 are the influencer incubation area. Once, many young people with dreams gathered here, hoping to become famous overnight. But now, when Shinluo entered, she only felt silence and desolation. The corridor was scattered with abandoned items, and a rotten smell filled the air. Shinluo moved forward cautiously, every step taken with extreme care. She continued along the corridor until she reached a spacious office. The office door was half open, and Shinluo looked inside through the. She saw a messy scene inside, with chairs and desks overturned and papers scattered everywhere. Shinluo frowned, realizing there might have been a fierce fight here. She pushed the door open and stepped inside. She saw a woman dressed in trendy clothes lying in a pool of blood, appearing to have died not long ago. Her eyes were wide open, as if she was still scared from before. Shinluo's heart tightened. She carefully checked the woman's wounds and found she had been hurt by a sharp object. It seemed that people had been here before, but now something unfortunate had happened. People? Where was the person who hurt this woman? Shinluo finished her search on this side, only taking what was in the box. Items on the surface were placed in a backpack on her back. Some of these items also entered her space. This floor's internet celebrities mainly sold small toys and office supplies during their live streams. She didn't find anything valuable. On the 9th floor, Shinluo walked down the corridor. The rooms here were small, about 4 to 6 square meters each, probably newly renovated live streaming rooms. Looking at the equipment, which was now covered in dust after a few days, Shinluo felt a bit sad. She decided to put all the equipment into her space. She still didn't find any sign of people on the 9th floor. Shinluo continued upward to the 10th floor. She arrived at a spacious live streaming room, decorated very nicely, with all kinds of streaming equipment. But now, it was empty, with only the mess and scattered items showing the former lively scene. This live streaming room was much larger than the one on the 9th floor. The background setup, costumes, and props were all complete. It seemed this place was prepared by some well-known internet celebrities. Shinluo carefully searched inside the room. Most of the items were well-known brand cosmetics, luxury goods, bags, and jewelry. Although these wouldn't be useful in the end times, the experience of shopping for free was exciting. Shinluo collected everything into her space. After searching for a while, she was finally satisfied and left the live streaming room. She continued down the corridor to the 11th floor. The situation here was similar to the previous floors. Shinluo didn't linger much, just quickly searched, and then moved on upward. Just arrived at the 12th floor fire door, Shinluo noticed that things seemed different here. There was blood on the floor, suggesting a fight had taken place. She felt nervous but stayed alert. Suddenly, hurried footsteps came from ahead. In the empty fire corridor, she had nowhere to hide, so she quickly retreated to the 11th floor. Hiding behind the fire door on the 11th floor, she held her breath and watched quietly. She saw a man in black come down from the 12th floor and run quickly below, holding a shiny knife. She quietly followed him, wanting to see where he was going. The man reached a room on the 10th floor, pushed the door open, and went inside. Seizing the chance, Shenluo moved closer to the room, peeking through the door. It was a hidden door, cleverly designed, so even Little Black didn't notice. Inside, she saw a young woman sitting with her hands tied behind her back, looking terrified. The man in black was approaching her step by step, the knife in his hand gleaming coldly. "Lily, the boss has sent several teams to find you, but none have returned. Are you feeling lucky or sad?" he said. The woman could only make muffled sounds. "Stop struggling. This room was designed by the boss from the start, with soundproofing everywhere. Do you think those popular internet stars got famous by accident? Do you know where their resources come from?" The man in black laughed loudly. If the man in black hadn't been careless and left the door slightly open, Shenluo wouldn't have heard such disgusting words. "A few days ago, the boss didn't ask me to come find you. You should know I was very anxious. You're so delicate and pretty, I couldn't help but think about you every day. It's not like I tied you up here. I really miss you," the man said, slicing through the woman's clothes with his knife, revealing her fair skin. "Ha ha ha, no wonder the boss designed this room. It's so exciting, just like that. The boss really knows how to enjoy himself." The filthy words from the man in black made Shenluo furious. Suddenly, she pushed the door open and rushed inside. With a swift move, she cut off the man's arm. The man in black let out a loud scream as his knife fell to the ground. He covered his broken arm, showing pain and fear on his face. The woman saw Shenluo and a flicker of hope appeared in her eyes. Shenluo ignored her and went to the man in black. His expression was cold. "Tell me, who is your boss? What's really going on here?" The man in black was sweating and trembling.
I
don't know. Please don't kill me." Shenluo didn't listen to his begging. She held her watermelon knife against his neck. "Speak or stay silent." Feeling the cold on his neck, the man finally broke down. "I'll tell you. Our boss is in charge here. He uses these internet celebrities for illegal activities." Shenluo was surprised. She hadn't expected such a secret to be hidden here. "What about those internet celebrities? Where are they now?" she asked. The man in black tremblingly pointed in a direction. "They're all kept on the 12th floor." 12th floor? Interesting. Tell me about it," Shenluo said dismissively. The man trembled even more, as if each word cost him great courage. "The 12th floor. That's the boss's private area. We're not allowed to go in. I only know that the internet celebrities are kept there. I don't know the details." Shenluo frowned. She looked at him with an even colder gaze. "You better not lie to me. Be honest. I'm giving you one chance. If you lie, there will be consequences." The man nodded repeatedly, full of fear and begging. "I won't lie. I'm telling the truth." Shenluo didn't say anything more. She swung her knife and threatened him. The man in black shouted, "I'll tell you. I'll tell you." Her knife paused slightly. She looked at him coldly.
Speak.
"I'll give you one more chance." The man in black's face turned pale. He trembled as he spoke. "There's a secret room on the 12th floor, leading to the 13th. The boss keeps the internet celebrities there." Shenluo was even more shocked. She hadn't expected such a secret to be hidden here. "Go on," she urged. The man trembled even more and whispered, I don't know much. I only know that after those internet celebrities were taken, they never came out again." "Continue," Shenluo frowned. The man swallowed hard and kept talking. "There are still more than 20 people on the 12th floor, all men. 16 of them are the boss's bodyguards. The others are in charge of different floors, looking for beautiful women for the boss." The day after the apocalypse started, the boss told everyone to bring all their belongings to the 12th floor. "I came down here to find this girl," Shenluo said. "In that case, you can leave now." He then ended the life of the man in black. The woman, who showed a flash of fear in her eyes. Shenluo looked at her, stepped forward, and untied her ropes. Once free, she was overwhelmed with gratitude. Thank you for saving me." Shenluo gently patted her shoulder and took a bottle of water and a bread from his backpack, handing them to her.
Eat something.
"You probably already know what's happening outside." The woman nodded, her eyes full of relief after surviving. She was very thirsty and drank water eagerly, her voice hoarse as she spoke. My name is Lily.
Thank you for saving me.
If you need anything in the future, just ask. Shinluo smiled and looked at her. He didn't expect that this girl named Lily was so loyal. Lily looked at Shinluo gratefully, then found a safe spot to sit and rest. Big sister, I am a reporter. I came here to do a story because all the girls who entered this place have disappeared. Even my good friend is missing from this company. I asked my colleagues to check, but the person in charge said they hadn't seen my friend, Mija. Listening to Lily's story, Shinluo's brow furrowed. He didn't expect that this internet celebrity company was hiding such a dirty secret. Those young people with dreams were being used as toys, manipulated by this so-called boss. So, you were so brave, using yourself as bait to come here and investigate. Mija helped me when she was at school, and now she's gone. Her grandmother is about to cry. So, Lily choked up. So, that's why you came. Shinluo shook her head. This girl is really silly. Has she never thought about what might happen if Mija and those people are working together? Lily nodded and then looked at the knife in the man in black's hand. Big sister, can I have that knife? She asked. You want it? Shinluo was a little surprised but quickly understood what Lily meant. She nodded and said, Of course, this knife is yours now. Lily climbed over to the broken hand and picked up the knife, a look of determination in her eyes. She held the handle tightly, as if in that moment she found her courage and strength. Shinluo watched Lily and felt a strange warmth in her heart. Even in this end-of-the-world situation, the light of human kindness still shines. Lily's bravery and kindness gave her hope for humanity. Big sister, can I ask you for a bottle of water and some bread? I want to go to the 12th floor. I want to find my good friend Mija, Lily said, her voice getting softer and softer, almost like a tiny mosquito. Shinlu was stunned. The girl didn't even invite her to go help rescue others. This girl was kind-hearted, but in this world's end, the worst thing was to be overly naive. You're going to save them? You just heard him say there are 16 big men up there, totaling more than 20 people. Aren't you afraid of falling into a wolf's den? Shinlu asked. I'm afraid, of course I am. But if this world really becomes like that, I want to find Mija. It's better than living alone in this dangerous world, Lily said with tears in her eyes but with strong determination. Shinluo looked at Lily, feeling a mix of emotions. She didn't expect to meet such a loyal and caring girl in this end-of-the-world situation. All right, I'll go with you. Shinluo finally nodded. She couldn't just watch Lily go to her death alone. Lily's eyes lit up with surprise. Really? Big sister, but then she quickly added, Big sister, thank you. I don't want to be a burden to you. Shinluo gently patted Lily's shoulder. Let's go. But you have to stay close and don't run around. The two of them went up the stairs to the 12th floor. The scene here was definitely different from the previous floors. The corridor was silent, with no sound at all. A tense and oppressive atmosphere filled the air. Shinluo moved carefully, each step cautious and deliberate. Lily closely followed Shinluo, tightly gripping the knife she had taken from the man in black. They arrived in front of a closed door. Shinluo signaled to Lily to hide nearby, then quietly approached the door and looked inside through the. Inside, the room was brightly lit. A group of men in black sat around a large table, their faces fierce and cruel. Among them sat a fat middle-aged man, with a smug and leering smile on his face. Shinluo's heart tightened. She realized this man was probably the boss here. The internet-famous girls sitting around looked terrified and hopeless. Shinluo turned to Lily. Hide behind me. Don't hold me back. Lily stood behind Shinluo, a bit stunned. She didn't quite understand what Shinluo meant, but still followed closely. Shinluo quickly pushed open the door and threw something like a small grenade inside, then shut the fireproof door. She started counting silently. A loud explosion sounded, and the fireproof door shook with a big blast, accompanied by the screams of the men in black. Lily was startled by the sudden noise. She clung tightly to Shinluo's clothes, her eyes full of fear and worry. But seeing Shinluo's calm expression, she gradually calmed down. Shinluo looked inside through the room was a mess. The men in black were either injured or stunned, lying on the ground and groaning in pain. The fat middle-aged man was also knocked down by the blast wave, looking at the door with a frightened face. Seizing the chance, Shinluo pushed the door open quickly and rushed inside. She held a watermelon knife, her eyes cold and fierce, like a demon making the men in black afraid. Shinluo swung her knife at them, attacking fiercely. Lily followed behind Shinluo. Though she was scared, she thought of Mija. Summoning her courage, she waved her knife and charged at the men in black. A fierce battle broke out on the 12th floor. Shinluo and Lily worked well together, one attacking, one defending, and soon defeated the men in black. Seeing this, the fat middle-aged man was so frightened he kept retreating, looking for a chance to escape. But Shinluo would not give him that chance. She quickly stepped forward and pressed a watermelon knife against his neck. "I heard you're the boss of this online influencer group." Shinluo looked at him with cold, sharp eyes. The middle-aged man trembled and asked, "What do you want to do?" "What do I want to do? You tell me," Shinluo said, tapping his face with the watermelon knife. The overweight man's face twitched with fat, and his eyes were full of fear and begging. "Please, miss, spare me. I won't do it again." Seeing his scared look, Shinluo felt a bit of disdain. She coldly asked, "Tell me, where are those girls kept?" The overweight man tremblingly pointed at a few young online influencers sitting in the middle. "They're all kept here." Hearing this, Shinluo's expression hardened. She grabbed his collar and lifted him up. "You're not going to talk, huh?" Whereas Mija, Lily suddenly lost control and shouted angrily, "What, Mija or Ugly Ja? I don't know what you're talking about." The overweight man's eyes darted around nervously. "Lily, stop wasting time. First, cut off his toes," Shinluo said coldly, without any emotion. Although reluctant, Lily thought of Mija. She clenched her teeth and raised her knife, aiming at the overweight man's toes. He let out a terrible scream, his face full of pain and fear. He didn't expect these two women to be so ruthless. Lily was cutting for the first time, and her technique wasn't very skilled. Half of the overweight man's small toes were hanging from the flesh, looking very painful. "I said stop. Don't cut anymore." The man finally broke down, trembling as he spoke. Shinluo looked at him coldly and asked, "Tell me, where is Mija?" The man tremblingly pointed in a direction. "She's in that room over there." "Room?" Shinluo was amused by the fat man's words. "Lily, keep cutting. This time, cut off his leg from the thigh." Lily was very obedient. Shinluo told her to do something, and she did it. Without waiting for the man to speak, Lily swung her knife and cut into his leg. A fat man let out a loud, painful scream and collapsed to the ground, his face full of fear and pain. Blood was flowing from his leg, and his broken leg revealed white bones, looking very shocking. Shinluo looked at the fat man with a cold expression. "Where is the secret room?" The fat man trembled and hesitated for a moment. He looked at Shinluo, then at Lily, with fear and despair in his eyes. "How do you know about the secret room? I don't have time to waste on you. If you don't tell me, I will have Lily cut you every minute. You've seen her sword skills, so I will let her cut you into pieces," Shinluo said firmly. He knew that if he didn't reveal the secret room's location, he would be in much worse trouble than now. Maybe telling would give him a chance to escape pain. I'll tell you. The fat man's voice trembled. He pointed to a door nearby. "The secret room is behind that door. You can see it when you open it." Hearing this, Shinluo's eyes sharpened. He grabbed the fat man by his collar and lifted him up, speaking fiercely. "You better not lie to me, or I will make your life worse than death." The fat man nodded quickly, full of fear and begging. "I swear, I'm telling the truth." Shinluo didn't say more. He threw the fat man onto the ground. "Lily, watch him. If he's not honest, keep cutting until he's obedient." After that, Shinluo strode toward the closed door. Lily stared at the fat man, her hand trembling slightly with her knife, but her eyes were very determined. Shinluo reached the door, took a deep breath, and then pushed it open suddenly. Inside was a dark room, filled with a damp, musty smell. He carefully stepped inside, looking around. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He found a hidden switch in the corner of the wall. Without hesitation, Shenluo walked over and pressed the switch. With a soft click, the lights in the room suddenly turned on. Shenluo's vision blurred. Then he saw clearly what was inside. He saw several iron cages, holding many young women. The room is filled with iron beds, each holding a girl who is unconscious and restrained. They wear old, torn clothes, and their exposed skin shows whip marks and burns. Shenluo feels a tightness in her chest as she realizes these girls are the missing applicants. She quickly walks to a girl and checks her breathing. There are 15 girls held in the secret room. 8 are dead, and 7 are injured. The dead girls are casually piled in the corner. She never expected that this so-called online influencer company was such a dirty and cruel place. The young girls, who should have had bright futures, are treated like objects, cruelly tortured and toyed with by the overweight man and his followers. Shenluo clenches her fists tightly, her nails digging into her palms, yet she feels no pain. Her heart is filled with anger and a desire for revenge. She calls Lily inside and returns to the main hall. "Are there any other girls here besides these?"
she asks.
The overweight man trembles and replies, "No more. They're all here." Shenluo looks at him coldly, her eyes full of deadly intent. She grabs his collar and lifts him up, saying fiercely, "You better tell the truth." The man shakes his head quickly, fear and begging in his eyes. "I swear, that's all. There are no others. Please spare me." Shenluo doesn't say anything more. She throws him to the ground and swiftly kills him with a knife. Even if he was lying, she doesn't want to hear or see his ugly face anymore. Then she turns to Xiaohei. "Xiaohei, please look around for anything missed."
"Thank you."
"I'll go see the girls." Back in the secret room, Shenluo sees Lily helping each to a sofa. "Lily, is Mija here?"
she asks.
Lily looks up at her, a glimmer of hope in her eyes, but it quickly fades. She shakes her head, voice trembling. "No, Mija isn't here." Shenluo's heart sinks. Even after rescuing these girls, she couldn't find Lily's friend. She patted Lily's shoulder gently and comforted her, saying, "Lily, don't be sad. Maybe Mija isn't here, or maybe she has already escaped." Hearing this, Lily's eyes flickered with hope, but she quickly shook her head. "That's impossible. I just asked the girls here, and they said Mija was taken away." Shenluo frowned. She didn't expect the situation to be so complicated. Could there be a secret room here? Thinking about this possibility, Shenluo felt a cold chill in her heart. If there really is a secret room, Mija's situation might be very dangerous now. She looked at Lily, who was full of despair and pain. Shenluo knew she had to stay strong and not let Lily lose hope. "Lily, you stay here and take care of these girls. I will look for other exits or secret rooms," Shenluo said, taking out 4 bottles of water and some bread from her bag. Lily nodded. Although she was scared, she knew she had to rely on Shenluo now. Shenluo carefully searched the room, looking around for any clues she might find. Suddenly, Xiaohei ran toward her. "Foolish woman, come with me. There's a hidden room here," Xiaohei said. Hearing this, Shenluo's eyes lit up with surprise. She immediately followed Xiaohei to a door that was tightly shut. This door blended in with the wall, and if Xiaohei hadn't led her, Shenluo wouldn't have noticed it. She carefully pushed the door open. Inside was a narrow passageway, and at the end, there seemed to be an iron door. Shenluo's heart tightened. She realized this hidden room might be where Mija was kept. She hurried to the iron door, peering inside through the room was pitch dark, and she couldn't see anything clearly. Shenluo looked at Xiaohei. After Xiaohei signaled that there was no danger, she took a deep breath and suddenly pushed the door open, rushing inside. She turned on her flashlight and saw a metal bed inside, with a girl lying on it. The girl's face was full of scars, and her body was covered with burns and cuts. Her eyes were empty, clearly very frightened. Mika seemed to sense Shenluo's presence. She slowly opened her eyes, a look of confusion and fear flashing in her eyes. "Are you Mija?" Shenluo gently helped the girl to sit up and asked. The girl seemed to be awakened by this name. She nodded weakly and tremblingly said, I am Mija." Shenluo felt relieved. She had finally found Lily's friend. She gently patted Mika's back and comforted her. "It's okay now, Mija. You're safe." Mija looked at Shenluo with gratitude and surprise. Thank you. Thank you for saving me." Shenluo smiled and nodded. "Let's go. We'll go outside first. Lily is waiting for you." Mija shook her head, her voice still faint. Lily." Shenluo knew that Mija needed rest and recovery now. "Little Black, go tell Lily that we found Mija. Let her not worry," Shenluo said to Little Black. Little Black immediately turned and ran outside. Shenluo carefully helped Mija to her feet, letting her lean on her shoulder. Mika's body was still weak, but her eyes showed a hint of determination and courage. Shenluo knew that this girl had been through a lot of hardship, but she still hadn't given up hope. The two slowly left the room, walking down the corridor. Just as they pushed open the hidden door, Lily's figure appeared in front of them. "Mija." Lily saw Mika's battered body and tears welled up in her eyes. She hugged Mija tightly, as if afraid of losing her again. "Lily, Mija is fine now. Let's take her to rest over there," Shenluo softly said. Lily nodded, her eyes full of gratitude as she looked at Shenluo. She carefully took Mija and helped her to the previous hall. The girls who had been rescued were sitting together, their faces full of relief after surviving the ordeal. "Foolish woman, there are 3 secret rooms on the 12th floor. One is full of gold and jewelry you like, and the other 2 contain supplies." Little Black jumped onto Shenluo's leg and lay down. "I knew that fat boss was rich." Even after all this, he still refused to tell the truth. Shenluo and Little Black communicated silently, while the other girls did not hear. "Lily, please help everyone check their health here. Xiaohei and I will go look around this floor to find some food." After saying that, Shenluo left with Xiaohei. Shenluo didn't expect that this overweight man was hiding so many treasures. "Xiaohei, take me to those secret rooms," Shenluo said. Hearing this, Xiaohei immediately jumped down from Shenluo's leg and ran in a certain direction. Shenluo followed behind Xiaohei, and they arrived in front of a secret room. Shenluo pushed open the door and saw that the room was filled with gold, silver, and jade treasures, shining brightly and dazzling. Looking at these treasures, Shenluo felt a little excited inside. Since this wealth was given by heaven, refusing to accept it would be a betrayal of the sky's favor. Shenluo collected about 500 kilograms of gold and 1,000 kilograms of silver bars into her space. To her surprise, there was also a jade bed here. The fat boss really did it. He even sleeps hugging gold and silver. Perhaps ancient emperors didn't have it as good as him. Shenluo took everything without hesitation. She placed the jade bed in the thatched hut, not in her space. Although this was illicit wealth, it was the end of the world now. Shenluo didn't mind that the fat boss had slept with her. As long as she didn't admit it, the jade bed was hers now. She calmed her excitement and said to Xiaohei, "Xiaohei, let's go see the other secret rooms." Xiaohei nodded and led Shenluo to 2 other secret rooms. Inside, the rooms were filled with various supplies, food, water, medicines, all kinds of essentials. Shenluo thought for a moment and took away 3/4 of the supplies, leaving 1/4 for the 9 girls, enough for them to survive here for 3 months. After gathering everything, Shenluo returned to the room with supplies and added a few sets of bedding and men's sportswear. As for why she left men's clothes, it was because the boss was a man. Leaving women's clothes would be a bit strange. There were still many clothes downstairs, and the supermarket still had supplies. As long as these girls weren't lazy, they could survive the beginning of the end times. In 3 months, if any of them awakened special abilities, surviving in this world wouldn't be difficult. The layout here is simple. To the east are 2 secret rooms and the boss's office. One of the secret rooms contains supplies. The west area is a lounge with beds and appliances, Shenluo explained calmly. "I want to go home." I don't want to stay here, said a girl around 16 or 17 years old. I also want to go home. I don't want to stay even a second longer. This place is dangerous, said another young girl. I feel the same, the other girls echoed softly, some choking back tears. Shenluo suddenly remembered that these girls, who were locked up, seemed disconnected from the outside world. They had no idea about the end-of-the-world situation or zombies. Everyone, don't cry. I need to tell you that there is a big virus outbreak in City S. Many people are infected and have turned into zombies. The radio and TV are saying to stay at home and wait for help, Shenluo said, showing everyone the latest news on his phone. What? One girl shouted in panic.
Why?
Why is this happening? The girls cried out loudly. Shenluo tried to calm them down, but they couldn't control their emotions. Suddenly, Shenluo heard noises outside the door on the 12th floor. Everyone be quiet. Are you trying to attract the zombies? Shenluo shouted angrily. The girls were startled by his loud voice. Even Mija, hiding in Lily's arms, fell silent. Everyone quieted down and listened to the banging outside the 12th floor door. Shenluo signaled for everyone to stay silent. He quietly went to the door, quickly locked it, and pushed a metal cabinet against the handle. The banging outside grew louder, as if the door would break at any moment. Maybe the smell of blood here has attracted the zombies. Everyone, open the window and throw the bodies outside. Then, find some cloth to wipe the bloodstains on the floor, and finally, wash everything with clean water, Shenluo suggested. He returned to the main hall, opened the window, and saw that the crying girl was no longer crying. Instead, she and others, overcoming their fear, carefully threw the scattered bodies from the 12th floor outside. As they threw the bodies out, it attracted some nearby zombies. The more they threw out, the more zombies gathered outside. To solve the crisis, Shenluo had no choice but to do this. The banging outside the 12th floor door eventually stopped. Blackie said everyone had gone downstairs. Next, what should we do? The girl who just cried the loudest asked timidly. What should we do next? If you want to die, just run out and let the zombies eat you. If you're afraid of pain, jump off the building. If you don't want to die, then cheer up. You need to become stronger to find a way back home, Shenluo said as he looked at the mostly cleared ground. The girls stopped what they were doing and looked at Shenluo. Am I wrong? I don't want the people I saved to be weak and scared. If that were the case, I would regret saving you, he added. But one girl started to argue. But what? Are you helpless? Or is it a shame that your neck is just a decoration? Shenluo bluntly exposed their excuses. Luo Jia, they are probably just scared. Don't be angry, Lily said as she tried to pull Shenluo's sleeve, but he pushed her away. Angry? I won't be angry. Why should I be? None of you are my people, just strangers. Do you really expect me to carry you all? You can't even stand on your own, and you still hope others will help? Be more clear-headed, Shenluo said with visible anger. We understand. We won't cause trouble anymore, one girl said, afraid Shenluo might leave at any moment. No need to say more. I understand your thoughts, but you should also realize one thing. All good things come to an end. After a short rest, I will leave. As for you, what should you do? Decide for yourselves, live or die. Shenluo kicked a stool at his feet and sat on a nearby sofa. The girls lowered their heads and stayed silent. They knew Shenluo was telling the truth. They had to stand up on their own if they wanted to survive in this end of the world. Shenluo looked at them and felt a bit emotional. These girls, who should have been loved and protected by their parents, were forced to face such harsh reality because of a sudden disaster. It's normal to be scared. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, but he didn't plan to give these girls a lecture. Lily quietly came over and whispered, Luo Jia, are you leaving? Shenluo opened her eyes and looked at Lily, but did not speak. Big sister Luo, can I ask for your help? Lily finally gathered her courage. Worrying that Shenluo might misunderstand, she added, It's like this, big sister Luo. I want to be able to protect myself and Mija in this end of the world. Can you stay a little longer? I want to learn how to quickly cut down enemies. Not like I keep missing vital spots when I attack. Is that what this is about? Shin Luo finally spoke. Lily quickly nodded. Yes, big sister Luo. I want to learn skills. I want to be as strong as you. Big sister Luo, can I learn from you too? Mija, standing timidly behind Lily, asked. Shin Luo looked at Lily and Mija, a hint of admiration in her eyes. She nodded and said, All right, I can teach you, but you must remember, in the end of the world, there is no absolute safety. Only by becoming stronger can you survive better. Lily and Mija looked determined after hearing her words. Shin Luo stood up, walked to the center of the hall, and looked at the girls sitting around her. She raised her voice and said, Listen carefully. The end of the world has arrived. If we don't want to become zombie food, we must make ourselves stronger. I will teach you some basic survival skills and fighting techniques, but whether you learn them depends on you. The girls looked up at Shin Luo, whose tough exterior hid a kind heart, and their eyes sparkled with hope. That afternoon, under Shin Luo's guidance, the girls gradually learned some basic skills. She also taught them some outdoor survival techniques, hoping they could survive here until official rescue arrived. As the sun slowly set, its glow shone through the windows onto the girls' faces, bringing them a touch of warmth. Before leaving, Shin Luo gave Lily and Mija 2 bottles of water, diluted spiritual spring water. Their physiques were too weak, and she hoped these 2 bottles could help them recover quickly. Time passed, and Shin Luo needed to continue searching the remaining floors. The space had not yet finished upgrading, and Shin Luo was eager to return to the safe house. She wanted to ask Xiaohei about it, and also why the gold-devouring beast hadn't finished upgrading the space yet. This was taking too long. This made Shin Luo feel more anxious than ever. Shin Luo carried Little Black and went upstairs along the stairs. Each floor was very quiet, as if no one was there. She carefully opened each door, shining her flashlight ahead, while Little Black stayed by her side, alert and watching around. From the 13th to the 16th floor, there were different companies, filled with computers and office chairs, but nothing else. Because it was after work hours, no zombies appeared on these floors. Shin Luo searched every corner for supplies and clues. Finally, she reached the 17th floor, which was the safe house her company built for clients. Shin Luo was not worried about the original owner returning. First, because the owner didn't have the key yet, and second, because the owner was abroad and hadn't come back. So, the key was still in Shin Luo's possession. She opened the armored door of the 17th floor and stepped inside. This was her first time here, and it felt full of life. The kitchen had various ingredients and cooking tools. The living room had a comfortable big sofa and a TV. The bedroom had a large, spacious bed with soft sheets and blankets. On the bedside table, there was a cozy lamp and a few novels. Shin Luo looked around and couldn't help but admire how warm and comfortable the place was, and she also appreciated the owner's good taste. She went to the kitchen and opened the fridge. Little Black, looks like today we can have something tasty. What do you want to eat? Shin Luo said with a smile. Little Black sniffed the air, jumped onto the kitchen counter, and sniffed the food inside the fridge, seeming quite satisfied. Just watch and see. We can also change things up a bit. Shin Luo took some food and drinks from the fridge and placed them on the living room table. Are you worried about eating all your Australian lobsters? She began preparing breakfast for herself and Little Black. Yeah, I wonder when we can raise some lobsters here so I can enjoy such delicious food every day, Shin Luo said while handling the ingredients and chatting with Little Black. Little Black jumped around her, curious about what she was making. Oh, Little Black, do you think with this space upgrade we can raise some animals in the thatched hut? Like chickens or ducks so we can have fresh eggs and meat. Suddenly, Shin Luo had an idea. Xiaohei's eyes lit up when he heard, seeming very interested in the idea. He jumped onto Shin Luo's shoulder and nudged her face with his nose, as if saying, That's a good idea. Let's see what surprises this space upgrade will bring us. Shin Luo smiled and continued preparing the ingredients. She thought to herself, if the space could really raise animals, Xiaohei's Dragon Street would be safe, at least allowing him to eat whenever he wanted without being so frugal. Soon, Shin Luo finished making breakfast. It was 2 plates of spaghetti with 2 steaks. She even thoughtfully arranged the food on the plates. Xiaohei looked at the food in front of him with bright eyes, and in the next moment, drool started to flow. Shenluo, if you don't become a good chef, all your skills will be wasted. I just like experimenting with food, I don't like being a chef, Shenluo said, opening 2 bottles of soda and eating happily with Xiaohei. Then you should cook more in the future. Xiaohei finished the last bite of spaghetti and lay on the sofa. All right, I'll cook for you in the future and make delicious food, Shenluo said affectionately, petting Xiaohei in her arms. The two, one person and one cat, talked while slowly falling asleep on the sofa. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in her mind. Beep. Host, the system has successfully upgraded to level 5 space system, covering an area of 1 million square kilometers. The system marketplace is now open. If you need to buy items, you can do so in the system marketplace. Shenluo blinked sleepily, really wanting to turn off the voice that kept appearing in her mind. It was disturbing her peaceful sleep. What kind of purchase? What am I buying? Swallowing Gold Beast, say that again. Host, I speak clearly and brightly. Why didn't you hear me?
I'm sut. I'm upset.
You don't love me anymore. You big pig's trotter woman. What is she here? Swallowing Gold Beast? If she could see the system's physical form, she would definitely go and give it a good beating. What is all this nonsense? What are you talking about? Swallowing Gold Beast, don't say dangerous things. I'm talking about you. I'm talking about you. I'm so cute and you're scaring me, the system said proudly. Don't tell me you've also upgraded and become smarter, Shenluo asked cautiously. Did you just realize that? I have simply grown and become smarter. There's nothing to make a fuss about. Shenluo was a bit speechless. She didn't expect the system to really upgrade and to become so proud. Then tell me, what functions do you have now? Shenluo decided to learn about the new features of the system first. The functions are many. For example, this system mall allows you to buy various supplies and weapons. I, as your super intelligent system assistant, can answer all kinds of questions and provide help, the system proudly said. Listening to the system's explanation, Shenluo felt a little excited. She heard about weapons. Could she really buy them? Open the system mall, she silently thought. The panel of the system mall appeared in front of her. This system mall was simply amazing. There were 3 options. Besides the survival exchange zone and skill exchange zone, there was also a mall. The mall had many categories: seeds, black soil, farmland, rice paddies, ponds, production tools, weapons, and defense technology. It was almost too incredible to believe. Most categories were grayed out. Only the lit ones could be purchased. And the payment method was in crystal cores. The protective system required 1 million zombie crystal cores. Gold-eating beast, you're really a dog. Why do you need so many crystal cores? How many years would it take me to gather that many? Shenluo complained about the unkind system. Host, you shouldn't complain too much. Also, points can be exchanged for crystal cores. You need to believe in yourself. You can do it. Keep going, the system comforted her. Believe it? I'm just a broke person now. Tell me, how many points and crystal cores do I have? I should have earned quite a lot these days, and I have so many crystal cores, Shenluo said, feeling a sharp pain in her heart. The system was silent for a moment, then said, Host, your current points are 0, and your crystal core count is also 0. Shenluo almost spat out her old blood. She couldn't believe it and asked, What did you say? 0 points and 0 crystal cores? So all my zombie kills these days were for nothing? The system awkwardly replied, Host, you did earn quite a few points and crystal cores from killing zombies. Because of this upgrade, the system evaluated your abilities and awarded you these rewards. Your thatched hut has now been upgraded to level 5. Your combat skills have also been maxed out, and you have been gifted a special ability. Just tell me which ability you want to learn. Really? Upgrading has so many benefits? Shenluo heard this and no longer felt pain over the points and crystal cores she had saved up. She realized she was getting the most out of her efforts now. Her mood instantly improved. She looked at the system with excitement in her eyes and said, I want to learn a wood-type ability. The system paused briefly and then replied, Okay, I will now exchange for a wood-type ability for you. Shenluo couldn't believe it. So, I now have dual abilities? Water and wood? I can walk freely in the end times. Why do you say walk freely? Your chosen abilities are okay, but fire is the strongest among abilities. Why didn't you choose fire? Xiaohei asked, confused about Shenluo's choice. Shenluo smiled and said, I think a wood-type ability is good. When I face danger, I can't enter space, but with wood, I can escape. It's super powerful, and I think it suits me. Xiaohei almost got a shock from Shenluo's thinking. You chose wood just so you can run away later, yes. In the end times, Xiaohei, survival is the most important thing. Of course, staying alive is the top priority. Shenluo closed her eyes, focused, and felt the energy of the wood ability inside her. Soon, she felt a warm power flowing through her body, like spring sunshine, making her feel very comfortable. She opened her eyes, extended her right hand, and softly said, Grow. Suddenly, a green light appeared between her fingers, pointing at the only potted plant on the coffee table. Where the light touched, the potted plant started to grow. Although it only grew 10 centimeters, Shenluo was very happy. At this moment, Shenluo remembered that her thatched hut had also been upgraded. She hurried to see her new home, thinking of her jade bed. Shenluo quickly entered the small yard. The thatched hut was gone, replaced by a 2.5-story small building. Shenluo went inside and looked. The 2.5-story building looked very familiar. Shenluo was so surprised she couldn't speak. Is this my villa? This system is incredible. It even replicated my villa, just with a different small courtyard. A pond appeared on the west side of the courtyard. There was also a chicken coop, duck house, cattle shed, pigsty, and sheep pen. A small pond in the yard turned into a clear spring, flowing gently, adding life and energy to the little building. Yes, host. You can drink 5 cups of this spiritual spring each day, Shenluo said, reaching out to take a cup. He carefully drank it, feeling a warm flow rise from his stomach, quickly spreading through his body. His fatigue disappeared, and even his abilities seemed to grow stronger. Shenluo took 4 bottles of mineral water, filled them with the spring water for today's use, and placed them in the fridge inside the villa. Gold-devouring beast, where's the jade bed I put here? Shenluo asked, thinking that since the system was so smart, he might as well ask directly. Host, the jade bed is in your bedroom on the 2nd floor. The gold-devouring beast replied slowly. Little Black, go upstairs and see if our jade bed is still there, Shenluo said, hearing that his jade bed was still in place. He called Little Black and ran upstairs. Shenluo pushed open the 2nd floor bedroom door. The room was large and empty, with only a jade bed inside. Where are my bed and wardrobe? Host, this is the survival house exchanged in the survival exchange zone. We only provide basic items. You'll need to buy the rest yourself. The gold-devouring beast's voice grew quieter. You've replicated everything else, so a couple more replicas wouldn't hurt. Too stingy. Shenluo shook his head helplessly. He knew he couldn't rely on the system alone, so he decided to do things himself and make everything sufficient. Looking at the empty bedroom, he already had a plan. He decided to move everything from the safe house into his system space. So, Shenluo left the space and moved the bed, bedside table, wardrobe, anything he could see, into his system. Then, he found the quilt worth 1 million Huobi coins inside the space and spread it on the bed. Apart from ensuring safety, Shenluo moved everything from the safe house into his space. Next, he thought about how to earn points and zombie crystal cores. After all, there were so many good things in a mall. By the way, gold-devouring beast, where should I put this black land, rice paddies, and farmland I exchanged? Can I farm on it? Shenluo looked at the system store, which offered free items, 10 plots of black land, 10 plots of farmland, and 10 plots of rice paddies. She wanted to exchange for them, but was worried about not having space to place these lands and being tricked by the gold-devouring beast. So, she decided to ask clearly first. The host can try to exchange, the gold-devouring beast said without hesitation. Hearing this, Shenluo felt a bit nervous, but decided to give it a try. If it was a waste, so be it. Being tricked by the beast a few times was nothing new. She clicked the exchange button. A flash of light appeared, and suddenly, Her space gained 10 plots of black land, 10 farmland, and 10 rice paddies. These lands were flat, fertile, and emitted a faint earthy smell. Shenluo looked at the lands, feeling very happy. She thought that the area of 1 million square kilometers should be enough to hold all these lands. Otherwise, why give so much? Her goal was probably to boost consumption. She went to the system store and exchanged for potato and sweet potato seeds for free, since those were the only options available. Does the host want to plant them? Yes, Shenluo replied. As soon as she said that, the potato and sweet potato seeds were planted into the black land. The estimated growth time is 72 hours. Shenluo watched the planted land, surprised at how quickly they could mature. If that's the case, will all seeds grow faster than outside? Yes, host. Each plant has a different growth cycle, but all will be faster than outside. Just wait for the harvest. Shenluo imagined that after 72 hours, the land would be full of potatoes and sweet potatoes. She couldn't help but feel excited. Since she could farm, she also decided to prepare some small animals. Thinking of the small pond in the villa area, Shenluo planned to put in an Australian lobster to raise. She had never raised one before, so if it died, Black wouldn't be angry, right? Black, let's raise one first and see. It won't die, Black said, sounding a bit unhappy. Then should I put all of them in? Shenluo asked cautiously. Yes, put them all in, Black said hurriedly, eager for more lobsters to breed, so there would be endless Australian lobsters to eat. So, Shenluo placed all the Australian lobsters from her space into the small pond. The large lobsters happily swim in the small pond, seeming very satisfied with their new environment. Shenluo watched these lobsters and felt very happy. She thought that once the lobsters reproduce, she and Xiaohei could enjoy delicious lobster every day. Next, Shenluo thought about chickens, ducks, and other poultry. She wondered where she could find them now that she had space to raise animals. Of course, developing this farm was also necessary. So Shenluo looked at the map to see if there were any farms near S-City. She planned to visit and see if she could bring some live animals in. Shenluo opened the map and carefully searched for farms around S-City. Soon, she found several larger farms and marked their locations. Xiaohei, after we finish searching here, we need to go out, Shenluo said to Xiaohei. Xiaohei, hearing this, excitedly jumped up. Where are we going? Shenluo handed him the map. It's these places. We're going to catch chickens, ducks, and geese. Xiaohei looked closely at the map and nodded. Okay, this shopping mall has 23 floors, and 6 more floors to go before we can leave. Seeing Xiaohei so excited, Shenluo also felt a bit hopeful. Yes, let's go to the 18th floor. The remaining 6 floors should be quick to finish, she said. Then she took Xiaohei and left the safe house, heading to the 18th floor. When they reached the door of the 18th floor, Xiaohei signaled Shenluo that there was danger inside. There were many zombies and some living people inside. Shenluo's special ability was still in the early stage, and since it was the beginning of the apocalypse, no one had awakened their abilities. Everyone was trying to hide their powers to avoid suspicion. So Shenluo decided to rely on her fighting skills. She also discovered a happy surprise. Her perception ability had become stronger. She sensed that about 20 or so people were hiding in a house on the east side. Outside, in the amusement hall, there were about 200 to 300 zombies wandering around. Shenluo was thinking about whether she and Xiaohei could fight all the zombies alone. Foolish woman, what's wrong? What are you thinking? Xiaohei asked when he saw Shenluo standing at the door, not going in. She replied, I'm afraid I can't fight them. Shenluo was brief and to the point. Xiaohei chuckled softly. With the boss here, what are you afraid of? Xiaohei, maybe we should go to the 19th floor first and see what's there. Right now, I can sense about 100 meters around me. Let's go upstairs and check. Seeing Shenluo excited, Xiaohei decided to follow and explore the 19th floor. She carefully approached the door of the 19th floor, trying to sense what was inside. Shenluo used her sensing ability and found no unusual activity inside. She then opened the door to the 19th floor and quietly entered with Xiaohei. This floor seemed much quieter than the 18th. They didn't hear any zombie growls or see any living people. Shenluo extended her sensing again, and surprisingly, the floor was completely empty. No zombies, no humans. It looks safe here, Shenluo said to Xiaohei. Xiaohei nodded in agreement. Just then, a faint sound of footsteps came from behind. Both Shenluo and Xiaohei immediately became alert, staring in the direction of the sound. They saw a person in torn clothes, covered in dirt, stumbling out of the 19th floor door. The person looked extremely frightened, with eyes full of fear and despair. He kept looking back as he walked, as if something was chasing him. Shenluo and Xiaohei exchanged glances, understanding each other's thoughts. They quietly followed behind him, wanting to see what he was so afraid of. The man reached a door, trembling as he opened it, then quickly slipped inside and shut the door tightly. Shenluo and Xiaohei approached the door, trying to peek inside through the... Suddenly, they heard a scream of terror from inside. Then, the door was slammed open violently. A blood-covered person rushed out, face full of panic, shouting loudly, "Help! Help!" But Shenluo and Xiaohei didn't hear any sound from him. They quickly hid to the side, watching the frantic escape of the person. After this person ran away, Shenluo and Little Black arrived at the door of the room. They carefully pushed the door open and saw that the room was very cozy, with a baby crib in the middle. However, the baby in the crib was currently very red-faced, seeming to have difficulty breathing. The chubby little face was now flushed and hot. Shenluo had never seen such a situation before. She hadn't taken care of a child. It seemed the man who just ran out had gone to find help. This child is allergic. The man just fed him mango jam, Little Black explained. Allergic, Shenluo said while quickly searching her supplies for allergy medicine. If the child didn't get the medicine soon, he might die in less than 15 minutes. Shenluo was sweating nervously. With the help of the gold-devouring beast, she finally found allergy medicine suitable for the baby. She took some spiritual spring water, diluted the medicine, and fed it to the child. After taking the medicine, the child's face gradually returned to normal, and his breathing steadied. Seeing that the child was okay, Shenluo breathed a sigh of relief. She turned to Little Black and said, "Luckily you're here. Otherwise, this child would be in danger." Little Black, feeling proud, lifted his chin. "Of course. With me here, there's nothing I can't handle." Seeing Little Black so confident, Shenluo couldn't help but smile. Suddenly, there was a rush of footsteps outside the door. Soon after, the man who had run out earlier returned. He was holding something that she couldn't see clearly, seemingly medicine. At this moment, Shenluo realized that this man couldn't speak. He was only gesturing with his hands. He says he's a construction worker. He came to work at the Internet Celebrity Incubation Company. The boss saw his wife was beautiful and wanted to harm her. Later, he killed his wife and was expelled from the company. He had nowhere to go and wanted to avenge his wife. He saw that this place was also under renovation and unoccupied, so he brought his newborn child here. Unexpectedly, the apocalypse arrived. The child is innocent, and he can't let the child also die in the end times. So he searched desperately for usable things. The child was very hungry, so he fed him some jam, but the child had an allergic reaction. He gestured, tears in his eyes. Shenluo could feel his despair and anger. He choked up and used sign language to express that after his wife was killed by the leader, he didn't even get to retrieve her body. She gently patted his shoulder to show him that the child was safe. The man looked at the child with gratitude. He knelt on the ground and bowed his head to Shenluo several times. Shenluo quickly helped him up, but the man avoided her and raised the back of his hand. It was clear that his hand had a deep bite mark, indicating he had just been bitten. "What's this?" Shenluo asked, confused. The man signed that he was bitten by a zombie while out looking for medicine. Hearing this, Shenluo's heart sank. She looked at the man in front of her, full of sympathy. She felt sorry for the baby in the cradle, without a mother and now possibly without a father. Before Shenluo could react, the man suddenly knelt down and bowed his head fiercely. She looked at Xiaohei, wanting to understand why the man was bowing to her. He wants you to take care of his child, Xiaohei said simply. Shenluo looked at the man with mixed feelings. She knew that if she didn't take care of the child, he would soon die in this end-of-the-world situation. But carrying a baby made survival even harder for her. She sighed softly, then walked over and helped him up. The man looked very weak from hunger and exhaustion. His eyes were full of hope and despair, as if he was saying, "Please save my child." Shenluo hesitated, unable to say a word. Seeing this, the man raised his hand, looked at Shenluo, then at his son, tears streaming down his face. Suddenly, he looked up and ran to the window in front of him, jumped from the 19th floor. Shenluo stood there in shock, watching the man's figure disappear from her sight, feeling a complex mix of emotions. A deep, indescribable sadness filled her heart. She turned her head to look at the baby in the cradle. The baby's clear eyes looked at her innocently, as if he didn't understand what had just happened. Shenluo took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. "Foolish woman, what are you going to do now?" Xiaohei jumped onto the cradle. "Xiaohei, I don't know either. I don't even know how to survive in this end of the world, let alone how to take care of a baby." Shenluo didn't know what to do and looked worried. "Just do what you think is best. If you don't want to take him, wait until the official base is built and send him there," Xiaohei suggested. "Okay, then I'll take him for now. As for later, we'll decide once the official base is ready," Shenluo said, looking at the baby in the crib. The baby's lively eyes made Shenluo feel a bit distracted. "All right, don't overthink it. Why spend so much time thinking? Humans are really complicated," Xiaohei said, a little confused. "Xiaohei, when we arrived here, why couldn't I sense this baby?" Shenluo asked, still curious. "Because this baby has no harm value, so there's nothing to sense," Xiaohei explained. Shenluo nodded upon hearing this, feeling relieved that the baby didn't pose a threat to her or Xiaohei. "I see. Okay, Xiaohei, let's go," Shenluo said, placing the baby in a baby carrier on her chest. She then packed everything in the room into a spare room on the second floor of the space villa. Shenluo gently picked up the baby from the bed. The child seemed to feel her warmth, clutching her finger tightly, with innocent, clear eyes looking at her. Looking at the baby, Shenluo felt a wave of motherly love. She gently patted the baby's back, thought for a moment, found some milk powder, carefully prepared it according to the instructions, and carefully fed it to the baby. The baby, apparently very hungry, kept on the bottle, with big, trusting eyes blinking at Shenluo. Seeing the baby satisfied, Shenluo hummed a lullaby softly, rocking the baby to sleep. The baby gradually calmed down in Shenluo's arms, breathing steady and deep. Shenluo looked at the peaceful sleeping face of the baby, her heart full of tenderness. She knew that carrying this child upstairs was risky, and she might encounter danger again. So, Shenluo quickly returned to the 17th floor, placed the baby crib in the living room, and then went back with Xiaohei to the 20th floor. Standing at the window on the 20th floor, Shenluo looked out. The distant sky was gray, as if warning of an approaching storm. She took a deep breath and turned to Xiaohei, saying, "Let's go inside." The 20th floor was also empty, and there was no sign of danger. Shenluo and Xiaohei carefully entered the 20th floor. This floor was just like the 19th, very quiet, with no signs of people. Shenluo used her sensing ability again to confirm that the floor was completely empty before relaxing. She looked around and saw that the layout of the 20th floor was similar to the previous floors, large, empty rooms and hallways. Shenluo secretly felt relieved. There were some uninstalled tables and chairs and unopened computers, which she could store in her space. Even if this floor was empty, these items wouldn't raise suspicion. Xiaohei jumped onto a table, looked around and said, "Since this floor is also empty, let's keep going upstairs." Shenluo nodded, feeling cautious. When they reached the door to the 21st floor, they heard shouting from inside. "Stinky girl, I told you to serve the gentleman, and you're still not happy? You're just a lousy waitress. Doing a job for money, and acting so high and mighty in front of me." A few men's voices came through, along with their teasing.
Exactly.
"You're just a helper, and our manager is lucky to have you," Manager, just deal with her. Forget about talking reason with her. We've got your back. Lin Shuang, look at the news and outside. Zombies are everywhere. If you don't follow the manager, what are you going to do for work? You haven't eaten or drunk water in 2 days. How much longer can you hold on? You guys, you bunch of... I can find my own food and water. It's you who won't let me leave, a weak female voice said with difficulty. Hearing this, Shen Luo's face instantly darkened. Her eyes widened with anger, and a fierce fire burned in her heart. She wanted to rush in and tear those who were bullying the girl into pieces. Xiaohei jumped onto Shen Luo's shoulder and whispered, "Foolish woman, don't be impulsive. Let's first listen to what's happening inside." Shen Luo took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. She pressed close to the wall and listened carefully. Inside, she could hear the girl crying and the men insulting her, along with sounds of fists and kicks. The girl's crying grew weaker, clearly exhausted and unable to fight back. Shen Luo nodded slightly. She gently pushed open the door on the 21st floor and saw chaos inside. Tables and chairs overturned, computers scattered everywhere. A few men were surrounding a thin woman, hitting and kicking her. The woman curled up on the ground, shielding her head with her hands. Her crying had become faint. Her clothes were torn to shreds, revealing large bruises and scars on her skin. Seeing this, Shen Luo felt even angrier. She quietly approached the men, planning to catch them off guard. Suddenly, one man turned around and saw Shen Luo. His eyes widened in surprise and he shouted, "Who are you? How did you get here?" The other men immediately became alert and turned to look at Shen Luo. They looked fierce, as if they wanted to deal with Shen Luo too. Shen Luo snorted coldly.
Who are you?
"Why are you here?" One man stepped forward. He was big and muscular, with a rough face and a fierce look in his eyes. "We are workers here. After the apocalypse, we hid here. Who are you? I advise you not to interfere, or we won't be polite," he threatened. Hearing this, Shen Luo smirked coldly. She didn't back down but walked confidently toward the men. "I am the owner of this place. I came to collect rent. The world has ended, and I don't want my house polluted or damaged. I'm not renting it anymore. So you can leave," Shen Luo said calmly and confidently. Xiaohei listened to Shen Luo and almost lost his footing. He held back his laughter, thinking this woman was really good at talking and lying without blinking. The men looked at each other after hearing Shen Luo, seeming a bit surprised and unsure. "Owner? Are you joking? Before the apocalypse, this was our company. After the disaster, we took over this place. Who do you think you are?" the big man said dismissively. Shen Luo sneered coldly, her eyes showing determination and authority. "Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is I don't want you trash ruining my house. If you're smart, get out now or don't blame me for being rude." As she spoke, Shen Luo began to release her aura. A strong sense of pressure suddenly filled the room. The men felt Shen Luo's powerful presence and stepped back a few paces. The tall man saw this and felt a chill in his heart. He didn't expect that this seemingly gentle woman had such a strong presence. But he was a tough guy, so he quickly calmed down. Do you not understand words? This place now belongs to me. Trying to chase us away won't be so easy," he said, then signaled to the other men to prepare to attack Shen Luo. Shen Luo saw this but remained calm. She had already prepared herself. She quickly drew a watermelon knife from her waist, holding it tightly, with a sharp look in her eyes. Overestimating yourself," Shen Luo snorted coldly, then started fighting the men. She was quick and agile, defeating each man one by one. The tall man was shocked. He didn't expect this woman to be so skilled. He tried to run, but it was too late. Shen Luo was already in front of him. "Trying to run? Not so easy," she said, grabbing his collar and lifting him up. The tall man was held in the air, struggling to breathe, his face turning red. He fought to break free, but it was useless. "Let me go," he said with difficulty. Shen Luo snorted and ignored his struggle. She forcefully threw him to the ground. He let out a loud cry and lay there unable to move. Seeing this, the other men were terrified and backed away, not daring to come closer. Real heroes don't suffer losses in front of their eyes. Brothers, grab your things and let's go. The tall man signaled everyone to take their supplies and roughly grabbed the woman on the ground to leave. But Shinluo wouldn't let them go easily. Trying to leave now? Too late, she said coldly and firmly, her watermelon knife shining in the sunlight. In a flash, Shinluo moved quickly to block in front of the men, her eyes showing unwavering determination. The men looked scared. They didn't expect this seemingly gentle woman to be so powerful. The tall man tried to act calm but looked nervous as he said, "You don't go too far. We have many people. Be careful." Before he finished, Shinluo interrupted, "Many people? Huh. In my eyes, you're just a mob of cowards. Don't come any closer," the tall man shouted in fear. Shinluo snorted coldly and swung her watermelon knife without mercy. The tall man fell to the ground. Shinluo used a clear warning to scare them all. The other men, seeing this, dropped their things and knelt down, begging for mercy. Shinluo looked at these men with no pity in her heart. She went to the woman who had been bullied and helped her up. "Are you okay?" Shinluo asked kindly. The woman shook her head, full of gratitude. Thank you. Shinluo smiled and nodded, giving her a bottle of water and a bread. "Eat a little, regain some strength." Then she turned to the kneeling men. Shinluo didn't want to kill anyone, but seeing them on the ground, she thought if she let them go easily, their evil nature might make them hurt others again. "Shinluo, you foolish woman. There are still some people here," said Xiaohei, searching around and returning to Shinluo. "They're all." Shinluo frowned. "There are more people? They probably refused to join the bad guys." She said coldly, "Is there anyone else here besides you?" If someone told the truth, she might spare one of them. If no one spoke, she would have a reason to kill them all. Before anyone could speak, a weak woman's voice said, "Yes, they are all kept in a room at the back." "You're lying. Besides us, there are no others here," a man shouted angrily, trying to hide the truth, but his voice sounded guilty. "Oh." Shinluo looked at him coldly and ignored his excuses. "This woman always lies. Everyone in the company knows it. She's just trying to trick you," another man quickly agreed, trying to protect his friend. Shinluo didn't say anything more. Her eyes turned cold and firm. The men instinctively stepped back, overwhelmed by her presence. "Can you still walk? Release the guards and let them out," Shinluo said, turning to the woman. The woman nodded, still weak but determined, and forced herself to stand. She staggered toward the innermost room. Little Black followed closely behind. At the door, the woman struggled to unlock it. Inside was dim and gloomy. A few people curled up in the corner, with ropes, their faces showing fear and exhaustion. "It's okay now. Come out, everyone," the woman softly said, reaching out to untie the person closest to her. Soon, over 20 people followed her out of the room and into the office area. "You just said there were no more people, but what about these others?" Shinluo's eyes were cold as she looked at the man who had lied to her. The men looked pale and nervous.
We don't know about this."
"They aren't ours," one man stammered, trying to shift blame. Shinluo snorted coldly, her gaze full of disdain. "Don't know? Then why didn't you say so earlier? Are you hiding something?" The men looked at each other, speechless. Shinluo ignored them and turned to the rescued people. They looked ragged and exhausted, clearly beaten and frightened. "They say they don't know you. What do you say?" Shinluo's face softened from its stern expression to a gentle one. "We are all employees of this company," one person bravely answered. His voice trembled, but his eyes were firm. "Yes, we work here. I am Wang Fong from the design department. These are colleagues from engineering and programming," said the woman who had been rescued earlier. Shinluo nodded, already making plans. She looked at the men who had bullied the woman before, her eyes showing firm resolve. "They say they know you. What should we do?" "I really hate being lied to." Then Shinluo raised her watermelon knife again. The men, seeing this, trembled with fear and begged for mercy. "Please, miss, spare us. We won't dare to do it again." "Yes, We will never do bad things again in the future. Shinluo looked at them with a hint of coldness in her eyes. People like you don't deserve to negotiate with me. The men saw this and all looked at Wang Feng. Wang Feng, we are colleagues. You can't just watch us die. Shinluo didn't speak. She wanted to see how Wang Feng would react, whether she would act like a saint in the end times or seek revenge for herself. If Wang Feng chose to be a saint here, Shinluo would turn and leave, thinking she had saved the wrong person. At that moment, Wang Feng, the woman who had been saved, suddenly spoke. I can't forgive you on behalf of anyone, and you don't deserve my forgiveness. If it weren't for Shinluo, she might have already become a plaything for these men. In the past 2 days, they didn't give her water or food, and they scolded and hit her. They didn't do anything to her physically, but they did worse. As Wang Feng finished speaking, the faces of those men instantly turned pale. They didn't expect her to be so firm, leaving no room for mercy. Wang Feng, do you want everyone to know what happened to you these past 2 days? One man suddenly asked. Wang Feng stiffened and almost fell to the ground. Everyone looked at her, only a few scraps of cloth remaining on her body. Without saying a word, they began to imagine the worst. Seeing how these men were imagining things, Shinluo immediately wanted to attack them with a knife. Shinluo smiled at the men. Did you hear that? She doesn't want to forgive you. Yes, we don't forgive you. As colleagues, you and the sales department have been acting arrogantly. To meet deadlines, we could have gone home to be with our loved ones, but instead, you forced us to work overtime like monsters, one rescued man said angrily, full of dissatisfaction and rage about what they had suffered. Yes, the broadcast said everyone should stay at home and wait for rescue. But you animals not only refused to let us go home, you also beat and scold us. Others who had been rescued echoed, their eyes full of hatred for these men. Yeah, I don't even know how my wife and kids are right now. You are so cruel, an older man said with tears in his voice. A thin man wearing glasses stepped forward, trembling as he said, I am also a victim. They forced me to stay here and threatened to kill me if I tried to escape. Shinluo looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze. They have told you their demands and said they won't forgive. What else do you have to say? It's our manager who made us do this. Otherwise, we would be in big trouble, said a man kneeling on the ground, pointing at a burly man nearby, trying to shift the blame. Enough. I understand the situation now. I'll give you a choice. If they decide to forgive, I will let you go. How about that? Shinluo didn't want to waste more words with these people. Let us go, for the sake of our former colleagues. Before the burly man finished, Wang Feng interrupted. Stop talking nonsense. You have no right to negotiate with me. Wang Feng's words stunned everyone, but it was understandable why she was angry. Shinluo looked at Wang Feng and nodded slightly, a hint of admiration in her eyes. She then turned to the others and said coldly and firmly, since you choose not to forgive them, let them pay for their actions. She threw the weapons of the men she had just subdued across to Wang Feng and the others. They looked at the weapons in front of them, hesitating. Although they were full of anger and hatred toward those men, were they really going to fight them themselves? Shinluo seemed to notice their hesitation. She said calmly, All right, I have other things to do. We may meet again in the future. After speaking, Shinluo turned to leave. Her figure stretched long in the sunlight, appearing proud and resolute.
Wait.
Are you leaving us? Asked one of the men with glasses. Hearing this, Shinluo stopped and chuckled softly. Young man, did you think before you spoke? The man with glasses froze in place, seeming to not understand her words. Shinluo slowly turned around, her gaze sharp as she looked at them. Take care of yourselves? Protect you? And stand in front of you to fight the bad guys? Her words hit them like a heavy hammer, deeply shocking everyone. They looked at each other, speechless for a moment.
We
thought. The man with glasses stammered, seeming to want to explain something. Thought what? That I would take care of you, like a nanny? Or that I am a superhero who can do everything? Shinluo's tone carried a hint of sarcasm, but mostly she felt disappointed in them. But where can we go now? It's so dangerous outside, a woman said with tears in her voice. Shinluo frowned. She was not a cold-hearted person, but these people in front of her made her speechless. She took a deep breath and tried to calm her emotions. You're not children anymore. The world has changed. You should have your own judgment and choices. But the thin woman wanted to say more, but Shinluo interrupted her. There's no but. Your actions are no different from theirs, she said, pointing at the group of men kneeling on the ground. And you also chose not to forgive. Is your refusal to forgive just words? The person with the knife is me, she said firmly. Her words hit everyone like a heavy hammer, making them lower their heads and start to reflect on their actions. Shinluo looked at their silent faces, shook her head helplessly, sighed, and then turned to leave. Miss, wait a moment, an older man called out to Shinluo. She furrowed her brows and stopped. Now she somewhat regretted being kind. Getting involved in other people's affairs only brought trouble. Miss, please wait a moment. The older man quickly approached her. My name is Wang Hao. I didn't mean to stop you. Please don't misunderstand.
We know the world has changed.
There are zombies outside. You managed to come here, which means you've been through a lot. I want to understand what's happening outside and what to do if we encounter zombies. I have a wife and a 16-year-old daughter at home.
I'm wedded.
I want to go back and protect them. I don't want to be helpless. Shinluo looked at the baseball bat he was holding tightly. Her body trembled slightly from 2 days without food, but her eyes were full of determination. If you're using that bat with your body, you won't be able to kill zombies, Shinluo said to Wang Hao, though her heart was moved. If in her past life she had someone to care for her and think of her, she wouldn't have ended up in such a tragic way. After hearing this, Wang Hao immediately threw away the baseball bat and quickly ran toward the sharp knife on the ground, afraid that someone else might take it away in the next moment. Wang Hao picked up the knife, happily ran back to Shinluo, and waited like a child for Shinluo's praise. I actually don't know what to do. I just watched too many zombie movies and learned from them. In the movies, they either smash the zombie's brains or separate the head from the body. The most important thing is not to get bitten by a zombie. Also, pay attention to the people around you to see if they might turn into zombies. After hearing this, Shinluo's expression became serious. She nodded carefully and said, I understand. Thank you, young man. Can you tell me your name? If one day I have the ability to protect my family and I am lucky enough to meet you, Wang Hao, I will repay you. After speaking, Wang Hao bowed deeply to Shinluo. Shinluo was startled by this sudden gesture. Next time, she must avoid such a big bow. She couldn't accept such a formal gesture. My name is Shinluo. I hope you can return home safely. Shinluo was about to turn around and leave again when she heard a puff sound not far behind her. These scoundrels can all survive, so why can't I be selfish just once, to fight back against those who have wronged me and do whatever it takes to stay alive? Wang Feng's words made everyone present fall into deep thought. They began to realize that in this end-of-the-world situation, kindness and tolerance don't always bring safety. Sometimes, necessary retaliation and self-protection are the true ways to survive. Shinluo looked at Wang Feng with a hint of admiration. She didn't expect that this seemingly gentle woman had such a strong and brave heart. Perhaps, in this world's end, people have to change in order to survive. Seeing Wang Feng's actions, others also seemed to be stirred up with courage. They picked up weapons from the ground and looked at the men with fierce intent. The men who had been bullying them trembled with fear. They never thought that these oppressed people would dare to fight back with weapons.
You dare.
The burly man shouted bravely, but his voice was full of fear. What's stopping us? Wang Feng and the others, holding weapons, moved closer to the burly man. The man tried to resist, but Wang Feng didn't give him a chance. She stabbed him with a sharp knife. The man cried out in pain and quickly backed away. Wang Feng quickly pulled out her knife and stabbed the man twice in quick succession, leaving no chance for him to escape. The burly man trembled with fear and despair, finally collapsing to the ground, no longer breathing. Seeing this, the other men backed away in fear. They never expected that these oppressed people would actually dare to kill. Wang Feng and the others, weapons in hand, moved step by step toward the men, their eyes full of determination and killing intent. "You beasts, today is your turn," shouted a man who had been rescued, hitting one of the men with a stick. Others who had been saved also started to fight back in their own way, venting their anger and hatred toward these men. Shinluo stood quietly to the side, watching everything. A complex look flashed in her eyes. She didn't expect that her single action would trigger such a chain reaction. But she also knew that in this world's end, people have to change in order to survive. Wang Feng and the others quickly dealt with the men. As they looked at the bodies on the ground, a mix of feelings arose in their hearts: anger, sadness, and a sense of relief. Shinluo looked at them and spoke slowly. "We can't leave these bodies here. They might turn into zombies. There are 3 ways to handle them. First, cut off their heads. Second, throw them outside to feed the zombies. Third, burn them." Hearing this, everyone looked at the bodies with difficulty. Although they had just killed these people, the thought of having to handle the bodies themselves made them hesitant. Wang Hao saw their discomfort and stepped forward first, starting to drag the scattered bodies. "Brother Wang, let me help you," said the man with glasses, quickly moving to assist by lifting the lower half of a body. Seeing this, others also joined in. Together, they dragged the bodies into a room and nailed the door shut. "Shinluo, we might not have the courage to deal with these things. I think we should lock them inside this room. They probably can't get out. Later, we can block the doors with tables and chairs, put up a warning line, and mark that there are bodies inside," Wang Hao suggested. Shinluo nodded, understanding their fear and unease. "Your choice is fine. Sealing the door is just a temporary solution. It's only a matter of time before these bodies turn into zombies and break through. So, gather more wooden nails and boards to reinforce the doors and windows. Also, we can't stay here too long. When they turn into zombies and smell people, it will be dangerous," Shinluo said calmly, but her words carried firm certainty. Hearing this, Wang Feng and the others nodded. They knew Shinluo was right and understood they needed to make a quick decision. After some discussion, everyone decided to wait until nightfall before leaving the company to go home together. Before leaving, they used the materials they had to reinforce the room holding the bodies, making sure the zombies to be couldn't break out. "Shinluo, sorry. I forgot this is your house. We left the problem here." "I'm really sorry." Wang Hao suddenly remembered that Shinluo was there to take back her house and realized they had left her with the trouble. "It's okay." Shinluo shook her head gently, showing she wasn't bothered. After all, this wasn't her property. "All right, I am going to the 22nd floor to continue searching for my house," Shinluo said, then turned and left. In the end-of-world situation, her abilities were limited. If everyone lacked the courage to survive early on, helping more wouldn't make a difference. Shinluo checked the time. It was already 1 a.m. She was worried about the baby, so she opened the surveillance to check. She saw the baby was awake, staring with big, round eyes, looking around. Seeing that the baby was not crying or making trouble, Shinluo decided she could quickly finish searching these 2 floors and then return to the safe house on the 17th floor. She hurried to the door of the 22nd floor, sensing no danger, and then opened it to go inside. The layout of this floor was the same as the 21st floor, a long corridor with closed doors on both sides. The doors were labeled Administration Department, Human Resources, Public Relations, and Finance. Shinluo quickly moved past each department, collecting everything inside as if sweeping fallen leaves into her space. After locking the door, she dashed like an arrow toward the 23rd floor. When Shinluo reached the door of the 23rd floor, she felt that the system seemed a bit excited. After sensing no danger inside, she quickly opened the door and went in. Once inside, Shinluo was almost stunned. This boss was incredibly generous. Gold was used for the ceiling, jade for the walls. No wonder the system was so excited. These were small amounts of money. No, they should be called big money. Shinluo thought for a moment. With such wealth, sitting in such a luxurious office, there must be a secret room on this floor. "Little Black, let's find the secret room," Shinluo called. Little Black immediately jumped out of her backpack, sniffed the air with his nose, then excitedly said, "Foolish woman, the The secret room is right ahead. I smell treasure. Seeing Little Black so excited, Shinluo couldn't help but smile. Then she followed Little Black to the CEO's office. As they entered, the decoration of the office was extremely luxurious, more than ordinary wealth. In the wealthy district of City S, probably nothing is more luxurious than this, Shinluo thought to herself. Little Black pawed at the wall a few times, revealing a hidden switch. Shinluo pressed the switch, and a heavy armored door slowly opened, revealing a brightly lit secret room. Inside, the room was filled with gold, silver, and treasures, along with various precious artifacts and artworks. Shinluo looked at the room full of treasures and felt a deep sense of amazement. She didn't expect that inside this ordinary-looking office building, there was such a huge amount of wealth. Little Black, do you think the owner of this office is someone dangerous? Maybe a tomb raider. These items are all precious treasures. Judging by the greed of the system, they must be valuable. Who cares? Let's quickly gather these treasures and leave. We need to go back and see the little baby. Little Black urged Shinluo to act quickly. After collecting the treasures, Shinluo and Little Black prepared to leave the secret room. Suddenly, she heard hurried footsteps outside. Her heart tightened. She quickly exited the secret room and hid in the shadows of the CEO's office. The footsteps grew closer. A thin-looking man ran in. Isn't that the skinny man with glasses? Why is he here too? Luckily, they didn't take anything from this place earlier, or they might have been caught. But why did he come as well? Could he be like her, wanting to take some gold or jade? Shinluo secretly felt relieved and wondered about his purpose. At that moment, the man opened a door. There was a hidden room here. The man with glasses went inside. When he came out, he was dressed in black, wearing a baseball cap and mask, and had taken off his glasses. Then, he opened the window of the CEO's office and jumped down. Shinluo was stunned, unsure how to react. By the time she recovered, the man had already descended to the first floor. His movements were smooth and swift. The man reached the bottom but didn't leave. Instead, he looked at Shinluo. Their eyes met, and Shinluo sensed a murderous intent. Run! Little Black grabbed Shinluo's clothes and pulled her away. Little Black had transformed into a size similar to a cheetah and ran out of the 23rd floor in just a few steps. As they emerged, Shinluo felt a wave of heat behind her. The 23rd floor had exploded. Little Black led Shinluo in a frantic run until they reached the 21st floor, where she finally dared to stop and catch her breath. She looked back and saw that the 23rd floor was completely gone, and even the 22nd floor was reduced to just the roof of the 21st. Foolish woman. We need to leave quickly with the little baby. This place is very dangerous. Little Black asked Shinluo to ride on its back. Just as she was about to go downstairs, the door on the 21st floor opened, and everyone inside rushed out. Fortunately, at the moment the door opened, Shinluo quickly put Little Black into her space, so no one saw Little Black's true form. Did the explosion happen upstairs? Everyone asked, looking at the empty stairs. Shinluo nodded. Yes, I heard the noise and came quickly. I didn't expect it to be like this. Since everyone is safe, I'll go now. Without waiting for their response, Shinluo hurried downstairs to the 17th floor. She was worried about the baby. With such a loud explosion, she wondered if the baby was scared. When she opened the door, she saw the baby with big, watery eyes. It looked a little frightened, and Shinluo felt sad for it. Little Black, if only the space could take this baby in, she thought. After all, the space had just absorbed a big lobster, so she wasn't sure how it would react to a human. I understand. You can try to put it in, Little Black suggested. Never mind. The baby will grow up someday. What will happen then? It can't stay in the space forever. Shinluo decided to give up on that idea. You're right. You can't keep it in the space for a lifetime, Little Black agreed. Shinluo gently held the baby close and softly comforted it. After a while, the baby slowly calmed down and fell into a deep sleep in Shinluo's arms. She watched the peaceful sleeping baby, then carefully placed it in a baby carrier on her chest. She quickly packed her things into her space, ready to leave. The explosion on the 23rd floor. Who was that man with glasses? Why was he there? Why did he up the entire floor? What was his real goal? Shinluo fell into deep thought. She stood up, walked to the window. The loud noise had attracted nearby zombies, whose growls echoed one after another, as if announcing the end of the world. Shinluo stopped thinking about the man with glasses. She took a deep breath, then turned and left the room. A few minutes later, she arrived at the clothing department. Xiaoya saw Shinluo return and jump happily. "Shinluo is back," she said excitedly. Even Li Ping was very happy to see Shinluo. Shinluo saw the mother and daughter packing 2 large bags, including the food she had left behind, which was packed separately in another bag. "I've packed everything, so you won't have to organize it when you return," Li Ping said shyly. "That's very kind of you. Thank you," Shinluo replied, looking at Li Ping. She didn't expect Li Ping to be such a thoughtful person. Originally, Shinluo only wanted to take the mother and daughter to a safe place. But she had just rescued a small baby, so she decided to risk staying with Li Ping and her daughter. "Mom Yaya, pack your things. We're getting ready to leave." Li Ping was surprised again. "You're taking us with you?" Shinluo looked at Li Ping and pushed the bundle of supplies toward her. "If you're not willing, I can leave these supplies for you and your daughter. It should last for a while." "No, I want to go," Li Ping said quickly. Before she finished, Shinluo interrupted, saying, "Put on your backpack. We're leaving now." Li Ping quickly put on a large backpack, carried another bag in her hand, and held little Yaya's hand. Shinluo looked carefully and saw she was also carrying a backpack. Both mother and daughter had slung bags over their shoulders. This scene reminded her of a movie she saw about fleeing from danger. "Are we carrying too much stuff?" Li Ping asked, feeling a bit embarrassed. "It's okay. Stay close to me," Shinluo said, walking ahead and leading the way. Li Ping and her daughter followed closely behind. In this end-of-the-world situation, meeting someone willing to help was a great luck for them. Shinluo quickly led them through the corridor to the first floor. At the side door, she had already left a rugged off-road vehicle, similar to her own, which she had just received at a car show. It was matte black, perfect for night travel. She didn't leave from the underground garage now because she wanted to save some vehicles for Wang Fong and Wang Hao. Shinluo looked back at the once bustling shopping mall, now dilapidated and broken down. She took a deep breath, then turned and hurriedly led Li Ping and her daughter out of the building. She took out a map, looked at the red, marked on it, and quickly headed toward the farm. There was an hour before dawn. Shinluo hoped to reach the nearest farm by sunrise. Carrying the 2 children, Shinluo felt a bit overwhelmed. She decided to leave the little black dog to watch over them in the car, while she went inside to look around, aiming to be back within an hour. At night, the off-road vehicle sped down the empty street. Shinluo held the steering wheel tightly, her eyes firm and focused. Inside the car, Li Ping and her daughter looked a little nervous, but mostly grateful and trusting of Shinluo. "Shinluo, where are we going?" Li Ping finally asked. Shinluo glanced in the rearview mirror and smiled. "We're going to the gas station to get some fuel. Also, I want to check if there are any vegetables nearby." Hearing this, Xiaoya's eyes lit up. "Shinluo sister, are we getting tomatoes?" Shinluo smiled and replied, "Oh? Xiaoya, do you want to eat tomatoes?" Xiaoya nodded. "Yes, Shinluo sister. I really like tomatoes. But Grandma usually doesn't let me eat them, saying I waste food if I eat too many." Li Ping's eyes welled up with tears. "Shinluo, the kids are just talking. Don't take it seriously. We have bread and cookies in our bag, so we don't need vegetables." Xiaoya seemed to understand her mother's meaning. Shinluo sister, I was just joking. I don't really like tomatoes." Shinluo smiled softly, thinking that Xiaoya was quite sensible. Shinluo's sister understands." As they spoke, the off-road vehicle left the city behind and headed toward the outskirts to a farm. When they were about to reach the farm, Shinluo stopped the car near a farmhouse. "I need to take care of something. You 2 stay in the car and don't leave." Li Ping saw this and said, "Shinluo, I'll go with you. I can help carry things." Shinluo smiled and said, "No need." Just watch the car and the two kids. Don't worry about anything else. I'll cover the car with a cloth in a little while. Stay inside and wait for me." Li Ping looked surprised and asked, "There's another child?" Shen Luo nodded and handed the baby in the front seat to Li Ping. "Found her just now. We fed her some milk before leaving, and there are 2 more bottles in the bag, along with diapers and stuff." Li Ping opened the bag and saw a tiny, adorable baby sleeping peacefully inside. "Wow, a little baby," Xiaoya whispered softly, afraid of waking the baby. "Thank you both for taking care of things. I'm in a hurry, so I'll leave now. When I return, I will open the door and get into the car myself," Shen Luo said before getting out of the vehicle. Xiaohei sighed in the front seat. What else could they do? He also left. If something happened to the 2 children here, what could they do? Maybe he should stay behind as a bodyguard. As long as they stayed within 1,000 meters of Shen Luo, they could still communicate through their minds. If there was real danger, he would run over to help Shen Luo. The farm was very quiet, and there seemed to be no sign of zombies. Shen Luo carefully entered the farm, searching for any living ducks or chicks. After searching, she found lots of feed, farming tools, and some chicks and ducklings. They were kept in cages and seemed unaffected by the end of the world, still chirping happily. Shen Luo was happy. These chicks and ducklings were rare resources in the apocalypse. They could provide fresh eggs and, when they grew up, meat as well. She quickly opened the cages and gently put the chicks and ducklings into her space. The small animals seemed to sense Shen Luo's kindness and didn't show any fear. After collecting the chicks and ducklings, Shen Luo went to the backyard of the farm. There, she saw an old sow that had just given birth to 10 piglets. There was also an old yellow cow eating grass in the yard. Seeing these animals, Shen Luo felt a bit happy. She quietly approached the sow and the cow, trying to connect with them. The sow seemed to feel Shen Luo's kindness, making soft grunting sounds. The 10 piglets gathered around her, happily nursing. The yellow cow lowered its head to eat grass, but occasionally looked up at Shen Luo with gentle eyes. Shen Luo took some corn and green grass from her space and placed them in front of the cow and the sow. They immediately started eating happily when they saw the food. Shen Luo took the chance to pet the cow's head and gently stroked the backs of the piglets. "Xiaohei, do you think if I put all these animals into the space, they will get used to it?" Shen Luo asked through her mind. "Foolish woman, the space has air and sunlight, and you can also simulate the environment they need," Xiaohei replied. Shen Luo felt like crying. Today was another day of being ignored by Xiaohei. So, she started putting the animals into her space. The old sow with her piglets and the old yellow cow all obediently followed Shen Luo's mind into the space. After gathering the animals, Shen Luo searched the farm carefully to make sure she hadn't missed anything. Only then did she prepare to leave. As she stepped out of the farm, she heard Xiaohei call in her mind, "Shen Luo, come back quickly. Someone is coming." Startled, Shen Luo hurriedly quickened her steps and ran toward the parking area. When she reached the car, she saw a few figures walking from a distance toward her. Shen Luo quickly put on her coat, signaling Li Ping and Xiaoya to stay silent. She hid behind the car and looked through the gap to observe the approaching people. The figures drew closer and turned out to be a few zombies. They staggered along, seemingly unaware of Shen Luo and the others. Shen Luo secretly felt relieved that she had hidden in time. She held her breath, afraid that making any sound might attract the zombies. The zombies passed by her car without stopping. Once they were far enough away, Shen Luo dared to come out from behind the car. She checked the time. It's already 9 a.m. Shen Luo decided not to delay any longer. She immediately took Li Ping and her daughter and left. She opened the car door, sat in the driver's seat, started the engine, and headed toward her villa in the northern suburbs. Li Ping and her daughter sat in the back, clinging tightly to each other. Xiaoya still looked a bit shaken, her face full of tension and fear. Li Ping gently patted her back, trying to comfort her. She took a deep breath and focused on driving. The SUV sped along the empty streets, quickly leaving the city behind and returning to the northern suburb villa. Shen Luo used the remote control to open the villa gate and drove inside. "All right, we're home." Get out of the car, Shinluo said, opening the door and jumping out. She opened the trunk, took out a cardboard box. It was originally empty, but to hide her supplies, Shinluo took items from her underground supermarket space and put them inside. Li Ping also opened her door, holding the baby in one arm and holding Xiaoya's hand with the other, following Shinluo to the villa entrance. When they reached the villa entrance, Li Ping didn't take Xiaoya inside because the room was very clean, and both she and Xiaoya were dirty. Li Ping stood at the door without moving. Having Shinluo bring them back was already a great blessing. Li Ping understood that with Shinluo's skills, she could survive well alone in the end times. Bringing herself and Xiaoya along would only be a burden to Shinluo, so there was little else she could do. Seeing Shinluo's home, Li Ping realized why she lacked someone to help clean and tidy the house. "Why are you just standing there? Come in," Shinluo said, looking at the mother and daughter at the door. Li Ping hesitated at the villa entrance, looking at Shinluo. Shinluo understood Li Ping's worries, but she thought it was okay this way. Having clear priorities meant that even if she formed a team later, she would be in charge. It was good to lay a foundation first. She smiled and shook her head. "It's fine.
Come in.
I'll get the things from the car first." Li Ping quickly placed the baby in Xiaoya's arms, told Xiaoya to hold him carefully, and followed Shinluo to the car. Together, they took the supplies into the living room. Seeing that Li Ping and Xiaoya still looked cautious, Shinluo invited them to sit at the dining table and took out 4 boxes of instant noodles. "After a long night, we're a bit tired. Let's eat something simple first. Sister Ping, I appreciate you frying 4 eggs and pairing them with some instant noodles. The ingredients are in the fridge." Li Ping looked at the food on the table, her eyes welling up with tears. She quickly started preparing food for the 4 of them. Soon, the 3 of them and the cat sat around the table, enjoying hot instant noodles. Shinluo asked Li Ping and her daughter to sit and eat. Tears welled up in Li Ping's eyes. "Shinluo, thank you. You're so kind to us." Xiaoya also held Shinluo's hand. "Sister Shinluo, thank you for saving us." Shinluo patted Xiaoya's head. "Xiaoya is so well-behaved. Sister Ping, this is my villa. From now on, you and Xiaoya will live here with me." Li Ping was overjoyed. Hearing Shinluo give her a positive answer and invite her and Xiaoya to stay made her face show her excitement. "Miss Shinluo, thank you so much. I really appreciate it." As she spoke, Li Ping started to sob. "That's enough, Sister Ping. Good days are ahead," Shinluo said kindly. Hearing this, Li Ping quickly nodded and wiped her tears with her sleeve. "Yes, Miss Shinluo is right. Good days are ahead." Shinluo saw Li Ping calm down before speaking. "Ping sister, the south-facing bedroom on the 2nd floor is my room. You can choose any other room to live with Xiaoya." Li Ping was very touched that Shinluo let her stay on the 2nd floor. "Okay, Miss Shinluo. Later, Xiaoya and I will change clothes and go upstairs." Shinluo smiled and said, "No need to be so formal." Li Ping didn't dare to relax. Being taken in by Shinluo was a great blessing. Now that she could live in such a nice house, she felt nervous but grateful. "Miss Shinluo, don't worry. Although I can't do heavy work, I can cook and clean. I will take care of the house and prepare meals. Rest assured, Xiaoya can also do some simple chores like dusting and washing vegetables." Shinluo nodded seriously and said, "Ping sister, I want to be honest with you. I am a person who clearly distinguishes right from wrong. I don't like people who are unclear or untrustworthy, and I dislike betrayal. If one day you want to leave with Xiaoya, I won't stop you. But if you want to come back, I won't take you in again. So, only those who are truly loyal to me can stay." Li Ping wanted to speak, but Shinluo continued, "Ping sister, listen to me first. I hope you think carefully before answering. You still have a family, a husband, and in-laws." Li Ping responded immediately, "Before I met you, I only had Xiaoya. We rely on each other. At that time, I just wanted to protect Xiaoya and help her grow. After meeting you, you are the first person in this world to treat me kindly. Besides feeling grateful, I see you as my sister and want to protect you. I know I don't have the right to do so, and I can't protect anyone, including Xiaoya. Rest assured, Miss Shinluo, I won't leave. I won't be unfaithful, and I won't betray you. We are both alive because you saved us. If we betray you, we don't deserve to live. Shinluo was very pleased with Li Ping's answer. Whether it was the truth or not, Shinluo planned to test her for a while. After all, she had also experienced betrayal before. Ping sister, this is Xiaohei, my companion. We all saw him at dinner earlier. Black jumped out of Shinluo's arms and then circled around Li Ping and Xiaoya. Finally, it sat in front of them. Black can only communicate with Shinluo. Others cannot hear what Black says, only the meowing sounds. Shinluo said, Black says hello and welcomes you. After translating for Black, Shinluo nodded proudly. Senior Sister Ping, take Xiaoya upstairs to wash and rest. I am also tired, Shinluo said, then hugged Black and prepared to go upstairs. At that moment, a baby's cry made Shinluo stop in her tracks. How could I forget this little baby? Shinluo turned around awkwardly and smiled shyly. I forgot about this little one. Li Ping quickly said, Miss Shinluo, you go rest. Let me take care of him. Later, I will wash both him and Xiaoya. When you wake up, you can take over. Shinluo had already planned this, but she just forgot about it when she got home. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she said, Then thank you, Senior Sister Ping. You don't need to call me Shinluo anymore. Just call me Luo Luo. Li Ping smiled and nodded. All right, Luo Luo, go rest now. Shinluo carried Black upstairs, entered her room, placed Black on the bed, and lay down herself. These past few days, she had experienced so much. Now she could finally relax and get some good rest. Black jumped around on the bed, found a comfortable spot, and lay down. Seeing Black lively and happy, Shinluo felt much better. Black, you lie in the middle. How am I supposed to sleep? Shinluo asked Black. Black rolled around and said, It's more comfortable to sleep on my own bed. This $1 million quilt is warm. Silly woman, this is mine. Shinluo was amused by Black. You little guy, you're quite confident. It's obviously mine. After saying that, Shinluo picked up Black and they both snuggled into the quilt. She closed her eyes and soon fell asleep. She slept very peacefully that night. After some time, Shinluo was awakened by a fragrant smell. She opened her eyes and saw that it was already dark outside, with the room lit by a lamp. She sniffed the air. It seemed to be the smell of food. Shinluo got up, dressed, and went downstairs. You see Li Ping and Xiaoya setting out bowls and chopsticks in the dining room. The table is already full of delicious food. Luolu, you're awake. Come eat, Li Ping says with a smile as she sees Shinluo coming downstairs. Shinluo walks to the table and sits down, looking at the food. She feels warm inside because she knows these dishes were prepared by Li Ping to thank her. Pingjia, it smells so good. What are all these? Shinluo asks gratefully. Li Ping shakes her head with a smile. I saw in the fridge, so I made drunken. They tend to pick up the fridge smell if kept too long, so I made those. I also cooked some other seafood and a vegetable dish. Wow, silly girl, Li Ping's cooking is really good. It smells amazing. Xiaohei comes to a seat, waiting for Shinluo to give him a crab. Ping Jia, Xiaohei says your cooking is great. Look at how he drools, Shinluo says as she places 2 into Xiaohei's bowl. Xiaohei is not polite and starts eating eagerly. Shinluo, Li Ping, and her daughter sit around the table, enjoying their dinner. They eat happily tonight. Shinluo hasn't had such a warm meal in a long time. Her cooking skills are as good as a 5-star chef's. After eating, Shinluo and Li Ping clean up the dishes together. Then they sit in the living room and chat. Lulu, the food and supplies in your backpack are all on the first floor, Li Ping asks Shinluo. Seeing Li Ping, Shinluo knows she hasn't been anywhere else. She replies, Ping Jia, there are 6 bedrooms upstairs and 2 downstairs. The basement is a storage room. You can put things there. Li Ping nods. I'll sort everything and put it away properly later. Let's organize everything together today. It might be hard for Ping Jia later, Shinluo suggests. So, Shinluo and Li Ping start working. They sort the supplies from the supermarket and then organize everything into the basement. By the time they finish, it's already late at night. Suddenly, The baby starts crying again. Li Ping quickly gives the baby a bottle. The baby drinks eagerly and happily, looking very satisfied. Lulu, what's the baby's name? Li Ping asks as she looks at the baby. This problem really stumped her. The child's father never told her the child's name. Shenluo thought for a moment and said, "Actually, I don't know his name either." "Lola, why don't you give this child a name? Give him a name?" Shenluo was surprised. Looking at Li Ping's sincere expression, she continued, "His father's last wish before he died was that this child would live well. I don't know his family name, so let's just use mine. I'll call him Shenhao. Just live a good life." Li Ping smiled and nodded. "Good name, Shenhao. Now you have a name. Xiaoya, come look at your little brother. Tell him his name is Shenhao." After saying that, she gently comforted Shenhao, her eyes full of tenderness. It turned out he was a boy. Shenluo suddenly understood. The reason Shenluo didn't know the child's gender was because she never changed his diaper. What Shenluo didn't realize was that last night, Li Ping was quite surprised. The child's bottom was covered with waste. Fortunately, they had returned. Otherwise, the child's bottom might have become very dirty. While comforting Shenhao, Li Ping said to Shenluo, "Lolo, in the future, I will take care of Shenhao. You're a young girl and haven't raised a child before, so let me do it." Hearing this, Shenluo smiled slightly and said, "Sister Ping, you've already been busy with Xiaoya. It's too hard for you. I can take care of Shenhao myself. Don't worry, I will take good care of him." Li Ping was touched. She knew Shenluo was a kind and good girl. Not only had she saved herself and Xiaoya, but she was also so good to Shenhao. "Lolo, you're so kind. Don't worry, I will help you take care of Shenhao. He needs his diaper changed several times a day, bathed and fed with a bottle. Shenhao is still a newborn, so this will go on for about half a year," Li Ping said firmly. "What? Changing so many diapers every day?" Shenluo was surprised. Yes, little kids get hungry quickly. After 2 feedings, their stomachs are almost empty. "I will definitely take good care of Shenhao." Shenluo looked at Li Ping's determined face, feeling a warm feeling inside. She knew Li Ping was a kind and hardworking woman. With her help, caring for Shenhao would be much easier for her. "Ping's sister, then it's hard for you. Just tell me if you need anything," Shenluo said without hesitation. Li Ping smiled and shook her head. "Shenhao, I like this child. I will take care of him, as if he were my own son." Hearing this, Shenluo felt very touched. "Sister Ping, Shenhao is lucky to have met you." Li Ping felt a little shy after being praised. She scratched her head and said with a smile, Luo, don't say that. I just feel sorry for Shenhao. He lost his parents so young, and I want to help him." Li Ping nodded and carried Shenhao back to the room. Shenluo also went to her own room, lying on the bed with many thoughts. She was thinking about how she had been controlling the space with her mind these days, and she wondered how her potatoes were doing. Suddenly, Shenluo flashed back into the space. First, she saw the big lobsters in the pond on the west side of the villa. They were all fat and healthy, and there was a red clump among them. Looking closely, she realized it was lobster roe. Could it be that she would have endless lobsters to eat? Even Xiao He was amazed and kept exclaiming, "Wow, silly girl, you got really lucky. The pond is working wonders in your hands. Do you even know who I am?" Shenluo laughed loudly. Then she ran to the backyard of the villa to check on the chicks, ducklings, and 10 piglets she had just received yesterday. These little creatures seemed to have grown quite a bit. Their feathers were fuller, the ducklings happily swam in the pond, and the piglets rolled in the mud. They looked adorable. Shenluo nodded with satisfaction. It seemed her space was really powerful. She then went to the black soil in the system space and saw that the potatoes and sweet potatoes she planted had already ripened. Just as Shenluo was worried about how to harvest them, suddenly, a system prompt sounded in her mind. "Ding! Host, the potatoes and sweet potatoes are ripe. Would you like to harvest and sell them?" "Sell?" Swallowing gold beast. What does that mean? Shenluo asked. Selling means you can choose to sell the ripe potatoes and sweet potatoes to them all. Or you can think of it as selling to me. I will give you points based on how much is ripe. Sell, Sell. I must sell. This way I can get points too. That's great. Host, choosing to sell the crops on the black soil will earn you 200 points. Shinluo was very happy. The business was going well. The land she bought was good, and the system allowed her to plant and harvest with just one click. Most importantly, she could exchange points. With this, upgrading the system seemed just around the corner. Gold-eating beast, I want exchange for seeds of potatoes, sweet potatoes, wheat, apple trees, and peach trees. Plant them all. Yes, host. I will plant them for you now. Shinluo looked at the lively scene in her space, and her mood became very cheerful. She decided to visit the system mall again to see if there were any items she needed to exchange for. Suddenly, she saw new products appear in the survival exchange area of the space mall. Aren't these just what Shinluo needed? It was a defense system, which could create a protective shield outside her villa. Even missiles couldn't break through it. However, the points required were quite high, 1 million points to exchange. Another interesting item was the identity recognition system, which needed 500,000 points. Shinluo liked this feature very much. If she decided to bring people back in the future and enter their information into the system, those people could freely come and go within her territory. Additionally, Shinluo could assign them territorial management roles. Once inside, everyone would have to obey her completely. If anyone tried to harm her, the system would remove them from her territory. Finally, there was a surprise feature for Shinluo. She could see if others had special abilities. This was a hidden feature visible only to her. Only Shinluo could see it, others could not. She was excited and couldn't wait to get this system. But after looking at her points, she quietly closed the system all. Little Black, you said I could get a lot of points by killing zombies. I want that identity recognition system. Shinluo lay on the grass of her villa, looking listless. Host, you can ask me. No need to ask Little Black. The gold-eating beast's voice was like a heavenly melody, but Shinluo sensed a hint of conspiracy. What method? Do you mean you'll give it to me for free? Shinluo wasn't angry. She still looked up at the blue sky. Host, you can choose to buy now and pay later. Really? That's a good deal. Shinluo felt a slight stir of interest from the beast's words. Of course, this system can activate for you, free for the first 3 months, with a pay-after-use feature. After 3 months, if you want to continue using the pay-after-use feature, you will need to pay a usage fee. Shinluo, hearing the sound of the money-eating beast, seemed less distressed about losing money. 3 months should be enough to earn 50,000 points, Shinluo thought to herself. She decided to first exchange for the identity recognition system. As for the defense system, she would wait until she had enough points to exchange for it. Is there anything else you haven't told me? Shinluo had been tricked before by the system, so this time she wanted to ask clearly. No, there is nothing else. Please feel free to use it, host. Shinluo was suspicious, but still chose to activate the pay-after-use option. She quickly clicked to exchange for the identity recognition system, and 50,000 points were just like that owed. Just as Shinluo was about to use the identity recognition system, she noticed something different. The amount to be paid after 3 months was actually 80,000 points. Shinluo's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at the number on the system interface. 80,000 points? Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? I thought I only needed to pay 50,000 points after 3 months. The system was silent for a moment, as if confirming the information. Host, you did not misunderstand. The pay-after-use feature is free for the first 3 months, but if you continue to use it after 3 months, you will need to pay the interest and system maintenance fees for the usage period, totaling 80,000 points. Shinluo was so angry she wanted to smash something. This is fraud. How can there be such a thing? The interest is way too high. The system remained calm. Host, all terms were clearly explained before use, and you agreed to them. If you have objections, you can choose not to use this feature. Shinluo took a deep breath, trying to calm her emotions. She knew that getting angry now wouldn't help. She could only find a way to solve her current problem. Fine, I get it. 80,000 it is. I will earn points as soon as possible to pay you back, Shinluo said through gritted teeth. The system seemed to sense Shinluo's anger and softened its tone a little. Host, there's no need to worry too much. As long as you work hard to complete tasks and earn points, You'll be able to pay off this debt quickly. Moreover, the identity recognition system is only beneficial to you. Shinluo snorted coldly. You, shameless merchant. The system quickly responded. Host, I am innocent. I am completely fair. Shinluo didn't want to talk to the system anymore, so she started learning how to use the identity recognition system. But where should she input the information? At that moment, a computer suddenly appeared in the villa. Shinluo looked at the sudden computer with surprise, but then understood it was part of the identity recognition system. She walked over to the computer, turned it on, and a simple interface appeared on the screen, showing options like inputting information and managing territory identities. Shinluo first clicked on Input Information and entered her own details. Her territory number was 001. Her name Shinluo, her role was Lord, she was a dual-element psychic and ranked level 1. Next, she entered Xiaohei's information into the system. His territory number was 002, his name Xiaohei, his role was guardian, and other details were kept secret. Seeing Xiaohei's information, she complained internally that the system was too lazy, even keeping Xiaohei's details secret. Then she set the highest permissions for herself and Xiaohei, so only they could view the personal information of 001 and 002. After finishing the input, Shinluo thought to herself, she should also input Shunhao, Li Ping, and Xiaoya's information. In the future, if others join, she could add their details anytime. After entering Shunhao, Li Ping, and Xiaoya's information, the screen showed territory number 003, name Shunhao, no role, no psychic ability, 100% loyalty. Territory number 004, name Li Ping, no role, no psychic ability, 100% loyalty. Territory number 005, name Xiaoya, no role, no psychic ability, 100% loyalty. Seeing the loyalty displayed as 100%, Shinluo admired how powerful the system was. With this loyalty measure, she could see in the future whether others were loyal enough to be included. Shinluo understood clearly that this system was both a land and a farm, and it also gave her a territory and a lord title. The meaning was obvious. It was meant to help and support humans in the end times. Shinluo nodded indifferently and turned off the computer. Back in the small courtyard, I started practicing my special abilities. Over the past few days, I drank continuous doses of spiritual spring water. My water element power has now reached its peak level and could break through at any time. My wood element ability, however, hasn't shown much progress. Maybe because I have two systems, one is rich and the other is still developing, so progress is slow. I'm very happy with my water ability now because I can produce 10 bottles of mineral water at once. This is very valuable in the end-of-the-world situation. Water element users are very popular in the team because most water sources are polluted. Water users are like the team's favorite. Building good relationships might even let me take a bath once a month. When I returned to my room, it was almost midnight. I quickly washed up and then went to bed for a good sleep. Days passed and I taught Li Ping some self-defense skills. After breakfast, the four of us and a cat watched variety shows in the living room. Li Ping hesitated but finally spoke. Lolo, we still have 2 cans of good formula milk. We don't have many diapers left. Most importantly, Xiaohao is growing every day and her clothes are getting too small. Hearing this, I frowned slightly. I had forgotten about this. Looking at Li Ping's and Xiaoya's worn-out clothes, they were old and torn. Seeing my frown, Li Ping continued. Lolo, starting tomorrow, I'll try to make some rice oil to feed Xiaohao. The world is chaotic now, and I shouldn't worry you with these things. I could tell Li Ping was afraid I'd get angry. Ping, don't worry. Tonight, I'll go out to find supplies. Just tell me what we need. Make a list. We've rested long enough. It's time to go out and move around, I said softly. Okay, I'll get ready. I'll go with you tonight. I've prepared several days' worth of food and stored it in the fridge. Xiaoya can watch the little brothers at home, Li Ping said with a determined look in her eyes. She knew I was capable, but she also understood the dangers outside. I looked at her serious face. Ping, you stay at home and watch the kids. I can go alone. Lolo, I know the outside is dangerous, but more people mean more strength. Plus, I want to learn to become stronger myself and protect you all. Li Ping spoke firmly, with a look that showed she was sure and determined. Yes, Sister Luo, Xiaoya is very capable. She can do everything. Just the other day, Mom even taught me how to prepare milk, Xiaoya said, looking up at Xin Luo with her innocent face. Xin Luo was touched by Xiaoya's adorable look. She gently pinched Xiaoya's chubby little face. Our Xiaoya is so amazing, even better than Sister Luo. All right, Sister Ping. Listen to me. Xiao Hao and Xiaoya are still young. If something unexpected happens, Xiaoya can't handle it. When I go out, it usually takes 2 or 3 days. Leaving the house without anyone is not good, Xin Luo said softly, full of concern. But Li Ping wanted to say, she also didn't feel at ease with Xin Luo going out. Sister Ping, trust me. You've seen how strong I am. I know you want to train a bit too, but now is not the right time. When the time comes, I will take you out. Xin Luo patted Li Ping's shoulder. Seeing how determined Xin Luo was, Li Ping nodded. This was a lot of trust from her, to leave her family in Xin Luo's hands. Li Ping turned to the kitchen and started preparing food for Xin Luo's trip. Xin Luo hadn't expected this, since her space had everything she needed. She returned to her room and began organizing her gear for going out. Although she had her space, she still needed to pack some essentials into her backpack to create a false appearance. That night, Xin Luo reviewed the list Li Ping gave her, memorizing it in her mind. She opened the car door and placed her backpack on the front passenger seat. At that moment, Xiaohei jumped into the car. Li Ping saw this and quickly said, "Xiaohei, get down." Hearing this, Xin Luo almost couldn't help but laugh. Foolish woman, I, the mighty one, have been underestimated by you humans. Quickly tell Li Ping that I am powerful. Xiaohei's expression at this moment looked like a small, fluffy cat with its fur puffed up in Li Ping's eyes. Sister Ping, Xiaohei is used to following me out.
Don't worry about him.
If I don't let him come, he'll be unhappy. Also, when I'm not home, no one should open the door, Xin Luo warned. Li Ping nodded, a hint of worry in her eyes. Luo, I understand. I won't open the door for anyone. Be careful and come back early. Xin Luo looked at Li Ping's eager and reluctant face, smiling and nodding. Don't worry, I'll be back early. Li Ping watched Xin Luo drive away in the SUV from the villa. After Xin Luo was out of sight, she turned and went back inside. Xiaohei, last time we only visited one farm. Today, let's check all the farms in S City. If they're empty again, it's just sad for the little chickens, ducks, and pigs. Xin Luo asked Xiaohei for his opinion. Sure, since we're out anyway, we might as well hunt some zombies. Yeah, and maybe we'll find a level 1 mutation crystal core. Then I could break through to level 2 and upgrade my water element powers. Xin Luo felt happy just thinking about it. This time, whenever he saw a zombie, he would kill it, no more laziness. Xin Luo and Xiaohei drove to the first farm in S City. On the way, Xin Luo remembered his last visit to a farm. It went smoothly, but there was still some danger hidden. The car moved over rough roads. Xin Luo held the steering wheel tightly, watching carefully around him. Xiaohei was lazily lying in the passenger seat, seeming not to care about the upcoming adventure. Xiaohei, what do you think we'll find this time? Xin Luo asked. What's there to find? Zombies, of course. And the little chickens, ducks, and pigs you're so fond of, Xiaohei replied casually. You're such a troublemaker, always teasing me, Xin Luo said, and they continued chatting lightly. Finally, they reached the farm. Xin Luo parked the car and carefully entered with Xiaohei. It was very quiet here. Only the occasional clucking of chickens broke the silence. Xin Luo and Xiaohei split up to search every corner of the farm. Luckily, they found some food supplies and feed. There were many adult chickens, ducks, and geese, and only a few had died. To keep themselves and Xiaohei fed, Xin Luo used the black soil from the system space to build chicken coops, duck pens, goose houses, cattle sheds, sheep pens, and pigsties. Seeing so much food, they could eat meat every day if they wanted. Just as they were about to leave, hurried footsteps sounded nearby. Xin Luo immediately hit alertly. A few zombies staggered toward the farm. Looking closely, Shinluo saw that these zombies were wearing work clothes from this farm. These zombies are actually the workers here. Shinluo walks out holding a watermelon knife. He quickly kills each zombie with a single strike. Xiaohei is nearby, using his small paws to dig for crystal cores. With Shinluo's current abilities, dealing with these zombies is no problem. After clearing the area, Shinluo and Xiaohei bury the dead chickens, ducks, and geese in a big hole. Once everything is sorted, they drive to the next farm. On the way, Shinluo and Xiaohei encounter many zombies, but thanks to Shinluo's water element powers and Xiaohei's agility, they always escape danger. At each farm, Shinluo carefully searches to make sure no edible animals or supplies are missed. By dawn, Shinluo has visited all the farms in City S. Along the way, Shinluo also finds a seafood farm. He puts all the aquatic products into the system's pond. That night, Shinluo and Xiaohei kill over 1,000 zombies. At first, Shinluo didn't realize how many zombies she had killed. It was only when she was cleaning the crystal cores that she saw such a large pile. Looking at all these crystal cores, she feels a bit emotional. She didn't expect that a night's work would yield so many crystal cores. These cores can be used to improve her powers or exchanged for items in the system shop. Shinluo carefully cleans and sorts the crystal cores. She decides to keep some for upgrading her water powers, and the rest she stores in her villa. She hasn't decided exactly what to do with them yet, so for now, she just keeps them in the villa. After a busy night, Shinluo feels a little tired. She checks the time, it's almost dawn. She doesn't rush to leave the farm, but finds a clean room to rest with Xiaohei. Shinluo lies on the bed and quickly falls asleep. Xiaohei curls up in her arms, closing his eyes to rest. After some time, Shinluo is awakened by a noisy commotion. Foolish woman, you're finally awake. You've been calling for a long time, but you didn't wake up. If you don't wake up soon, someone will come to take you away. Xiaohei's small paw is patting Shinluo's face. She rubbed her eyes, sat up, and noticed that something outside seemed a little strange. Shinluo walked to the window and carefully looked outside. He saw dozens of zombies chasing 3 men and 2 women. They were heading toward the place where he was resting his farm. Shinluo was surprised and quickly said to Xiaohei, "Xiaohei, it looks like we need to gather some energy cores again." Xiaohei, lazily standing beside Shinluo, glanced outside and then jumped off the bed. "Looks like there's another fight coming." Shinluo quickly picked up a watermelon knife nearby. "Let's wait and see what happens." These 5 people seemed to have a story. He opened the door and quietly went out with Xiaohei toward the farm. However, the zombies were much faster than expected and soon caught up with the 3 men and 2 women. Shinluo and Xiaohei hid in the shadows, feeling nervous as they watched the chaos. Suddenly, one of the men turned around and pushed a girl toward the zombies. The girl screamed in fear, about to be overwhelmed by the zombies. Quickly, Shinluo swung his watermelon knife and cut down the closest zombie to the girl. "Come here," Shinluo called loudly, keeping an eye on the surroundings. The girl ran quickly toward Shinluo. He swung his knife and killed several zombies in a row. The girl reached Shinluo, gasping for breath, her face pale. "Thank you for saving me. Do you have any more knives?" she asked gratefully. Shinluo nodded slightly, took out a large knife from his side, and handed it to her, still watching carefully around them. The girl took the knife without hesitation and joined Shinluo in fighting the zombies. After about half an hour of fighting, the 2 girls were exhausted and sat on the ground. "Are they your friends?" Shinluo asked, looking at the 3 men and 1 woman hiding in the room. The girl shook her head, a hint of hatred in her eyes. "They are not my friends. They pushed me to the zombies so they could survive. They are animals." At that moment, Shinluo noticed that the girl's loyalty level had suddenly risen to 90%. Such a high loyalty level right after meeting. Could it be because I just saved her? "Next, what do you plan to do?" Shinluo felt a little happy. "Of course, I want to fight the bad people," the girl said angrily. "Oh, do you need help?" Shinluo asked softly. The girl looked surprised and happy. "Thank you. My name is Suqing. I am a senior medical student at the medical university. Those people are my classmates. The person who pushed me was my boyfriend. Shinluo nodded with a smile. My name is Shinluo. Nice to meet you. They looked at each other and smiled, as if they shared a special understanding. Su Qing continued, I never thought that this bad guy would push me into a group of zombies to save himself. If you hadn't appeared, I might have already been killed. Shinluo patted Su Qing's shoulder gently. Don't be too sad. People like him aren't worth your tears. Now our job is to stay alive. Su Qing nodded, her eyes showing determination. You're right. I want to live for myself. And I want those who hurt me to pay. Shinluo looked at Su Qing and admired her strength and bravery. At that moment, 3 boys and a girl came out of the house. The girl hid behind the boys, looking innocent. Su Qing, are you okay? One of the boys asked, but his eyes looked a little sly. Shinluo frowned slightly. He could tell these people weren't as simple as they seemed. If it weren't for this beautiful sister, I might already be in trouble, Su Qing said coldly, her eyes full of caution. Good, good. Su Qing, do you want to check yourself again? I see you're covered in blood. The girl who had been hiding behind the boys came out and looked at Shinluo and Su Qing gratefully. But her eyes held a faint, cold look that was hard to notice. Shinluo noticed this and watched them carefully without showing any emotion. Yeah, maybe you should check again. Many classmates ignored the danger, and that's how they turned into zombies, the tallest boy said nervously. Injured? Or not injured? Don't I know my own body? Su Qing replied coldly, not wanting to get involved with these people. Check yourself. Being responsible for yourself is also important. The boy wearing glasses pushed his glasses up. Thank you for your kindness, but I don't need it. Su Qing looked at the 3 boys and 1 girl in front of her, feeling furious inside. Yes, Su Qing, the seniors are doing this for your own good, the girl said politely. I don't think you're doing this for me. I believe you're doing it for yourselves. You just pushed me into a zombie crowd, and now you want to harm me, Su Qing said bluntly, exposing their true intentions. The girl's face changed color, but she quickly put on a smile. Su Qing, how can you say that? We're all classmates. We would never hurt you. Shinluo stood nearby, quietly watching the scene, already planning his next move. Enough, I know what you're up to, Su Qing said angrily. You want to feed me to the zombies to buy yourselves some time to escape. I see through you today. Hearing this, the 3 boys and girl looked uncomfortable. Su Qing, don't accuse us falsely, one of the boys shouted. Whether I'm lying or not, you know it yourself. You pushed me, or maybe you didn't, deep down, you know, Su Qing said coldly. Today, I want justice for myself. She was about to rush forward and slap the man in front of her. The man was struck hard, stumbling back, with a bright red slap mark appearing on his face. You, he shouted, eyes wide with anger. He wanted to fight back, but was stopped by Shinluo. What are you doing? Why did you hit Senior Chu? The girl ran to the boy's side, looking at him with concern. Because he deserved it, Su Qing said calmly, with a hint of disdain in her eyes. To stay alive, pushing your girlfriend to the zombies, do we really need to keep them around? Su Qing, Senior Chu likes you so much. How could he push you? Maybe you just didn't walk carefully and tripped over a stone or something. There must be some misunderstanding, the girl said with tears in her eyes. Shinluo almost felt like vomiting the food he ate yesterday. Enough, stop pretending, Su Qing interrupted, unable to hold back. I know what kind of person you are. Always flirting with Chu Feng at school. Now you're acting all concerned. The girl, upon hearing this, showed a hint of resentment in her eyes, but quickly returned to a pitiful look. Su Qing, how can you say that? We are all classmates, and we should help each other. Su Qing sneered and said, help each other? People like you, who only stab others in the back, are not even qualified to talk about helping. It's ridiculous. The atmosphere instantly became tense, with the 3 boys and 1 girl facing off against Su Qing, the confrontation growing more intense. Shinluo stood quietly to the side, watching the scene unfold. She didn't expect to see such a dramatic emotional scene. Fortunately, the girl named Su Qing understood everything now. All right, Su Qing, stop causing trouble. Let's leave here quickly, said the boy named Chu Feng, pulling Su Qing. Su Qing her arm away from Chu Feng and glared angrily. Cause trouble? Do you think I'm causing trouble? Chu Feng, you still haven't realized your mistake. You're hopeless. Chu Feng's face darkened, and the boys and girl beside him also looked unfriendly. Su Qing, everyone has explained things to you, so why are you still stubborn? Senior Chu already said it was a misunderstanding. What more do you want? The girl shouted loudly, trying to defend Chu Feng.
Suin is native coldly.
A misunderstanding? Pushing me into a zombie horde is also a misunderstanding? You really have a big misunderstanding. Enough, stop arguing. Chu Feng, take care of your girlfriend. We need to find something to eat. The classmates are still waiting for us in the cave to bring back supplies, said the boy with glasses, clearly impatient. Hearing this, Chu Feng glared fiercely at Su Qing, then grabbed her and prepared to leave. Let go of me, you scumbag. I don't want to go back with you, Su Qing shouted angrily, reaching out to grab Chu Feng. But Chu Feng pushed Su Qing to the ground and said coldly, Su Qing, don't be ungrateful. In this situation, being able to go back with us is already a blessing. Without us, you wouldn't even know how you'd die. Su Qing, as the student council president, everyone is waiting. Do you really want to cause trouble now? The boy with glasses pushed his glasses and spoke coldly. Su Qing looked at them bravely and sneered. Student council president? So what? I will never join you selfish people. Besides, isn't she also a student council member? Whether I am here or not, it won't make much difference. Everyone trusts you so much. Are you going to run away now? The boy with glasses acted superior. Seeing this, Shen Luo stepped forward slowly and stood in front of Su Qing, looking coldly at Chu Feng and the others. Everyone, isn't this a bit too much? Shen Luo's voice was calm and firm, with a commanding tone. Chu Feng and the others paused, surprised that Shen Luo suddenly spoke up. Miss, this is our private matter. Please don't interfere. The boy with glasses pushed his glasses again, trying to scare Shen Luo with words. Shen Luo smiled slightly, showing disdain. Private matter? I don't think so. You risked the lives of classmates to escape, pushing them into zombie groups. That's no different from animals. Also, this girl doesn't want to go with you. Are you going to tie her up and then feed her to the zombies? Hearing this, Chu Feng and the others turned pale. They didn't expect Shen Luo to reveal their plans. Last night, they had discussed this. In the end of the world, these female classmates must be valuable. You stinky woman, don't think just because you have some skills you can do whatever you want. This is none of your business. Chu Feng shouted angrily and reached out to push Shen Luo away. Shen Luo didn't move, but gently raised her hand and grabbed Chu Feng's wrist. Trying to move me with just you. Shen Luo's voice carried a hint of mockery, and her eyes showed disdain. Chu Feng felt his wrist tighten like being clamped by iron, causing unbearable pain. His face changed drastically. He wanted to break free, but found he couldn't. Let me go. Chu Feng gritted his teeth and said, full of hatred. Shen Luo smiled slightly and released her hand. In pain, Chu Feng took a few steps back and almost fell. Remember, not everyone in this world will let you bully them. Shen Luo's voice was calm and firm, but it carried a strong, undeniable power. When Chu Feng and the others heard this, their faces grew even more grim. They didn't expect that this young-looking girl would have such strong strength and presence. You wait and see. We won't let you go, the boy with glasses said forcefully, trying to save some face. Shen Luo sneered and ignored their threats. She coldly said, get lost. You have 3 seconds to leave my sight. If I see you again, the knife in my hand won't be gentle. The group saw how fierce Shen Luo had been when she just killed the zombie. They didn't stay any longer, afraid that this woman might suddenly go crazy and hurt them. She turned to look at Su Qing and softly asked, are you okay? Su Qing shook her head and looked at Shen Luo with gratitude. She knew that if Shen Luo hadn't appeared, today would have been very difficult for her. Thank you, Su Qing said, her voice trembling a little. Shen Luo patted Su Qing's shoulder and gently comforted her. Don't be sad. It's not worth being upset over such people. It's better you see their true nature now than later. Suqing nodded, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. What's wrong? Are you worried about your classmates? Shenluo overheard their conversation. It seemed some classmates were still nearby, in a cave. Yes, there are 12 of us. We were doing free medical work in a nearby village. After the zombie outbreak, 2 of our classmates were bitten and turned into zombies. 5 others are hiding in the cave. We drew lots to go out and find supplies. The rest are still in the cave, Suqing explained slowly. You're worried they might be bullied, Shenluo said, a serious look in her eyes. Yes, I am worried. But I can't do anything now. Going back would be like walking into a trap. Do you think I'm being selfish? Suqing's eyes reddened. Shenluo patted her shoulder. No, you're not. If you don't go back, they'll understand. I just hope they can see through the true faces of Feng and the others and escape soon. Suqing wiped her tears and said, If you're worried, we can go back and check. If your 2 female classmates want to leave with you, I'll help you get out, Shenluo said with a smile. Hearing this, Suqing's eyes lit up with a hint of surprise. Thank you, Shenluo nodded with a smile. At this moment, Suqing's liking for him had reached 99%. Shenluo patted Suqing on the shoulder and softly said, Let's go. We'll find your classmates. They turned and headed toward the cave. After walking for about an hour, they finally reached the entrance of the cave. Before getting close, they heard a girl crying inside. Wow, you 3 are really bold, starting to get serious, came Chu Feng's voice. Chu Feng, don't tell me you and your friends haven't made any progress, a stranger's voice responded. Stupid Chu Feng, you scared her away. Now I'm angry and have no way to vent, said a man with glasses, pulling Zhou Hong closer, his hand wandering over her. Stop it, Senior Su, I don't feel comfortable. Zhou Hong twisted her body, trying to avoid his hand. Brother Su, what should we do next? Asked Chu Feng. Brother Su sneered. What can we do? That Suqing is ungrateful. Let her fend for herself. As for these 2, keep them around. We're a group of 6 guys. If we don't feed them, let's see how long they last. Soon, we'll be able to control everything. It's a pity about Suqing, Senior Su said regretfully. After all, Suqing was pretty and had a good figure. They had long been interested in her. Brother Su, Suqing will definitely come back. Why leave these 2 here? She'll return, said Chu Feng. Yeah, Brother Su, she's just a girl. When she comes back, we can do whatever we want, said the tall guy. So, we'll wait for her to return. Then we'll go to the farm. I saw that the backyard has a 2-story brick house. Not much food, but that's okay. There are a few villagers along the way. We can borrow some supplies, Brother Su said, taking a cigarette from his pocket. Hearing this, Suqing clenched her fists. They are really animals. We are all classmates. How can they treat us like this? We've studied together for 3 years. Shenluo gently patted Suqing's hand to comfort her, then softly said, Don't worry. Our main task now is to rescue your 2 classmates. They carefully approached the cave and peeked inside through a. The inside of the cave was dark and gloomy. Several men sat around a campfire, wearing sneaky smiles and shining with greedy eyes. 2 of Suqing's female classmates were held nearby, looking terrified. They had little clothing left and were crying helplessly. Seeing this, Suqing couldn't hold back anymore and was about to rush in. Shenluo quickly grabbed her and whispered, Don't act rashly. Let's think of a safe plan first. Suqing suppressed her anger and nodded. Shenluo thought for a moment, actually communicating silently with Xiaohe. Xiaohe, thank you. Please distract them. I will go in to rescue the 2 girls. Okay, no problem. Don't forget to come home and make me a big lobster, Xiaohe replied. Then, it slipped out of the backpack and disappeared into the night. Soon, near the cave, there was the sound of rustling leaves, and sometimes the low growl of wild animals could be heard. When the men inside the cave heard this, they looked at each other. Brother Su, do you think there's an animal in our hunting trap? Chu Feng looked flattering. No matter what it is, let's go see. Brother Su signaled Chu Feng to check. Chu Feng stood up and headed outside the cave. He ran back excitedly and said, "Brother Sue, there's a sheep in the trap. Why didn't you bring it back?" Brother Sue asked suspiciously. "Brother Sue, this sheep is a big mountain sheep. It's too large. I threw it up and it ran away. Enough talking. Hurry and go see. Don't let it escape," Brother Sue urged. Hearing this, Chu Feng and the others quickly ran outside the cave, leaving 2 boys to guard Su Qing's classmates. Seeing them leave, Shen Luo whispered to Su Qing, "Now's our chance. Let's go in and save them." They carefully entered the cave, quickly sneaking behind the 2 boys and knocking them out. Zhou Hong had been kept busy by Brother Su for a long time. When she finally woke up, she saw Shen Luo and Su Qing untying the ropes from the 2 girls. "Brother Su, Su Qing is back. We need to run with them," Zhou Hong said as she got up and ran toward the cave entrance. "Zhou Hong, you scoundrel." Su Qing was about to chase after her. But Shen Luo held her back and said, "Help them, and let's go quickly." It's not that Shen Luo didn't want to deal with these students, but once they started fighting, if these people used the 2 girls to threaten her again, it would be very dangerous. The 2 girls didn't care about their torn clothes. They staggered as they hurriedly moved forward. Just as they reached the cave entrance, they heard shouting from outside. "Oh, they're back." Shen Luo's face changed. She quickly urged, "Hurry, let's go now." She quickly carried one her back, while Su Qing helped the other girl. The 4 of them ran swiftly out of the cave. Outside, the night was deep and quiet. Only distant zombie roars reminded them of how harsh this world was. Shen Luo carried the girls steadily, her eyes calm and determined, like a bright light in the dark guiding their way. Su Qing supported the other girl behind her, feeling grateful and respectful. She knew that without Shen Luo, they might not have escaped tonight. As soon as they left, Brother Su and Chu Feng returned. "Chu Feng, didn't you say there were sheep? Where are they?" "Brother Su, there really are sheep. Otherwise, how could I come back and call everyone?" Brother Su saw that 2 girls were missing from the cave and felt even more annoyed. "Let's go. They probably took the girls away. We should go to that farm. It's late, and the farmers are probably asleep.
We can sneak in."
Shen Luo didn't know what trouble these students might cause next. The few remaining farms in the village had all been robbed. They took almost all the grain. The remaining families had children working outside, and only the elderly stayed at home. Also, the trap really had a sheep. They caught prey, but the mother goat was taken into a space by Xiaohe. Shen Luo, with the 3 girls, stopped only after confirming there were no pursuers behind them. They took deep breaths to rest. She gently set the girl down from her back, and Su Qing helped her classmate sit. "Let's rest for a while. In 10 minutes, we'll be out of here," Shen Luo whispered. The 2 girls hugged each other and cried, overwhelmed with relief and gratitude for surviving. Su Qing also shed tears. She knew all of this was thanks to Shen Luo. "Su Qing, thank you. I thought you wouldn't care about us anymore, but I also hope you run away and never come back. Otherwise, the 3 of us will end up the same," one girl sincerely said, her eyes full of admiration. "It's Sister Luo. If it weren't for her, I don't think I could have gone back to save you." Su Qing honestly admitted her thoughts without hiding anything. Shen Luo also grew to admire Su Qing more. This girl didn't try to take credit for saving the 2 girls, but openly acknowledged everything. Shen Luo smiled faintly and shook her head. "You are both very good, strong, and brave. What do you plan to do next?" Although the 2 girls felt grateful, their feelings of gratitude for Su Qing's help only reached 80%. Shen Luo sighed deeply. One girl looked up at Shen Luo with a firm look in her eyes. "Sister Luo, I live in the eastern district of S City. I want to go home and find my parents." "The eastern district? That's the wealthy area." The girl carrying the bag also weakly spoke. "I'm from B City. I don't know if I can go back now. Come with me. Xiao Yu, your brother, and my brother should both be in S City these days. If they are here, your brother can take you home. If it weren't for you protecting me, I think I would have been beaten to death," said the other girl, starting to cry. "Jiangyu Wu Ting, don't cry. It will attract zombies," Su Qing interrupted. The two girls quickly choked back tears and looked at Shinluo and Su Qing with some embarrassment, like two injured little rabbits.
Su Qing, I understand.
Thank you for coming back to find us. I won't cause trouble for you and my brother anymore. Actually, you are the girl my brother was looking for. The person who saved you is my brother, not Chu Feng. Su Qing, come back with me. The world is so chaotic now, and my brother can protect you, Wu Ting said. Let's leave here first. We can talk about what happens next later. Su Qing didn't give a definite answer. Shinluo understood. After all, her savior's sister wanted to abandon her and not save her. How could she face her savior? This would also be a thorn in Su Qing's heart. Shinluo patted Su Qing's shoulder and said, Let's go. My car is nearby at the farm. Since it's still early, I will take you back to the East District. Shinluo quickly led the three of them toward the farm. Along the bumpy, rugged path, they finally reached near the farm. In the dark night, the farm looked very quiet, with only occasional sounds of zombies breaking the silence. Shinluo looked around carefully, making sure there was no danger, then quietly led the three inside the farm. The inside of the farm was messy, clearly visited by someone. Shinluo's heart tightened, but luckily, they didn't encounter any surprises during their walk. He then relaxed and quickly led the three across the farm to his car. He opened the trunk and took out some food and water, handing them to the three. Eat something first to regain your strength. The three gratefully took the food and ate quickly. Su Qing looked at Shinluo with full gratitude. Sister Luo, thank you for saving us. Shinluo smiled slightly. No need to thank me. Get in the car. I'll take you home. Shinluo started the car and headed back along the same road. During the ride, no one spoke. Only the sound of the wheels crushing stones echoed in the night sky. As dawn approached, the sun rose from the east, casting golden light. Shinluo parked the car at the entrance of the East District in S City, then turned to the three. I'll just see you off here. You can go inside by yourselves. Jiang Yu and Wu Ting got out of the car, but Su Qing stayed inside. Wu Ting, come inside with us. I think my brother will be very happy to see you, Wu Ting urged. Su Qing shook her head. I won't go in. You all go back. Come home with us, Su Qing. If my brother finds out you left, he will come looking for you. Can you bear to leave him? Wu Ting started to coax Su Qing, but she kept holding Su Qing's hand tightly. Just then, a strong man ran over. He grabbed Su Qing's hand and pushed Wu Ting aside. Wu Ting wanted to get angry, but seeing that the man was her older brother Wu Shubai, she suddenly lost her temper and called out sadly, Big brother, you're finally here. Wu Shubai didn't even look at Wu Ting. Instead, she tightly held Su Qing's hand, her eyes full of worry and concern. Su Qing, are you okay? I heard you were in danger, so I came quickly. Su Qing looked at Wu Shubai, feeling a warm feeling inside. She gently shook her head. I'm fine. Wu Shubai examined Su Qing carefully, making sure she was truly okay. Then she let out a sigh of relief. Qinger, come home with me. My parents will be very happy to see me bring you back. Jiang Ting, and I just got home this morning. When we saw you weren't here, we packed our things and were about to go to school to pick you up. Hearing this, Su Qing felt very touched, but she still shook her head. I still don't want to go back with you.
Why?
Wu Shubai looked a little worried, even tightening her grip on Su Qing's hand. Su Qing didn't know what to say. She hesitated for a long time, but couldn't say a word. Shinluo watched the three of them reunite and felt a bit of relief inside. She gently patted Su Qing's shoulder. Su Qing, just go back with them. I should be leaving now. Although Shinluo was reluctant, she had grown fond of these, for people outside. Her affection for them was about 85%. But for Su Qing it was 100%. However, Shinluo understood that Su Qing still liked Wu Shubai. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been hesitating so long, repeating me. And Shinluo didn't want to interfere with their happiness. It was clear that Wu Shubai truly cared for Su Qing. Luo Jia, I want to go with you, Su Qing said without hesitation, afraid that Shinluo might leave her behind at any moment. Are you sure? Shin Luo suddenly wanted to tease the little girl in front of her. Luo Jia, I really want to go with you. I won't be a burden. You see, I can even kill zombies, Su Qing said anxiously, quickly thinking of her strengths that might persuade Shin Luo to take her along. Qing, you still want to kill zombies? Wu Shubai couldn't believe her ears. Shubai, if this were a peaceful time, I really want to be with you. But now, I don't have the face to face you. If it weren't for Luo Jia, I wouldn't have survived. Otherwise, I would have been eaten by zombies already. Also, I can't save both of them alone. If it were just me, I would find another way. I can only save myself if I want to protect them both. Honestly, I am being selfish. This will become a thorn between you and me. It is also a thorn in my heart that I cannot forgive myself for. Su Qing's eyes welled up with tears. No, I don't care, Wu Shubai said, hesitating for a moment, but then quickly expressed her thoughts. Su Qing shook her head, tears running down her face. But I care. I can't forgive my selfishness. Su Qing, neither Xiao Yu nor I blame you. Without you, we would still be in the hands of those villains. There's no reason to blame you, Wu Ting said, rushing forward and holding Su Qing tightly, not letting go.
All right.
Su Qing, you should go back with them first. I happen to have some things to do. I'll come find you tomorrow morning. As for whether you stay or leave then, it's up to you. Don't let yourself regret it, Shin Luo decided, feeling torn but helping Su Qing make a choice. Su Qing hesitated for a long time but finally nodded and got off the car. Shin Luo looked at the people in front of her, feeling a mix of emotions, hoping they were sincere. She started the car and slowly drove away. Shin Luo drove to a quiet corner and parked the car. She rolled down the window, feeling the morning sun. Little Black, do you think I did the right thing? Saving them, but then putting them in a difficult position, Shin Luo whispered, waiting for Little Black's reply. Little Black jumped out of the space and onto Shin Luo's lap. Silly woman, there's no need to feel troubled. Everyone has their own path to walk. Shin Luo looked at Little Black, knowing only Little Black could come for her. She smiled bitterly and said, Yeah, I understand. Silly woman, you've been busy all night. Rest for a while. I saw a big supermarket on the way here. Once you're rested, let's go gather supplies. Little Black yawned and lay down on the passenger seat. Shin Luo gently patted Little Black's head, then closed her eyes and leaned back to rest. After a while, Shin Luo slowly opened her eyes, looking out the window. It was getting dark. She turned to look at Little Black, who was still sleeping soundly on the seat, drooling slightly. Shin Luo chuckled softly and reached out to wake Little Black. Little Black, stop sleeping. Let's go to the supermarket. Little Black rubbed his eyes, stretched lazily, then said excitedly, Silly woman, disturbing my sleep. Shin Luo started the car and drove in the direction Little Black indicated. Soon, a large supermarket came into view. Shin Luo parked the car near the supermarket, looked around to check for danger, and then took Xiaohei inside. The supermarket was messy, with items scattered on the floor. It seemed people left in a hurry. Shin Luo and Xiaohei moved through the store carefully, searching for useful supplies. After searching, Shin Luo found many essentials like canned food, instant noodles, and bottled water. In the baby and maternity section, Shin Luo couldn't tell what was what, so he stored all the milk powder in his space. Just as he was about to leave, he decided to take everything from that section. It was an ordinary medium-sized supermarket. Luckily, the power was still on. Shin Luo stored all fresh vegetables, fruits, seafood, and other perishable items in his space. Shin Luo and Xiaohei were about to check the warehouse when suddenly, loud noises came from outside. Shin Luo's heart tightened. He quickly hid in a hidden corner and looked through a gap between the shelves. He saw dozens of zombies approaching the supermarket. Their eyes were dull, and they moved slowly, but there were many of them, making them very frightening. The zombies stayed outside the supermarket and couldn't get in. They occasionally hit the glass doors with their bodies. Shin Luo secretly felt relieved that the zombies couldn't enter. Otherwise, he and Xiaohei would have a tough fight. Today, Shin Luo didn't want to fight the zombies, only to gather supplies. He ignored the zombies outside and headed toward the warehouse with Xiaohei. The warehouse door was tightly shut. Shinluo carefully pushed it open and looked inside. The warehouse was full of goods, from food to daily necessities. Shinluo was happy and ready to go in, but suddenly stopped. He sensed something was wrong. The warehouse was eerily silent, with no sound at all, as if the air itself had frozen. He looked around cautiously and saw a pair of eyes staring at him from the corner of the warehouse. The eyes were full of hostility and greed, as if they wanted to swallow Shinluo alive. Shinluo's heart raced. He quickly protected Xiaohei behind him and prepared for a fight. At that moment, the lights in the warehouse suddenly went out. In the darkness, only the growling of zombies and Shinluo's hurried breathing could be heard. Under the faint moonlight, Shinluo barely saw her surroundings but noticed a zombie rushing toward her. She took a deep breath, clenched her weapon, and prepared for the upcoming fight. Shinluo quickly dodged to the side. The zombie missed and fell to the ground. Seizing the chance, she swung her weapon and struck the zombie's head hard. The zombie let out a loud scream and collapsed motionless. Shinluo didn't have time to breathe because she knew this was just the beginning. Inside the warehouse, there were more zombies attracted by the noise, slowly approaching. Shinluo kept a close eye on her surroundings, gripping her weapon tightly, ready to defend herself. Xiaohei stood beside Shinluo, alert and watching around. Suddenly, another zombie appeared from the shadows and rushed toward Shinluo. She reacted quickly, dodging sideways, then swung her weapon in a wide arc, hitting the zombie's neck. The zombie fell with a thud, blood splattering. But this was only the start. More zombies, drawn by the smell of blood, flooded toward Shinluo and Xiaohei. Even the zombies outside the supermarket roared in response. Shinluo and Xiaohei stood back to back, facing the increasing number of zombies without fear. Shinluo swung her weapon, each strike accompanied by the zombies' screams. Xiaohei also fought fiercely, showing his sharp teeth and lunging at the zombies. The battle lasted a long time, and both Shinluo and Xiaohei were exhausted. Finally, with their efforts, all the zombies inside the warehouse were defeated. Shinluo looked at the corpses on the ground and felt a surge of victory. But she quickly regained her composure, quickly cleaning up the battlefield and collecting crystal cores. After gathering the crystals, Shinluo stored all the supplies at her space and prepared to leave. Just then, a loud engine noise suddenly came from outside the supermarket. Shinluo was startled and hurriedly hid in a concealed corner of the warehouse, peeking through She saw an off-road vehicle slowly stopping at the supermarket entrance, and several men dressed in camouflage and holding weapons got out. They looked around the supermarket, as if searching for something. Shinluo secretly wondered who these people might be and what their purpose was for coming here. At that moment, one man suddenly pointed toward the supermarket and loudly said, "Look, the supermarket door is open. There might be someone inside." The others heard this and quickly ran toward the supermarket. Shinluo's heart tightened. She knew that if these people found her and Xiaohei, they might be in danger. She quickly thought of a plan but realized there was no other exit in the warehouse. She could only follow the original plan, climb up to the ventilation shaft and hide inside. Shinluo and Xiaohei hid inside the ventilation shaft, not daring to breathe loudly. The men rushed into the supermarket and started searching everywhere. They walked around, shouting loudly to try to attract anyone inside. Shinluo thought, shouting like that isn't to find people, but to attract zombies. Her heart pounded as she kept a close watch on the gap in the ventilation shaft, seeing the men step by step into the warehouse. Their figures looked especially tall in the moonlight, and their weapons gleamed coldly. Shinluo held her breath and communicated silently with Xiaohei. "Xiaohei, what do you think they are doing?" Xiaohei also lowered his voice and answered mentally, "Silly woman, judging by their looks, they are probably searching for supplies or looking for someone. But with those weapons, they don't seem friendly. We need to be careful." Shinluo nodded, becoming more alert, and carefully observed what was happening below. Just then, one man suddenly stopped and looked around. His eyes swept inside the warehouse, as if searching for something. Where are the supplies in this supermarket? There's not even a single hair left, he muttered. Another shorter man bowed and said, Brother Wang, I'm telling the truth. The stuff I brought is here, full warehouse. Shen Luo's heart tightened. Could they also be here to steal supplies? Then why were they shouting earlier? She pressed herself tightly against the edge of the ventilation shaft, afraid of being discovered. As soon as the man finished speaking, his gaze suddenly fell on the ventilation shaft. Shen Luo's heart jumped. She quickly held her breath and stayed perfectly still. The man slowly approached the ventilation shaft, stopped, and looked carefully at it. Shen Luo silently prayed that the man wouldn't discover her and Little Black. But just then the man suddenly said, Don't you think this ventilation shaft looks a bit strange? The others stopped and looked at the shaft. Shen Luo's heart sank. She knew that if they were found, the consequences would be serious. She tightly held her weapon, ready for any fight. Little Black also sensed danger and prepared to defend. At that moment, one man said, Brother Wang, don't be so suspicious. There's not even a shadow here. How could anyone be hiding? Brother Wang frowned but finally nodded and turned to walk away. Shen Luo sighed in relief and secretly felt grateful. She knew it wasn't the time to relax and that she had to leave quickly. She watched the group below, knowing they didn't plan to leave yet, since she still had about 1/3 of supplies inside the supermarket, except for baby and maternity items. Carefully, Shen Luo observed the situation below, waiting for the best moment to escape. The men were searching the warehouse everywhere, but didn't seem to find what they wanted. They started talking among themselves, showing disappointment. Shen Luo guessed that these people didn't look like ordinary survivors. Their behavior was more like a trained team. What was their real purpose? Were they searching for supplies, or did they have other plans? Suddenly, one man said, Brother Wang, let's not waste time here. There are a bunch of zombies outside the supermarket. We need to leave quickly. Brother Wang nodded and said, All right, let's go. They headed toward the supermarket entrance. Shen Luo was happy to see them leave and also came down from the ventilation duct. But she didn't exit through the front door. Instead, she continued searching in the warehouse. The man had said he personally delivered the supplies, and the warehouse was full. This meant there must be a back door. Shen Luo carefully searched the warehouse and finally found a hidden back door leading outside. She gently opened the door and saw that outside was the gas station behind the supermarket. Shen Luo admired the cleverness of the owner, as no one would expect that the back was inside the gas station. Such good cover. She quietly led Xiaohei out through the back door, looked around to make sure there was no danger, then confidently headed toward the gas station outside. Outside the gas station, cars were parked quietly and scattered, with no signs of life. She had already bought 2 million worth of gasoline earlier, but that was just a small part. Since this gas station was so hidden, it probably stored a lot of fuel. Shen Luo was happy and quickly checked the gas station with Xiaohei, confirming there were no people or zombies inside. Then she started collecting everything into her space. She even stored the underground fuel tanks into her space. A whole gas station's worth of gasoline. This could be worth tens of millions. Shen Luo felt very pleased just thinking about it. Seeing that the underground tanks could also be stored, she planned to gather the flooded East District gas stations into her space before the heavy rain. She thought about the timeline from her previous life. Within a month, the East District of City S would be flooded by the storm. The large city was mostly safe, except for the North District, which hadn't been flooded yet. When the storm hit, Shen Luo planned to go out for free supplies. Otherwise, much of the resources would be submerged in floodwaters after the storm, wasting what she had. Since that was the case, Shen Luo naturally wanted to store everything in her space. Everything was ready. Shen Luo looked around carefully to make sure no one was nearby, then took out her off-road vehicle from her space. Since the farm incident, she hadn't parked the car there anymore. Instead, she found a hidden spot, parked the car, and stored it in her space. After a short rest, Shen Luo started the engine, ready to go to her next destination. She thought about the largest port in the East District, which had over 10,000 containers. Empty containers could be turned into homes, and full ones were perfect for her blind box adventures. If the storm flooded the area, It would be better to take advantage of the situation herself. So Shen Luo drove quickly toward the East District port. On the way, she carefully drove, always alert to her surroundings. After some time, Shen Luo finally arrived at the East District port. She looked around and saw that the port was empty, with only thousands of containers quietly stacked there. Shen Luo felt a surge of happiness. She quickly parked her car and took Xiaohei to carefully examine the containers. She found that, as she expected, some containers were empty, while others were filled with goods. So Shen Luo decided to first store all the containers in her space, planning to open them later when she had time to see what was inside. Just as she was finishing storing the last container, Shen Luo suddenly heard footsteps. She was startled, quickly held her breath, and hid behind a container, peeking through She saw a few men in camouflage uniforms walking toward her. They held weapons and looked alert. "Captain, we saw many containers here just now, but now they're gone, leaving only these dozens," one of them said. Shen Luo wondered if these were soldiers. She couldn't let them find her. She quickly entered her space, waiting for the right moment. "The others might have moved faster and taken the containers beforehand," the leader said. Shen Luo was confused. What did taken mean? Could it be that the military already knew about the special abilities and that some people with powers had appeared? "The captain, what do we do now without those things?" the young soldier asked, a bit disappointed. "What else can we do? Let's go back and report to the old chief. At least now we know there are people with special abilities among ordinary residents. We need to report this quickly," the captain said. Then he got into the vehicle, leading his team away. Shen Luo wasn't that naive. As soon as they left, she quickly collected the remaining containers. She could give up on the containers, but she didn't leave the contents behind. She only took what was inside, leaving just the shells of the containers outside. As for how she would leave this place, Shen Luo hadn't decided yet. After all, the port had no cover now. Showing herself would expose her to the captain. And that was exactly what the captain was thinking. He didn't leave with his team but stayed at the port entrance, waiting for the people inside to come out. How did Shen Luo fall for that? To avoid being discovered by everyone, Shen Luo quietly took out a set of diving clothes from her space, put them on, and equipped herself with an oxygen tank. Only then did she leave the space and jump into the sea. Shen Luo thought, since she can't go on land, she might as well go by water. Wearing her diving suit, she swam through the sea, trying to make as little noise as possible. She swam away from the port, planning to surface only when she reached a safe place. The seawater was cold and biting, but Shen Luo didn't mind. She secretly felt relieved, glad she had prepared several sets of diving suits in her space beforehand, or she wouldn't know what to do now. After swimming for a while, Shen Luo felt she had already gotten far from the port. She surfaced, took off her oxygen tank, and took deep breaths of air. She looked around to make sure there was no danger, then relaxed and swam toward the shore. Once on land, Shen Luo found a hidden spot and stored her diving suit and oxygen tank back into her space. She rested for a while before continuing toward her next destination. Unbeknownst to her, the army captain had guarded the port for 2 days and nights. Finally, he sent someone to check the container, and finding no one there, he left. He had no idea that Shen Luo had already left and was now back at her northern suburb villa, drinking her happy water. After coming ashore, Shen Luo quickly changed into a full black combat suit inside her space and started looking for a good hiding place. She didn't dare to be careless. Under the cover of night, she walked for a long time and finally found an abandoned factory. The factory looked like it hadn't been used for a long time, with weeds growing all around, making it look very desolate. Shen Luo thought this place was perfect for hiding, so she went inside. She found that the inside of the factory was very spacious, with many rooms where she could hide. So, Shen Luo decided to settle down here for the time being. She found a room and took out some supplies from her space, setting up her temporary home. In her makeshift tent, she placed a single sofa bed, camping lights, chairs, and a table, everything she needed. Shen Luo closed the door and placed many office chairs she had bought from the mall outside the door. Even if someone tried to come in, they wouldn't be able to open this door. Shin Luo and Xiao He ate a simple meal together, then snuggled on the sofa bed and quickly fell asleep. The next morning, Shin Luo was awakened by Xiao He's call. She opened her eyes to see Xiao He lying on the windowsill, staring intently outside. Shin Luo sat up and walked to the window, following Xiao He's gaze to look outside. She saw many people arriving, dressed in different clothes, with tired and frightened expressions on their faces. These people looked like survivors fleeing from other places. They gathered around an abandoned factory, seemingly discussing something. Suddenly, one man loudly said, "How much longer do we have to run? We haven't eaten in 2 days. I don't have the strength to run anymore." A woman nearby responded, "Yes, if this keeps up, we'll all starve to death." The others looked helpless, knowing that in this end-of-the-world situation, food and water were more precious than gold. Shin Luo hid inside her room, listening to the noise outside, thinking about whether she should help these people. At that moment, a person who seemed to be the leader spoke, "Everyone, don't panic. I heard there might be food and water in this abandoned factory. Let's go inside and check." He led the group toward the factory's entrance. Shin Luo quickly gathered her things inside the house and stored them in her space. She then hurried to the next room, leaving behind a bag of sweet potatoes and a bag of potatoes. These were the ripe crops she had just harvested last night. She wanted to eat some sweet potatoes, so she left a few behind. She left some supplies for the others, including 3 boxes of water, hoping these could help them survive and give them courage. Without hesitation, Shin Luo turned and jumped down from the balcony on the 2nd floor. She carefully avoided the survivors, trying not to make any noise. She swiftly moved through the ruins, relying on her excellent physical condition and sharp instincts, quickly finding a small path leading outside. Shin Luo followed the path and soon saw the road. She quickly took out her off-road vehicle and drove away from there, heading toward the villas in the Eastern District. It was getting late. She had promised to pick up Su Qing. No matter what the outcome, she knew she had to go and see her. Shin Luo drove quickly, secretly calculating the time. She didn't want Su Qing to wait too long. Soon, Shin Luo arrived at the villa area in the East District. She skillfully parked her car in front of a villa. After getting out, she carefully observed the surroundings. Once she confirmed there was no danger, she knocked on the villa's door. Soon, the door slowly opened and Su Qing appeared at the entrance. Seeing Shin Luo, Su Qing showed a happy expression and hurriedly welcomed her inside. "Older sister Luo, you really came to pick me up," Su Qing said excitedly, holding Shin Luo's hand. Shin Luo smiled and shook her head, saying, "How could I not come? I promised and I will keep my word." At this moment, Wu Shubai also came over. "Qing'er, are you really leaving? Shubai you saw yesterday. If I don't leave, it will cause trouble in your family. I don't want to add any more problems for you. Also, Jiang Ting and Jiang Yu left yesterday." Hearing Su Qing's words, Shin Luo seemed to recall that something had happened here yesterday. "Qing'er, don't think too much. My parents don't mean that," Wu Shubai explained. "Shubai, what are you doing? Come here. Your sister is hurt, and you're still thinking about other things," a sharp female voice called out. "Mom, Ting isn't seriously hurt. Yesterday, I drove away Jiang Ting and her brother. Do you want me to let Qing'er leave too?" Wu Shubai really didn't know how to explain to his mother. "At this time, you're still thinking about love and family? Besides, the S-City base has already been built. We need to go there," Wu Shubai's mother continued. Even Shin Luo felt a bit impatient listening to this. "Shubai, I want to leave with Sister Luo. If I didn't want to miss her, I would have left with Jiang Yu and the others last night." Wu's mother is right. It's the end of the world now. Surviving is a luxury. Don't let outsiders cause your family pain. If we are meant to meet again, we will, Su Qing said. Then she looked at Shin Luo and continued, "Sister Luo, I want to go with you. Take me with you." Hearing this, Shin Luo gently patted Su Qing's hand but said nothing. She led Shin Luo out the door. "Qing'er," Wu Shubai's words hadn't finished, but Shin Luo had already stepped on the gas and sped away. Su Qing sat in the back, looking sad. Shinluo looked at her through the rearview mirror and felt a bit sad herself. She knew that in this end-of-the-world situation, people often had to part ways. But seeing Su Qing like this, she felt a little sorry. "Qinger, you haven't had breakfast yet, right? There's bread and water in your bag. Eat a little to fill your stomach," Shinluo said softly to comfort her. Su Qing wanted to refuse, since food was getting scarcer in this world, and she didn't want to take Shinluo's food. But before she could say no, her stomach growled loudly. Feeling embarrassed, Su Qing forced a small smile and said, "Thank you, Sister Luo. I won't refuse." If she didn't eat, it would seem too proud. It was better to be open and eat normally. She could go out to find supplies later, and she was here to support Shinluo. After that, she took out the bread and water and ate quietly. Shinluo drove, while paying attention to what was around them. After Su Qing finished eating, she sat quietly, watching the surroundings. Actually, she wanted to sit in the front passenger seat. But the little black cat in the front seat was lazily lying there. She didn't want to disturb this cute little thing, because Su Qing noticed Shinluo's special feelings for the black cat. Shinluo drove quickly, and after 2 hours, they arrived back at the northern suburb villa. Before reaching the gate, Shinluo saw a group of about 10 people gathered there. Among them, 2 or 3 were people Shinluo had seen before, officials who came a few days ago to count the population. They looked anxious as they waited at the villa gate. When they saw Shinluo's car, they hurried over. "Miss Shun, you're finally back," one of the officials said. Shinluo frowned slightly, feeling a bad premonition. She asked, "What happened?" The official took out a document and handed it to her, saying, "This place has been requisitioned by the authorities. You need to move to the residential area behind the northern suburb. According to the last registration, your house is a 1-bedroom. Shinluo was annoyed when she heard this. "It's only been a few days, and now they're coming to take her stuff?" She asked, "What did you just say, sir?" The official thought Shinluo didn't hear clearly and repeated, "Miss Shin, this place has been requisitioned by the authorities. You need to move to the residential area behind the northern suburb. Based on the last recorded population, your house is a 1-bedroom apartment." Shinluo sneered and said, "Big brother, are you mistaken? This house is my private property. You can't just seize it because you say so." The official staff were clearly caught off guard by Shinluo's reaction. They hesitated for a moment and then said, "Miss Shin, this is an order from above. We are just following instructions." Shinluo was tired of arguing and directly said, "All right, I understand. You can leave now. I won't move out of this house." Seeing this, the officials became a bit anxious and said, "Miss Shin, don't refuse a kind offer. This is an order from above. If you don't cooperate, don't blame us for being rude." Hearing this, Shinluo's eyes turned cold, and she said, "Oh, I want to see how rude you can be." Throughout the whole process, Shinluo never got out of the car. Her gaze turned icy, making people feel chills. At this moment, one of the officials suddenly said, "Miss Shin, I advise you not to act rashly. If you don't want to get hurt, it's best to cooperate." Shinluo scoffed and said, "Stop wasting my time. I don't agree. I spent 30 million to buy this house, and another 100 million to renovate it. You say you'll seize it? Do you think my money came from the wind?" The official staff were furious and said, "It's the current situation. There are zombies everywhere. We are building a base to help the people of S City. You little girl only care about money and have no sense of the bigger picture. Big brother, are you joking? If it were you, would you give up a house worth over 100 million for a 1-bedroom? I see no sincerity. Isn't it just the officials trying to benefit themselves under the guise of helping S City residents?" Shinluo's words shocked everyone, almost making them sweat with surprise. "We must seize your house. Don't force us to use force," the officials said sharply, stomping their feet. "Go ahead, I don't want to waste my time with you. Also, my house is on the edge of the villa area. You can just give up on my house and leave it outside the base," Shinluo said coldly. The officials looked at each other, clearly unprepared for Shinluo's toughness. One of the leading officials clenched his teeth and said, "Miss Shin, if you don't cooperate, we will have to take forceful measures." When Shinluo heard this, he sneered and said, Just you guys? The officials saw this and immediately became anxious. They wanted to step forward to stop him but were intimidated by Shinluo's strong presence. Shinluo opened the car door and got out. He looked sharply at the people in front of him and said, "I'll say it again. I won't move out of this house. If you want to use force, go ahead and try." Seeing Shinluo's firm gaze, the officials felt a bit scared. They realized that Shinluo was not someone to be messed with. At that moment, one of the officials suddenly said, "Miss Shin, what you're doing is against the authorities. You should think carefully." Shinluo chuckled and replied, "What if I oppose the authorities? I do things my way, and I don't need to explain myself to anyone." After saying that, Shinluo walked straight toward the villa, ignoring the officials. The officials looked at each other, hesitant. They wanted to stop her but were too intimidated by her undeniable presence and didn't dare to move forward. They watched Shinluo's back and wondered what kind of background she had to be so bold and not care about them at all. Shinluo drove her car back to the villa, closed the door, and kept the officials outside. Su Qing saw Shinluo act so confidently for the first time. Her admiration was clear in her eyes, shining like little stars. At this moment, Li Ping, holding her child in one arm and holding Xiaoya's hand with the other, quickly came over to Shinluo. "Luo, you're back. These people have come several times in the past 2 days. Don't worry, Sister Ping. This door is so strong that only a nuclear bomb could open it," Shinluo said happily to Shun Hao and Xiaoya. Su Qing followed behind Shinluo and greeted generously. "Hi, sister." "Hello, little ones." Li Ping looked at Su Qing with curiosity in her eyes, but xickly replaced it with warmth. "And you are?" "This is Su Qing," Shinluo said simply.
Hello, Suin. I am Li Ping.
"This is my daughter Xiaoya, and the one I'm holding is Shun Hao." Li Ping greeted Su Qing with a smile. The inside of the villa was spacious, bright, and decorated in a warm, comfortable style. Shinluo sat with Su Qing and Li Ping in the living room. Xiaoya held her toy, curiously looking at the new guests. Su Qing felt a bit shy. She saw Shinluo carrying a large cardboard box and quickly said, "I'll go help Sister Luo bring down supplies." She then hurried to the SUV, took the box Shinluo was holding, and followed her into the living room. Shinluo smiled slightly, appreciating Su Qing's cleverness and hard work. Seeing the room full of supplies, Lao Po almost couldn't believe her eyes. "Luo, with so much milk powder, Xiaohao won't have to worry about food or drinks anymore. I don't really understand, I just grabbed everything I saw." "Sister Ping, you just focus on feeding Xiaohao. Also, I stored some milk in the basement for Xiaoya to help her gain weight. She's too thin." Since not seeing Xiaoya for 2 days, Shinluo noticed she seemed even thinner than before. "Luo, we don't need much. We're doing fine with food and shelter. Don't worry about us. Keep the supplies for Xiaohao and you." Li Ping had been eating only 1 meal a day with Xiaoya these days. Xiaoya, who had just gained some weight, lost another 5 jin, about 2.5 kilograms. Shinluo didn't realize how frugal Li Ping was. Letting you help Xiaoya regain strength is good. If her body isn't strong, she won't have the energy to do anything. Now that she's not in school, she should learn some self-defense skills. Being so weak and out alone, she might get bullied. Shinluo didn't quite understand Li Ping's thinking. "I just want us to save some resources, so you don't have to go out looking for supplies. If we keep going like this, it will be safer for you," Li Ping said, showing her concern. She was willing to risk herself repeatedly to find supplies so they could survive. After hearing Li Ping, Shinluo understood her intentions. "Don't worry so much, Sister Ping. Just trust me. Don't treat yourself and Xiaoya badly when I'm not home. You don't need to worry about supplies. If I brought you here, I have the ability to take care of you." Li Ping's eyes filled with tears, and she didn't know what to say. "All right, Sister Ping, this is for you and Xiaoya." Shinluo opened another box, filled with women's clothes, mostly sportswear, t-shirts, and sneakers. The clothes for Xiaoya include various sizes, and there are also baseball caps for children. "Wow, Sister Luo, are these all for me?" Xiaoya saw the sportswear in red, blue, green, black, and white. Her eyes lit up with excitement. Shinluo took Xiaoya's hand. Of course. Xiaoya is growing every day, so we need to wear suitable and proper clothes. In the future, when Sister Luo goes out to find supplies and sees clothes that fit Xiaoya, she will bring them back for you. Really? Sister Luo, you're so kind. I haven't worn new clothes in a long time, Xiaoya said happily, touching and exploring the clothes. Shenluo nodded and replied, yes. So Xiaoya must grow up healthy. Su Qing saw Shenluo's kindness and knew she had chosen the right person. Her sister Shenluo was truly good. Luo, I can't wear all these clothes. 3 sets are enough. I see that Miss Su Qing didn't bring anything, so she probably doesn't have any clean clothes. Let her pick a few sets, Li Ping suggested. Shenluo also wanted to see what Li Ping thought. Although she was loyal to herself, new members could become sensitive. She wanted to see how Li Ping would act. This outcome was no surprise to Shenluo. Li Ping remained as kind as ever. Sister Luo, I'll take 3 sets too. That's enough for changing, Su Qing said directly, not hesitating.
Good.
You all decide. The remaining clothes can be stored in a room on the first floor. If needed, everyone can ask Sister Ping. From now on, Sister Ping will be in charge of our team. She will handle daily meals, drinks, and other needs, Shenluo announced her decision. Li Ping was surprised and flattered. Qing'er, later Sister Ping will take you to choose a room on the 2nd floor. And please, Sister Ping, prepare dinner. Little Black wants to eat lobster, so make a few more. I'll go upstairs and take a shower first. After speaking, Shenluo carried her small bag and went back to her room on the 2nd floor. She placed her bag casually in the wardrobe. The bag was just a cover, used to easily take things out from her space. After everything was arranged, Shenluo went into the bathroom, turned on the shower, and let warm water wash over her body, cleansing her fatigue from the journey. She closed her eyes, letting the water wash away all her worries and troubles. After her shower, Shenluo changed into clean clothes and felt completely refreshed. Shenluo didn't rush. Instead, she returned to her space and entered Su Qing's information into the identification system. Base number 006, name Su Qing, no official position, no special abilities, loyalty level 100%. Then she updated Li Ping's information. Base number 004, name Li Ping, position, base manager, no special abilities, loyalty level 100%. After finishing everything, she finally left her room and went to the 1st floor. She saw Li Ping and Su Qing busy preparing dinner, while Xiaoya helped with chopping vegetables, all smiling happily. Shenluo walked into the kitchen, watching the 3 busy figures, feeling a warm feeling inside. In this end-of-the-world situation, having such a warm scene is very rare and precious. Luo, you're here. Come try the food I made, Li Ping called out happily when she saw Shenluo come down. Shenluo smiled and went to the dining table. She picked up her chopsticks, took a bite, and savored the taste carefully. The food was good. Li Ping's cooking skills were getting better and better. Ping Jie, your cooking is really improving, Shenluo praised. Li Ping's face lit up with happiness. Oh, it's nothing special. I can only make simple home-cooked dishes. Su Qing nodded nearby and said, yes, Luo Jie, Ping Jie's food is really delicious. Xiaoya also cheerfully said, Mom's cooking is the best. Even Xiao He meowed twice happily. Seeing the 4 of them happily together, Shenluo felt very satisfied. By the way, Luo, those official people won't bother us again, right? Li Ping suddenly asked. Hearing this, Shenluo's face turned serious. Don't worry. They won't come back. I warned them. If they dare to cause trouble again, don't blame me for being rude. Li Ping was a bit worried. Luo, doing that might bring bigger problems, right? Shenluo shook her head. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. In this end-of-the-world situation, we can't be weak or easy to bully. Otherwise, we'll just get hurt more. Su Qing nodded in agreement. Yes, Luo Jie is right. We cannot let others bully us. I think they are not here to take land but to take advantage of the situation. They think I am just a girl who can be easily bullied. Shenluo didn't tell everyone that although the base in City S is in the northern area, It is definitely not within her residential zone. Or perhaps the base and the previous world are different. Shin Luo quietly thought to herself that the behavior of the official personnel this time was indeed a bit strange. She needed to be more careful and cautious. No matter what their purpose is, we must not let our guard down. Shin Luo said firmly, "Tomorrow, I will go out to gather some information and see what the situation is at the city's base." Hearing this, Su Qing immediately said, "Sister Luo, I want to go with you. Stay at home with Sister Ping first. Keep the house safe. No matter who they are, don't open the door. Don't let them sneak in," Shin Luo advised. At this moment, Xiaoya suddenly grabbed Shin Luo's hand and said in a cute voice, Luo sister, I want to learn how to fight bad people so I can protect Mom in the future." Hearing this, Shin Luo felt a little touched. She patted Xiaoya's head and said, "Okay, when I have time, I will teach you how to fight bad people." Li Ping, standing nearby, also smiled and said, "Yes, Xiaoya, once you learn to fight bad people, you can protect Mom." After dinner, Shin Luo returned to her room. She opened the window and looked out at the dark night sky, her mind full of thoughts. In this end of the world, danger is everywhere. She must work harder to improve herself and her teammates' strength to survive in this cruel world. Meanwhile, in a corner of City S, a group of people dressed in black uniforms were secretly discussing something. Their eyes showed greed and cruelty. She took out a map of the city from before the end of the world and carefully studied the layout of City S and the possible locations of the base. From her memories of the previous life, she knew the base should be in the northern part of the city, not in the suburbs where she currently lived. This discovery made her frown. Could it be that the end-of-the-world situation in this world is different from her previous life? Shin Luo decided that tomorrow, besides gathering information about the base, she also needed to watch the movements of these official personnel. She had to figure out what was really going on so she could respond properly. Shin Luo paced back and forth in her room, thinking about possible strategies. She knew that in this end-of-the-world situation, information is life. Only by having enough information can she survive in this dangerous environment. She decided to leave before dawn to check out the S-City base and find out what the official personnel's true goal was. Shin Luo took out her backpack and placed it by the bed. She knew her trip might be dangerous, so she had to be fully prepared. Her mind kept imagining the faces of the official personnel and their sneaky, greedy eyes. Shin Luo understood that these people would not give up easily. They would try everything to achieve their goals, even using force if necessary. She had to be extra careful and not give them any chance. Thinking of this, Shin Luo sat up, walked to the window, and looked at the dark night sky. Since she couldn't sleep, she decided to leave now. When morning comes, she would find a business building and buy things for free. She took a deep breath, changed her clothes, and then slowly exhaled. She picked up her sleeping little black dog and left the house. The night was dark as ink, with only a few stars shining in the sky. Shin Luo drove her SUV through the quiet streets. The little black dog didn't speak, but kept a sharp eye on everything around him. Over the past month, most buildings on both sides of the street were broken down, with shattered windows and half-open doors, as if danger could jump out at any moment. Following her memory, she sped through the northern district, hoping to find clues there. Along the way, she saw many wandering zombies, some staggering, others crawling on the ground, making low growling sounds. But Shin Luo seemed to ignore them, her speed not slowing at all. After a long while, she finally reached a busier area. There were many tall buildings and one business tower stood out. It was brightly lit, as if cut off from the darkness outside. Shin Luo's mind moved, and she decided to check it out first. She entered an underground parking lot about a kilometer away from the building, parked her car in a blind spot, and stored it in her space. Carefully, she approached the business tower, using the cover of night to quietly bypass the zombies at the entrance. She gently pushed open the door and slipped inside. The building was very quiet, with only the occasional sound of footsteps breaking the silence. Shin Luo walked up the stairs. She reached an office door and looked inside through the. She saw a few people sitting inside, talking quietly. Shinluo felt happy. She quietly moved closer to the door, listened carefully, and eavesdropped on their conversation. One person said, "Did you hear? The original location for the S-City base has to be chosen again." Another person replied in surprise, "Why?" The base was carefully planned. Why change the location all of a sudden? Hearing this, Shinluo's heart skipped a beat. Could her memories from her past life really be wrong? She kept listening. The person continued, "I don't know why, but this is what I heard from inside. It's definitely reliable." Shinluo frowned and thought to herself, why would the base location need to change? This was on the 3rd floor of the building. It was probably the command center for the S-City base. She carefully tiptoed up the stairs to the 4th floor. This floor was even quieter than the 3rd, as if the air itself had frozen. Shinluo moved very carefully, afraid to make any noise. She reached a door with a sign that said Command Center and looked inside through the. Inside, a few people were sitting and busy working, seeming to discuss something important. Shinluo's heart moved. She decided to get closer. She quietly approached the door, pressed her ear to it, and listened carefully. One person said, "The change of the base location this time really caught us off guard. I wonder what the higher-ups are thinking." Another sighed and said, "Yes, we were all ready, and now we have to start over." Hearing this, Shinluo became even more sure. The location of the S-City base had indeed changed, and she saw the plan for the S-City base. It was the same as in her past life. Just as she was deep in thought, she suddenly heard footsteps coming from inside. Shinluo quickly hid in a corner, afraid of being seen. A few people in uniform entered the command center quickly, looking worried as if they had urgent news. After everyone sat down, the man in the middle said, "The map has been given to everyone. Starting tomorrow, the 3rd and 4th combat units should set up barriers and keep watch outside. The 1st and 2nd units will continue searching for supplies in the city. The 5th and 6th units should prepare to help relocate residents into the base." Shinluo hid in the shadows, listening carefully to their conversation. She thought to herself that the change in the location of the S-City base was not what she had understood. It seemed that the officials above might be pretending to help but actually deceiving others. Back in the underground parking lot, Shinluo took her car out of her space and drove away from the area. The night was still dark, but Shinluo felt calm inside. Since she was out, she decided to gather a few more supplies before heading back. The officials had already sent people to look for supplies, so she knew she had to act quickly to survive in this world. Shinluo drove slowly through the streets of S-City, keeping a sharp eye on her surroundings. Suddenly, her attention was caught by a supermarket. The store's rolling door was half open, as if it was lonely and helpless. Shinluo hesitated but decided to go inside. She carefully parked her car and quietly entered the supermarket. Inside, everything was messy. Shelves were ransacked, and scattered packaging and boxes covered the floor. She frowned but didn't give up. She carefully searched every corner, hoping to find useful supplies. After searching for a while, she found some canned food, instant noodles, and bottled water, things she could eat. She also found many items that no one needed anymore, like pots, pans, soap, shampoo, hand sanitizer, and laundry detergent, things that weren't useful at the moment. She stored these supplies in her space, feeling a bit relieved. Suddenly, she heard loud noises outside. Shinluo was startled and quickly hid behind a shelf, peeking through a gap to see what was happening. A group of zombies is shuffling toward her, making deep growling sounds as if they smell living humans nearby. Shinluo feels a tight knot in her stomach. She knows she can't stay here for long. She quietly watches the zombies, seeing them search around as if looking for something. Shinluo holds her breath, afraid to make any noise. Suddenly, she spots a familiar figure moving through the zombie crowd. The person is dressed in black combat gear and holding a sharp dagger, skillfully taking down zombies. Shinluo is surprised. She recognizes him as the man who appeared with official personnel at her base before. Why is he here? Shinluo wonders silently. Is he also sent by the authorities? Thinking of this, she feels worried. She knows the officials won't give up easily. They will try everything to achieve their goals. She must be very careful and not give them any chance. She quietly observes the man. After he finishes killing zombies, he heads toward the supermarket entrance. Shenluo decides to leave while he's distracted. She carefully walks around the shelves toward the back door of the supermarket. Just then, she hears footsteps approaching. Shenluo quickly hides behind a shelf. The man enters, his eyes sharp as he looks around carefully. Shenluo holds her breath, afraid he will see her. Fortunately, he doesn't notice her. He turns and walks in another direction. Shenluo stays still, thinking this person is probably the leader of the first or second combat unit, and it seems he has left. But he might be waiting for her in a hidden corner. She doesn't understand that the supermarket has 2 doors, and leaving through either one might not be safe. So, Shenluo climbs into the ventilation duct, hoping to escape through a neighbor's house. Cautiously crawling through the narrow duct, her heart races with tension and alertness. The duct connects the supermarket to the building next door, and it's her only safe way out. She dared not make any noise, afraid of attracting the attention of the zombies outside. After crawling for a long time, Shenluo finally saw the vent exit. She hesitated for a moment and decided to stick her head out to check the situation outside. She carefully peeked out and saw that it was completely dark outside. Shenluo sensed that it was also a shop and there was no danger. She gently crawled out of the vent and carefully closed the cover. Shenluo turned on her flashlight and looked inside. It was a women's lingerie store, so no one was likely to rob it. She smiled helplessly, secretly glad she chose this escape route. Since it was a women's lingerie shop, there was nothing else besides underwear and bras. She searched around the store, and the variety and styles amazed her. These were styles she would never have bought before. Her usual styles were very conservative, mostly black or white, and she had never seen a third color. Worried that the captain might notice, she only took half of the underwear into her space. Then she returned to the vent and prepared to check out the next store. Continuing through the narrow vent, she crawled for a while and finally reached the vent exit of another shop. She carefully peeked out again to observe the outside. This store was also dark inside, with no signs of movement. She gently crawled out of the vent and carefully closed the cover. Shenluo turned on her flashlight and illuminated the interior. It was a stationery store, with shelves full of various supplies, pens, paper, folders, staplers, everything she needed. She realized that these stationery items could also be very valuable in the end times. Whether for recording information, making marks, or simple repairs, stationery was essential. She began searching the store and collected some useful supplies into her space. After searching the stationery store, Shenluo continued forward along the vent. She didn't know how many shops were ahead. Just like that, Shenluo moved through the ventilation ducts, searching from one shop to another. She found all kinds of stores, clothing shops, bookstores, pharmacies, and each one brought her new surprises and supplies. She carefully stored these items in her space, preparing well for future survival. When Shenluo finally crawled out of the last shop's ventilation duct, it was just beginning to get light outside. It was a fast food restaurant, with half-prepared burgers, fried chicken, and fries in the freezer. Seeing these ingredients, Shenluo's heart filled with joy. If she took them back and Sister Ping cooked them, she could enjoy her favorite food again. She carefully put some ingredients into her space, trying not to make any noise. Even the refrigerator was stored away. But just then, outside the shop, she heard noisy footsteps. "Captain, the zombies are all dead. We can open the shop doors now," said one of the soldiers. "Yes, be careful when opening the doors. There might still be some residents turned into zombies inside. Safety first," the captain advised. "Got it, Captain. Let's split into 2 teams and open the doors at the same time," the little soldier chirped playfully. "All right, split up. Meet at the supermarket entrance," the captain said. Shenluo then heard the sound of the lock being cut with pliers. Fortunately, when she heard the noise outside, she had already restored the freezer. She only took a little food and put it back. At the moment the door opened, she quickly slipped into her space. Luckily, she was clever. Each store only had half of its supplies. If she opened a store completely empty, the official base would come looking for her at any cost. Shen Luo lay on her lounge chair, watching the official team come and go, carrying the remaining supplies. She secretly felt that her decision was right. She didn't greedily store all the supplies in her space, only taking some. This way, the store wouldn't look too empty and the officials wouldn't suspect her. It seemed that in the future, she would have to do the same when searching for supplies. Shen Luo quietly observes everything outside from her space. She sees the official team busy moving supplies, their faces full of satisfaction and happiness. However, Shen Luo knows that these supplies are not enough for survival in the end times. She is not trying to steal the supplies because she knows that in a year, the base in City S will no longer be an official base, and the resources will be controlled by the upper class. The real struggle is for those who cannot get enough to eat. Shen Luo waits in her space from morning until sunset. 2 hours after the team leader and others leave, Shen Luo comes out of her space to check for danger outside. But she does not take an off-road vehicle. Instead, she takes a modified motorcycle and speeds toward the northern suburbs. Soon after Shen Luo leaves, the team leader drives back here, but only sees a small black. To avoid being tracked, Shen Luo does not go straight home. Instead, she turns and heads to the northern suburb hospital. This hospital was built at the beginning of the year and started operating in March. It was only in use for 2 months before the end of the world broke out. Shen Luo plans to check the hospital to see if she can secretly take some medicine. She rides her motorcycle quickly along the streets of the northern suburbs. Her eyes are sharp, always watching for any movement around her, afraid of being spotted by zombies or other people. Soon, she arrives at the hospital's main entrance. The gate is closed tightly, as if no one has been there for a long time. Shen Luo hesitates, but decides to check the back door first. She quietly approaches the back door, which is also shut, but a faint light shines through Her heart lifts, knowing someone must be inside. But she doesn't rush in. Instead, she observes for a while. The hospital is silent, with no signs of activity. Finally, Shen Luo quietly moves to a hidden corner and climbs up a drainage pipe. She reaches the 4th floor and finds that the window is unlocked, so she gently pushes it open and slips inside. She walks carefully, afraid of making any noise. The hospital is dark, with only a few emergency lights faintly glowing. Shen Luo used the light to approach the door of the pharmacy. She gently pushed the door open and saw that the pharmacy was filled with various medicines. Shen Luo's heart moved, and she began to carefully search for the medicines she needed. After some searching, she finally found some antibiotics, anti-inflammatory drugs, and painkillers. She stored these medicines in her space, feeling secretly glad. At that moment, she suddenly heard footsteps approaching. Shen Luo was startled and quickly hid in a corner. She saw a doctor in a white coat walking upstairs to the first room. Inside the room, she could hear voices talking. Shen Luo held her breath and listened carefully to the conversation. She heard the doctor say, "This batch of medicines has finally arrived. We were thinking about opening the hospital and making a lot of money. But now, with the end of the world, things are different." Another person replied, "It doesn't matter. In the end of the world, medicines are more important. These medicines have the lowest effect, so we need to exchange them quickly for supplies. Brother Lu, are you planning to buy an official base?" The first doctor asked. "If possible, we can sell to them. But the price can't be high and we should be honest. We can just blame the hospital's procurement for the responsibility." Brother Lu shared his idea. Hearing this, Shen Luo's mind raced. It seemed these people were also pretending to be part of the end-of-the-world situation, trying to make a quick profit. Just then, she heard voices again inside. "Brother Lu, if we exchange the medicines for a higher-level base, wouldn't life be easier later? But what about those patients downstairs?" Brother Lu hesitated for a moment and said, "Those patients? They have no more use. When they came in, I already gave them medicine. Later, you handle them and leave no traces." Hearing this, Shen Luo's heart tightened. She realized these people had lost their basic humanity and morals for their own benefit. She quietly observed the room's movements. She saw Brother Lu take some medicines from a box and examine them carefully. Shin Luo's heart moved again. She decided that when they weren't paying attention, she would take these medicines and leave. She couldn't let these medicines go out. Useless drugs would only make the sick worse. Shin Luo hid in a more hidden corner, ready to act at the right moment. The doctor said foolishly, "Brother Lu, should I take these 2 boxes to the basement? You pack up, and then we leave." Hearing this, Brother Lu quickly put the medicines into a box, then picked up a knife and said, "Okay, I'll finish packing the last box and then go to the basement." Shin Luo held her breath and hurriedly went down the stairs toward the basement. The basement was very dark, with only a few dim yellow lights illuminating the area. Shin Luo moved carefully, afraid to make any noise. She reached the back of the basement and saw many boxes and medicines stacked there, with 2 people in doctor uniforms loading medicines onto a vehicle. Shin Luo stayed hidden in a blind spot, planning to deal with these 3 people first, and then the one called Brother Lu. She quietly thought to herself. Just then, she saw one of them turn around to get another box, with his back to her. Shin Luo saw her chance and decided to act. She quietly approached him and struck with a hand chop, causing him to fall to the ground. Then she moved silently to the other person and delivered another quick hand chop, knocking him down as well. Shin Luo quickly both of their hands. Suddenly, she heard hurried footsteps approaching. Startled, Shin Luo quickly hid behind a pile of boxes, holding her breath to avoid being seen. The person hurried past, carrying a box, not noticing Shin Luo hiding behind the boxes. Shin Luo secretly felt relieved. She peeked out and saw that after placing the box on the vehicle, the person turned to move another box. Seizing the moment, Shin Luo quietly circled behind him, struck with a hand chop, and he fell to the ground. She quickly tied him up as well, then retreated to the corner behind the car. She watched Brother Lu carry the last box of medicines and prepare to get in the vehicle. At that moment, Shin Luo suddenly rushed out from her hiding spot, pressing her dagger against Brother Lu's neck. "Don't move, or you'll lose your life," Shin Luo said coldly. Lu Ge was startled by Shin Luo's sudden attack. He dared not make any move and could only obediently raise his hands. Shin Luo looked at Lu Ge with anger and coldness in her eyes. "People like you, who do anything for profit without regard for others, don't deserve to live in this world," Shin Luo said angrily. Hearing this, Lu Ji's face changed. He tried to struggle, but Shin Luo's dagger was always close to his neck. "Don't be impulsive. Let's talk calmly," Lu Ge said tremblingly. Shin Luo ignored him. She tied Lu Ge up along with the others, then searched their bodies and found the car keys and some cash. After finishing, Shin Luo looked at the 4 people lying on the ground, with no trace of mercy in her eyes. "Thanks for the medicine," Shin Luo said, then quickly drove away from the parking lot. She didn't kill these 4 people because she wanted these selfish individuals to live in despair during the end times. Just after leaving the hospital, Shin Luo found a place without streetlights. She quickly stored the car and the medicine into her space. She rode her motorcycle swiftly through the northern suburb streets, heading back to her villa at dawn. When she reached the door, she realized she hadn't changed her vehicle. She quickly switched to an off-road vehicle, used the remote to open the gate, and drove inside. Before getting out, she saw Su Qing rush out of the house. "Lolo, why did you leave so quietly without saying anything?" Li Ping followed closely and hurried over. "Lolo, are you okay?" She quickly checked Shin Luo's body. Seeing she was uninjured, she finally relaxed. Shin Luo gently patted Su Qing's shoulder and smiled to comfort her. "I'm safe and sound, no worries. I went to check the base's situation and collected some supplies." She then pointed to her trunk, which was full of supplies. Li Ping noticed there was even a box of women's underwear inside. "Lolo, what's this?" Li Ping, who had been married for many years, had long worn her underwear so loose that it didn't matter much whether she wore it or not. It was just an extra piece of clothing, and because of this, her husband and sister-in-law had teased her. "How about it? Am I impressive?" "I found this near a small supermarket," Shin Luo said. She had already noticed Li Ping and Xiao Ye's underwear. The clothes had long since faded in color, and even the few remaining fabrics had become thin and fragile. Li Ping looked at the box of underwear, her eyes slightly reddening. She never thought that in such a bleak world, she would still get to wear new underwear. Thinking about how she had graduated with a master's degree but gave up a high-paying job for her family, becoming a housewife with no income, she realized she had lost herself over the years. Only when she was with Shin Luo did Li Ping feel like she was truly alive again. Luo, you are so thoughtful." Li Ping's voice choked with emotion. She looked at Shin Luo with gratitude, feeling warm inside. Xiaoya also rubbed her eyes and curiously looked at the box of underwear, speaking softly. "Mom, these clothes are so pretty." Shin Luo smiled and patted Xiaoya's head, saying, "When you grow up, you can wear such beautiful clothes too." Afterward, Shin Luo divided the underwear between Li Ping and Xiaoya. Watching their happy faces as they tried on the new clothes, Shin Luo felt very satisfied. "Sister Luo, it's so lucky to be with you. I was just thinking about asking Sister Ping or you to lend me a pair of underwear. Then I could look for similar supplies next time we go out." "I didn't expect Sister Luo already brought some back," Su Qing said happily, quickly grabbing a set of pink underwear. Yeah, I knew you hadn't changed yours. Hurry up and put them on," Shin Luo said affectionately, watching Su Qing. Su Qing happily jumped back into the room to change. "Li Ping, you should change too." Shin Luo patted Li Ping's shoulder gently, saying nothing more. Shin Luo knew about Li Ping's past hardships at home and hoped this woman could stand up again and find her true self. At this moment, Shin Luo had already moved all the supplies from the car into the living room. Soon after, Su Qing and Li Ping finished changing and returned to the living room, seeing the pile of supplies. They were all stunned, materials scattered everywhere including meat, eggs, water, and some vegetables. Although a bit wilted, what surprised Li Ping and Su Qing most was a full bag of sweet potatoes. Luo, these underwear are so comfortable to wear." "Thank you," Su Qing said happily, running out of the room and hugging Shin Luo tightly, her face glowing with happiness. Shin Luo also smiled. She looked at Su Qing, feeling happy and content. "All right, stop showing off. Hurry up and help move the supplies to the basement," Shin Luo said, patting Su Qing on the shoulder with a smile. Then, the three of them worked together to carry the organized supplies from the living room down to the basement of the villa. "I'm going to take a shower and change clothes. If I fall asleep, don't wake me. No need to leave food for me." Shin Luo yawned and went back to her bedroom. When Shin Luo saw her bed, she quickly changed out of her dirty clothes and threw herself onto the bed. "Silly woman, are you going to sleep without taking a shower?" Little Black said unhappily. Because at that moment, Shin Luo was covered in a bad smell. But Little Black didn't wait for her reply. As soon as she fell onto the bed, she was asleep instantly. Seeing this, Little Black shook his head helplessly. He jumped onto the bed and gently licked Shin Luo's face with his tongue. In her sleep, Shin Luo seemed to sense something. She turned over drowsily and mumbled, "Little Black, stop bothering me. Let's sleep together." Hearing this, Little Black no longer disturbed her. He just quietly lay by the bed, watching over Shin Luo. It wasn't until 3 a.m. the next day that Shin Luo finally woke up from her sleep. She rubbed her eyes, sat up, and saw Little Black lying by the bed watching her. She couldn't help but smile. "Little Black, why are you here? How long have I been sleeping?" Shin Luo asked. Little Black stood up and jumped into Shin Luo's arms, saying, "Silly woman, you've been sleeping for a day and a half. You're almost like a pig, and no matter how I call, you won't wake up." Feeling Little Black's warmth, Shin Luo felt a warm feeling inside. She hugged Little Black and softly said, "Little Black, it's so good to have you here. And I'm not a pig. Silly woman, let go quickly. Go take a shower. You're going to smell terrible." Little Black struggled to break free from Shin Luo. Shin Luo kissed Little Black on the face fiercely, then got up to get ready. She took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and felt much more refreshed. When she left the bedroom, Shin Luo saw Little Black had turned back into a black panther, lying on the bed. Looking at the time, it was already 5 a.m. Shin Luo took Little Black and slipped into the space. Inside the space, she took out dishes she ordered from a 5-star hotel and enjoyed a delicious meal with Little Black. After eating, Shin Luo lay on the grass in the small yard. From this angle, she could see her swollen belly. Shin Luo harvested the crops from the land, sold them to the system, and then replanted. She didn't have the courage to check her points. As long as she didn't look, she wouldn't worry about her debts. Little Black, I feel like my body has become stronger again, Shin Luo said, sharing her feelings. Oh, try it out, Little Black encouraged nearby. Shin Luo stood up, stretched her body, and indeed felt her strength and agility had improved. She happily looked at Little Black and said, "It's really an improvement. The spiritual spring water is truly powerful." Little Black nodded and said, "You should make good use of this advantage and try your special ability." Hearing this, Shin Luo closed her eyes, focused her mind, and tried to activate her special power. Soon, she felt a warm force flowing inside her, as if something was moving through her veins. She opened her eyes, shining with determination. "I can feel it. My ability has also become stronger, reaching level 3, Shin Luo said excitedly. She then shot out a water jet, knocking down the only big tree branch in the yard. Little Black looked at Shin Luo with approval. "Very good. Level 3 can cut through paper," Little Black said. Shin Luo nodded, then closed her eyes again to feel her wood-type ability. Her wood ability also advanced to level 2. "Little Black, my wood ability is at level 2 now. But how do I use it?" Shin Luo asked. At that moment, the fallen vine branch quickly dried out. Shin Luo reached out to pick it up, but it cut her palm. The dried branch suddenly released a drop of juice that fell into her palm, seeping into the small wound. This, Shin Luo was too surprised to speak. "It seems it likes you," Little Black said, glancing at the big tree in the yard. "What do you mean?" Shin Luo looked confused. Little Black thought for a moment and said, "In 3 days you'll find out. During these days, rest well and come to the space every day for a 3-hour bath." Shin Luo felt as if she had encountered another lucky chance, so Xiaohei simply agreed with whatever was said. Afterward, Shin Luo and Xiaohei quickly left the space and began preparing for a new plan. 1 person and 1 cat left the space. No, it was 1 person and 1 leopard. Then they smelled the delicious aroma of cooking downstairs. Shin Luo glanced at the time. It was already noon. She hadn't expected to stay in the space for so long. Drawn by the tempting smell, Shin Luo and Xiaohei's stomachs started to growl loudly. "Foolish woman, you did that on purpose. How am I supposed to go downstairs to eat? My big lobster." Xiaohei had already smelled the lobster that Li Ping was cooking. Last night, he went downstairs to eat, but today, after transforming into a black panther, he couldn't go to eat, which made Xiaohei protest non-stop. No, I'll bring it up for you," Shin Luo said, then went downstairs. Su Qing and Li Ping were busy in the kitchen. Shin Luo walked over and smiled, asking, "What delicious food are you making? It smells so good." "Luo, you're awake? We're preparing dinner." Li Ping made a big lobster. Luo, you should try some first," Su Qing greeted when she saw Shin Luo. Shin Luo nodded with a smile. "Once everything is ready, we'll eat together. I'll first give Xiaohei 4 small lobsters. Li Ping, make a few more. I'm afraid Xiaohei, this little glutton, won't have enough and will start complaining about not being full." After saying that, she took 4 lobsters back to her room and placed them in front of Xiaohei. 4 lobsters were enough for Xiaohei's usual meal, but after transforming, even 4 big lobsters weren't enough to fill him. Shin Luo then took out half a salmon from the space and gave it to Xiaohei. She let Xiaohei eat slowly in her room while she went downstairs to eat. Shin Luo usually ate fast food outside and didn't dare to eat strongly flavored foods. Only back at the villa did she dare to let Li Ping cook some flavorful dishes. For example, snail noodles, stinky tofu, grilled skewers, grilled squid, spicy hot pot, and so on. Today's dishes were all Shin Luo's favorites, for servings of snail noodles, fried pork chop, grilled squid, and vegetable salad. Seeing the table full of delicious food, Shenluo's mouth was watering. She couldn't wait to pick up her chopsticks, take a bite of the fried pork chop, crispy outside, tender inside, full of aroma, and couldn't help but praise it repeatedly. Pingjie, your cooking skills are getting better and better, Shenluo praised. Li Ping smiled and said, I'm glad you like it. If you enjoy it, you can eat more. Shenluo nodded and ate heartily, enjoying this rare moment of good food. After the meal, Shenluo, Li Ping, and Su Qing cleaned up the dishes and chatted about everyday life. Luo, did you have any gains today? Su Qing asked curiously. Shenluo smiled and said, I gained a lot. I found the official base, which is under construction. They should send out notices in the next few days. Li Ping heard this and looked at Shenluo with some worry, saying, Luo, do you mean we have to move too? Is this place going to be taken over by the authorities? Shenluo shook her head and said, those people are just pretending to be official, robbing everywhere. They probably want to take over my villa. Hearing this, Li Ping relaxed a little, but then frowned again. Will they come back to cause trouble? Shenluo smiled slightly, a cold look flashing in her eyes. Don't worry. If they dare to come, I won't let them leave easily. After saying this, Shenluo's eyes showed determination and strength, making Li Ping and Su Qing feel reassured. Luo, if they come, I'll go too. I want to beat them so badly they'll roll on the ground, Su Qing said admiringly, her eyes shining. By the way, Luo, what should we do next? Li Ping asked. Although she was brave, she still relied on Shenluo's decisions in this situation. Shenluo thought for a moment and said, Pingjie, from now on, I will make a training plan for you and Qing every day. If danger comes, you need to be able to protect yourselves. And me, Xiaoya's young voice said. Shenluo looked at Xiaoya with a smile, patted her head, and said, Of course, Xiaoya. You also need to become strong so you can protect Mom. Okay? Xiaoya nodded firmly, her eyes shining with determination. Luo, when do we start training? Li Ping asked eagerly. She didn't want to be a burden anymore. Shenluo thought for a moment and said, Let's start today. I will make suitable training plans based on your situations. But be prepared, training will be tough. Additionally, we made a duty schedule, rotating responsibilities for meals and cleaning. Li Ping and Su Qing nodded when they heard this. All right, I will now create a training plan for you, Shenluo said, taking out paper and a pen and starting to plan carefully. The training plan for the first week was the same for all three. Every morning, they ran 10 kilometers quickly, and in the afternoon, they did physical training. Big sister Luo, I can't run 10 kilometers. Su Qing, who was studying medicine, knew physical fitness was important, but their fitness wasn't shown through running. Li Ping also looked worried, afraid she couldn't finish. 10 kilometers is a tough challenge for you, but it's a necessary part of training. If you can't do it, you won't improve. Do you want to be caught by zombies and become their food? The first week is for your body to get used to the exercise. Only when you adapt can you unlock your potential, Shenluo patiently explained. Li Ping and Su Qing clenched their teeth and nodded. Xiaoya, don't want to become zombie food. Xiaoya needs to run, and run fast. Xiaoya was the first to speak, looking nervous, afraid she would be eaten by zombies at any moment. Big sister Luo, I understand. I will run. I shouldn't be so stubborn. Please forgive me. Su Qing, who is 20, had lost her parents when she was young but was loved deeply by her grandmother. Luo, we understand now. We didn't realize your good intentions. We'll start practicing this afternoon, Li Ping said, tucking her short hair behind her ear. Her hair was growing too fast, and in just a few days it had become longer again. At that moment, the TV suddenly had a signal, and news was broadcast intermittently. The main message was that the official base was under construction, and residents of S City could go there on their own. Shenluo counted the days, worried that heavy rain would come in about 10 days. She needed to prepare in advance. In the following days, Shenluo, Li Ping, Su Qing, and Xiaoya began strict training. Every morning, when the first sunlight shone through the window, they had already started their day. Mornings were for running, afternoons for physical training. Sometimes, they even practiced martial arts with Shenluo. On the first day, everyone trained with high spirits, but by the next morning, They were all sore and couldn't move their legs. Shen Luo took out a fascia gun to help Su Qing, and Li Ping relieved their muscle pain. The painful groans kept coming one after another. Xiaoya saw her mother and sister Qing struggling and found it very funny, laughing non-stop. Shen Luo watched Xiaoya laugh so hard she was almost falling over, and couldn't help but smile too. She gently patted Xiaoya's head and said, "Xiaoya, stop laughing. Be careful or your mom and sister Qing might get you back." Hearing this, Xiaoya stopped smiling and nodded seriously, saying, "Okay, I understand, Sister Luo." But as soon as she finished, she couldn't hold back her laughter and burst out laughing again. Over the next 7 days, Li Ping, Su Qing, and Xiaoya had become very familiar with running 10 kilometers. The soreness in their bodies gradually disappeared. Every day, they practiced hitting sandbags and kicking, gradually adding weights. If they encountered zombies now, these 3 women would definitely run faster than rabbits. They were all surprised at how much they had improved, and their strength was much greater than before. The reason for their quick progress was because all 3 had been fed spiritual spring water from the space by Shen Luo. On the 3rd night, after Shen Luo entered the space, she soon started feeling very hot all over her body. It was uncomfortable, like her body was on fire. "Little Black, help me. I think I'm going to burn up." Shen Luo desperately asked Little Black for help, trying to endure the discomfort. "Just soak in the spiritual spring water," Little Black replied calmly. Shen Luo didn't think much and immediately jumped into the bath, letting the spring water cover her body. The burning pain in her body eased a lot. But Shen Luo still felt like something inside her was about to burst out, and she let out a pained groan. "Don't think about it. Close your eyes and feel the energy inside your body," Little Black said anxiously this time, because Shen Luo was sweating all over from the pain. Shen Luo endured the pain, closed her eyes as instructed, and focused on the changes happening inside her. Gradually, she felt a powerful energy surging within her, as if something was expanding and transforming in her bloodline. This feeling of mixed pain and pleasure almost made her suffocate, but she still clenched her teeth and persisted. After some time, the energy finally calmed down, and Shen Luo felt as if her body had undergone some kind of transformation. She opened her eyes, and her gaze shone with even greater determination, as if she could see through all darkness. "Little Black, I feel like I have gained a new special ability, a mutated one, mental control. And I've broken through to level 2, Shen Luo exclaimed excitedly. At that moment, Shen Luo saw a display appear above her head. Base ID 001, name, Shen Luo, position, base leader, abilities, water, wood, and mental powers. Little Black, look. I am now a 3-element ability user. Shen Luo happily shook Little Black. Little Black felt like her head was about to be shaken apart by Shen Luo's shaking. I see. Silly woman, let go of me, Little Black said. Little Black, you are truly my lucky charm. I love you so much, Shen Luo said, holding Little Black tightly despite its protests. At this moment, Little Black's face was full of black lines, wishing she could slap this silly woman to death right away. If you don't let go, your lucky charm will be defeated in the northwest. Shen Luo finally released her grip awkwardly. But this release didn't last long. Little Black immediately jumped into the spiritual spring water, soaking all over. After finally climbing out, Little Black shook off the water drops and looked at Shen Luo with a resentful expression, saying, Silly woman, you did that on purpose. No need to explain. Explaining is just making excuses. Seeing Little Black's embarrassed state, Shen Luo couldn't help but laugh and said, Little Black, you're too funny. But honestly, you're really my lucky star. Since I have you, I feel like I'm on cheat mode, with all kinds of lucky encounters. Hearing this, Little Black pouted proudly and said, If you know, then cherish it properly. Don't come to bother me. Shen Luo didn't mind Little Black's pride. She knew her achievements today wouldn't be possible without Little Black's help. She stepped forward again, pulled Little Black into her arms, and gently nuzzled her head against Little Black's. She said, Little Black, thank you. Hearing Shen Luo's words, Little Black felt a flicker of warmth in her heart. She nodded and said, No need to thank me. Growing bigger lobsters is better than anything. After saying that, Xiaohei and Shenluo looked at each other and laughed happily. By the way, Xiaohei, my wood element ability is about to break through to the 3rd level, but I still don't know how to use it, Shenluo said with some frustration. Haven't you felt it yet? Xiaohei asked with some confusion. Shenluo shook her head and replied, No, I just feel that my strength has increased a lot, and my body feels lighter than before. But I really don't know how to use my wood element ability. Hearing this, Xiaohei jumped onto Shenluo's shoulder and pointed at a nearby tree with his paw, saying, Try it, and see if you can make that tree grow new branches and leaves. Shenluo focused her mind, extended her right hand, and gently waved it toward the tree. A green light shot out from her hand and instantly hit the tree. The tree seemed to be stimulated and started growing wildly. Its branches and leaves spread quickly, becoming lush and full of life. Shenluo watched the change in front of her, opening her mouth in surprise. She didn't expect that she could really use her wood element ability and that the effect would be so amazing. Xiaohei looked at Shenluo's surprised expression and smiled proudly, saying, How about that? I wasn't wrong, right? You have endless potential. Yes, that's pretty good. It makes me feel refreshed too, a voice said. Shenluo was startled and quietly asked Xiaohei, Xiaohei, did you hear a voice saying, Old man? Xiaohei's ears twitched and he looked around, saying, Silly girl, did you hear the voice saying, Old man? Shenluo nodded, showing a puzzled expression. She looked around, trying to find where the voice was coming from, but besides the two of them and the tree that was growing wildly, there was nothing else. Yes, I really heard a voice saying, Old man, I feel refreshed too, Shenluo confirmed again. Xiaohei jumped down from Shenluo's shoulder and paced back and forth on the ground, seeming to think. After a while, he raised his head and said, Old man, you're awake. Still pretending to be mysterious? Can't you see that I'm here too? Then Xiaohei suddenly looked at a large tree behind Shenluo, with a teasing look in his eyes.